Buenos días, good morning. Estamos probando. Sí, acá.
Buenos días, Cristina.
Buenos días, Marta.
Buenos días, por aquí Auri. Marta, ¿se oye?
Buenos
Sí,
días, Auri.
Cristina,
Sí que escuchaste.
alto y claro.
Sí, ya estamos en vivo por YouTube y estamos grabando.
Buenos días, Cristina.
Buenos días.
Tempranito.
So good morning. We're going to start in about 1 minute. So good morning, everyone. Continuation of the CFMC 183rd council meeting in St. Thomas at the Frenchman Reef. It's 8:03 and December 6th, 2023. So I'm going to do a roll call. I'm going to start on my right this time with Graciela.
Buenos días, Graciela García Molina, Council Staff.
Good morning, Clay Port, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Cisco Werner, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Kate Zamboni, NOAA's Office of General Counsel.
Good morning, Maria Lopez, NOAA Fisheries, 0.
Morning, Miguel Rolón, Council Staff.
Good morning, Helen Antun, NOAA Fisheries.
Morning, Carlos Fischetti, Council Chair.
Good morning, Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
Good morning to everybody. Ricardo Lopez Ortiz, Puerto Rico DNR Council Member.
Good morning, James Craiglow, Council Member, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, Roberto Sabater, Council Member, Puerto Rico.
Buenos días, good morning, Liajay Rivera García, Council Staff.
Good morning, buenos días, Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Good morning, Lindsay Kratz, NOAA Fisheries. Good morning, Mariana León Pérez, ICER Caribe.
Good morning, Gerson Martinez, DIP Chair.
Good morning, Julian McGrath, DIP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, DIP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, Alexander Stevenson. I'm with East Carolina University.
Cindy Grace McCaskey, East Carolina University.
Good morning, Maggie Motiani, USVI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Zola Roper, USVI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Coastal Zone Management.
Good morning, my name is Karen Aurelius. I'm with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Good morning, Freddy Doña, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, Amy Dempsey, BioImpact.
Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison.
Buenos días, Adrián Ríos, NOAA Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Laura Simo, NOAA Fisheries, Office of International Affairs, Trade and Commerce.
Good morning, Jessica Stevens, Southeast Regional Office, NOAA Fisheries.
Morning, Kevin McIntosh, Southeast Regional Office.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marlon Hibbert. I'm the Director for the Division of Coastal Zone Management with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Sí. People in Zoom are Marta Prada, Alida Ortiz Sotomayor. Okay. Andrés G. Bisono León, Andrew McGraw Herdeg, Aurea E. Rodríguez Santiago, David Dale, Dinora Ernesto Otero Morales, Frank Hernández, Frank Mueller, Kager, segundito, Jennifer Skoll, Joy and Sergio, Nadine Heck, Sarah Stephenson, Sydney Grushak, and somebody on their iPhone.
Okay. Thank you, Christina.
You're very welcome.
So yesterday we didn't get to finish the last item of farming and tropical seaweed, but we're gonna move that to after the next agenda item, which will be aspects of science management and industry on sargassum. And by Helena Antun.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. We will be opening today with a panel discussion to discuss the impacts of sargassum in the Caribbean. The goal of today's discussion is to understand the dynamics of sargassum, its ecological importance, scientific gaps, and management challenges for coastal communities in the U.S. Caribbean. We will start with a series of short presentations given by each panelist, followed with approximately 30 minutes of discussion questions at the end of the presentation session. Joining us today as panelists are Doctors Cisco Werner, Director of Scientific Programs and Chief Science Advisor, NOAA Fisheries, Mariana Leon, Marine Scientist, ICER Caribe, David Dale, Fishery Biologist, Habitat Conservation Division, NOAA Fisheries, Karen Urelius, Project Manager and Lead Project Manager for the U.S. Virgin Islands, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Permit Section, Sydney Grushak, Project Director, New Lab, Marlon Hibbert, Director, Coastal Zone Management, USVI DPNR, Ricardo Colom, Management Officer, Northeast Natural Reserves, Puerto Rico DNER, Andres Bisono and Christopher Walker, SOS Carbon. Each panelist will be given 10 minutes to give their presentation or remarks. Folks may ask clarifying questions at the end of each panelist's presentation. However, we are kindly asking that discussion questions be kept for the end of the presentation session. And with that, we may begin. So with the first presenter, we're going to have Dr. Werner. So, microphone.
Where should I stand? I don't know where, anywhere. Okay, all right. Well, good morning. And thanks for the opportunity to kick off this conversation, which is going to be really interesting. I've been able to take a peek at the presentations coming. And in some ideas of how
Please hold. We're seeing the chat. Some people on Zoom cannot hear the audio, so it seems like they cannot hear anybody here right now. So give us a moment. Thank you.
Hello. This one, no.
Okay, gracias. This one's better? Would this one work? Okay. Trying this one? Okay, all right. So they didn't hear anything I said. Okay, all right. All right, well, I'll restart real quick. Okay, so again, thanks for the opportunity for making this for offering some remarks on in this panel on the sargassum, which is such a timely topic for this part of the world. I'll be talking about, some ideas of how the sargassum population was established in the tropical Atlantic, as well as some ideas maybe on the predictability and the seasonality of it. The presentation today is one that we prepared between myself and Frank Muller-Carter at the University of South Florida. And it's based on a paper that was led by Libby Johns at the University of Miami, published in 2020 or 2021, and details are there. So if I could have the next slide, what I'll be talking about is the big picture of the establishment of the Sargasso. And, we really started seeing these events, at least the most recent one, starting in about 2010, 2011. And in that paper, we outlined roughly 4 steps of the establishment. First, how is it that the Sargasso may have left or transported out of the Sargasso Sea, sort of a long distance dispersal event, indicated by the number 1 there. Then it's, its entrainment in the Canary Current. Then following the entrainment in the Canary Current, in this part number 3 here, is really the dynamics I'm going to be focusing on mostly today in terms of what happens in the tropical Atlantic in terms of the source of the nutrients, the intertropical convergence zone shifts north and south, and then also how this contributes to the seasonality and the interannual variability possibly. And then the fourth one is, of course, the transport out of the tropical Atlantic into the Caribbean, which I think is going to be the focus of a lot of the conversations today, and I'm not going to touch upon. So I'm going to focus here. What happens once, it's left the Sargassum, made it into the Canary Current, and then what happens in the tropical Atlantic? And so if I could have the next slide, please. And so you're going to see a bunch of slides like this one. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide. And really the question that we're trying to address is what fuels the recurrence of the blooms and what determines their seasonality. And so again, you look at this picture here, you got South America on this side, you got Africa on this side, you got the equator over here. And it's a, I guess you could say it's a relatively complicated system. We have the ITCZ. I'm going to be focusing on the ITCZ a fair bit, the Intertropical Convergence Zone, in this case indicated by this blue line here. There's a complex set of currents in the equatorial Atlantic. There's the North Equatorial Current, the South Equatorial Current, the countercurrents, the Brazil Current, the Guyana Current, et cetera. So it's kind of a complicated part of the world. And the dynamics between these various systems, if you will, as well as the underlying of the subsurface dynamics in terms of the nutrient sources and such, is kind of what the composite of things, results in, some of the features and some of the characteristics that we see of the Sargassum dynamics, if you will. So summarizing, the Sargassum patches aggregate in windrows along the ITCZ, that convergence zone, and they're exposed to high sunlight and upward flux of nutrients. And then if you're just jumping straight to the northern spring and summer, the Sargassum drifts north with the ITCZ. In the northern hemisphere summer, the ITCZ shifts north. And these are indicated by these red dots. These red dots are indicative of the distribution of Sargassum. And then portions are advected into the Caribbean. The actual magnitude, if you will, or one way to explain the actual magnitude of the Sargassum is related to wind mixing and mixed layer dynamics. And it's that classical idea that, if the mixed layer exceeds the climatological nutricline, in other words, where if the mixed layer reaches into where the nutrients are, then that upward entrainment of nutrients, can help fuel the bloom of Sargassum. And that's really in a nutshell. Now the rest is details. Okay, so the next slide, I told you. Now this is going to be looking at what is the seasonality? What's the seasonal dynamics of what we see here? And this is the average January, the average February, in other words, the average monthly picture over between 2010 and 2018. So we just took the average distribution over those 9 years or so. And starting at the top is January, February, March. all the way to September, October, December. So you can see the idea of how the sargassum dynamics, develops or evolves in this tropical Atlantic equatorial region. So starting in January, left over from the previous year, there's a population of sargassum, which you can see up there. It's sort of the lighter yellow and the lighter blue colors. February, still sort of, relatively weak winds and such. March, April, the ITCZ, the Intertropical Convergence Zone, begins to strengthen, if you will, and you begin to see the accumulations. You can see the redder colors occurring in the sargassum, and these are based on satellite images, model outputs, et cetera. There's a whole host of things that went into this thing. You get into May, June, July, and you begin to see much redder colors, in part fueled by the convergence of the sargassum populations, if you will, as well as now you're beginning to fuel, with nutrients from below, as well as now you have sunlight, no sunlight. And then you also see that you begin to see the eastward distribution of the sargassum as it enters the North Equatorial countercurrent, right? So normally the currents are the North Equatorial, the North and South Equatorial currents are going westward. The countercurrent goes eastward, but this one then basically expands it along the equatorial region. And then you have these long windrows along the equatorial region, which as the ITCZ moves north, as indicated by these open arrows, then gets to the point where you can begin to have the advection into the Caribbean region through, say, the North Brazil current, the Guyana current, and others. And then as the season goes on, the ITCZ and the dynamics of the wind calm down. So then they are not as strong as before. The ITCZ begins its southward migration, if you will, and then you have the remnant population in November, December, and then the cycle repeats in the following year. Okay, the next slide then talks about what about the interannual variability? How is it that now I'm talking about the July 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And what you see is that not every year is the same. So why was it, for example, that in 2013 we didn't see, the similar signal that we saw in other years? And the very quick explanation, the next slide, is that thing that I talked about, the mixed layer depth. So how do you read this picture? This is 2010 to 2018, 19 or so. When the blue line is above the dashed line, it means the mixed layer goes below what's called the nutricline. So it can actually bring up nutrients. And what you see is when the blue line is positive, you get these larger peaks of the bloom because you were able to bring up these nutrients. When the blue line is below or higher than the nutricline, or above the nutricline, you don't get enough nutrients. So that's one way of explaining it. I'm not saying it's the only way of explaining it, but one way of explaining it is this mixed layer dynamics. Next slide. Predictability. This is a recent paper by Joanneau and others. And all I'm going to say is that it's a really nice paper in, I think, Geophysical Research Letters that takes a model, initializes with the distribution of the sargassum. And the point is the predictability. The point is that the redder the color, the better the predictability. And what they actually find is that they can actually predict the distribution of the sargassum with almost a 7-month lead. So they can start something and actually predict the distribution over 7 months, initializing, what happens here. Next slide, and I'm almost done. Again, the same schematic I started with, but it's a little bit, it's sort of a review. We started off with these extreme events in the sargassum, got caught in the Canary Current. I talked a little bit about the equatorial tropical dynamics, and then its recurrence and its seasonality and its variability, depending on particular conditions in any one year. And the last slide is, I think I've said this already, but we feel that there is a way of explaining what happened in 2010-11 through a long distance dispersal event associated with an extreme event of the North Atlantic Oscillation. It is the establishment of the sargassum is a result of wind, surface currents, ITCZ, mixed layer dynamics, and nutrient dynamics. We think we can predict it to 7-month forecast skills. At least there's some nice studies that show that. And of course, there's the key questions that we'll probably be talking about later in terms of how do we know what starts it, when it starts it, and so on, in particular as it comes into this region? And so that's it. Thanks very much. I hope I stayed on time, and thank you again. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Werner. If there are any quick clarifying questions, you have a few minutes, few seconds actually, that you may ask them. And if not, we may move on to the next presenter. Mariana?
Well, while we're setting up for the next presenter, I want to recognize Sinai Haptis representing the BI government as present on the record.
Hello, good morning. First, I want to thank the Caribbean Fishery Management Council for inviting me. Okay, so thank you. And today I'm going to talk about the impacts of sargassum on essential fish habitats. Give me just 1 second. Okay, perfect. So, yes. My name is Mariana León Pérez. I am I'm representing ISER Caribe. And today I'm going to talk about the impacts of sargassum on essential fish habitats and its management implications. The 3 island-based fishery management plans that were made official in 2022 incorporate some of the following categories of species and their essential fish habitats, which basically are important habitats for the different life stages of these species. And when we look at them, we realize that some of them, and many of them, are within coastal areas that are impacted by sargassum influxes. And these include mangrove, seagrass, coral reefs, hard bottom, etc., and also nearshore areas in the water column. So in the following slides, I'm going to present describe the benefits of sargassum in the open ocean and also the impacts of sargassum on the essential fish habitats that I just described. So starting with the open ocean, it is important to recognize that sargassum is an important habitat in the open ocean, and it is considered an essential fish habitat for many managed species of fish. It is also important for sea turtles listed in the Endangered Species Act. However, this scenario changes when sargassum starts to arrive coastal areas in massive quantities since 2011. And these impacts start, for example, by blocking the sunlight that reach seagrasses and coral reefs. It also smothers coral and seagrass areas in areas that are shallow and also in keys. And then it starts to accumulate in the shoreline, and it can smother mangrove roots, seagrass beds as well. It also, following few days, it starts to sink and also then accumulates on top of benthic habitats. It also represents a physical obstruction for nesting sea turtles and hatchlings who are more vulnerable to exhaustion, drowning, and predation. And then the sargassum decaying process starts, and it creates the sargassum brown tide. The sargassum brown tide is a color-dissolved organic matter that is created by sargassum decay, and it comes with reduction in oxygen, even could be hypoxia or anoxia. It also comes with increased turbidity. The waters turn a little bit more acidic. It also has a lot of nutrients, and it can cause eutrophication of coastal waters. And it develops also sulfur waters, which are toxic to seagrass tissue and also to fish. So all of these combined cause mortality of seagrass, associated fauna, and corals. It also has been documented variations in zooplankton functional groups associated to sargassum arrival. So the question is, what are the long-term impacts of sargassum brown tide on coastal ecosystems? And I conducted a study using remote sensing in La Palguera, Puerto Rico, in a time series of 6.5 years. And what I found is that sargassum was present every month of the time series, either as fresh sargassum or undecomposing sargassum, or as sargassum brown tide. Also, it shows that sargassum brown tide persisted for periods of more than 7 months every year. So overall, it tells us that the impacts of sargassum is not only occurring during the sargassum season, but it has lingering effects, and it continues throughout the rest of the year. Also, in another study conducted in the same area, it shows that mangroves had the lowest litter fall production where sargassum accumulates, and also presented mortality. The recovery of impacted seagrass meadows may take years or decades, and if it's recurrent, it can be permanent. And that's what we have been observing, that these accumulations occur every year. So some of the questions that we need to start asking is how does this degradation of essential fish habitats directly impact the life stages of managed species in the U.S. Caribbean? For example, in a study conducted by Dr. Haivo Su, showed that spawning aggregation sites for red hind and mutton snapper were connected to the shelf of the Puerto Rico Virgin Islands and south and southwest of Puerto Rico, respectively. So it's some of the questions that we need to start asking. Also, how do management interventions contribute to the recovery of impacted habitats and long-term sustainability of these ecosystems? Now moving to management implications, I think we all agree that we want to support the benefits of sargassum as an essential fish habitat, but also to reduce at the same time the impacts that it has on the coastal area. In terms of the U.S. Caribbean, we are unincorporated territories of the United States, and therefore we have joint responsibility there's a joint responsibility between the local governments and the U.S. federal government. In 2022, for the first time in history, the U.S. Virgin Islands declared a state of emergency due to sargassum influx that was affecting territorial water supply. And this is just an example of how we have this joint jurisdiction. And in this case, it was an emergency response, but we need to implement long-term sustainable solutions that help us address this issue in the long term. So in another study that I conducted, I looked at all the laws, regulations, permits that apply to sargassum removal in the ocean and in the land, and also sargassum disposal, more focused on Puerto Rico, but some of the results apply also to the rest of the U.S. Caribbean. And I conducted semi-structured interviews with agencies, federal and local agencies, and then a workshop to clarify all these aspects. So we co-developed this flowchart, this permit flowchart that guides a proponent of a management action through the steps that it needs to go, and then to understand the permits that need to apply for the different management strategies. All this information is currently under review in the Marine Policy Journal, so soon it will be available. As part of this research, I also identify obstacles between agency processes and relevant groups' needs. And one of them was the lack of knowledge of the permits that were needed. Also, discrepancies between agencies' understanding of the permits and process that apply to the different different actions, and a time lag between the urgency of relevant groups' need and the development of government policies. So all of these are obstacles that we identified that were happening in Puerto Rico. Also, we ask participants for their recommendations, and the main ones. The first one was to create a territory-wide plan to respond to sargassum influxes. Currently in Puerto Rico, we have a protocol for managing sargassum. This is more like an action plan. So participants suggested to develop a plan, a more comprehensive plan to better respond to this situation in Puerto Rico. Also to develop plans at local areas that are recurrent in sargassum arrival, and to create application packages for those areas to improve. And finally, to conduct workshops, keep conducting workshops and having these type of conversations that we're having today to further clarify the sargassum legal regime in Puerto Rico and also in the US Caribbean. So with that, I'm going to finish. And this is my email just in case we can keep the conversation for the ones that are connected virtually. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariana. Excellent presentation. Next up, we have David Dale from NOAA Habitat Conservation Division. He will be presenting the sargassum as essential fish habitat. Virtually, sorry.
All right, you can pull the, are you going to pull my presentation up there or?
If you want to share your screen, let us know. We can make you a co-host and you can share your screen.
Or you can drive the PDF I sent you yesterday. So as that's coming up, thank you, Mr. Chair and council members and staff for having me present to you today. My name's David Dale. I'm the National Marine Fisheries Services Southeast Regional Essential Fish Habitat Coordinator. Next slide. So those who were in attendance of the December 2021 council meeting and paid attention, these slides will be very familiar to you. So these were the objectives that I presented back in 2021. So I'll touch on all these today, but a little briefer considering the time and the format we have today. So next slide. I work in the Habitat Conservation Division at the Southeast region, and the reason I've been invited here today is because the Essential Fish Habitat designation is a tool we use to protect and conserve important fish habitat from coastal, nearshore, and offshore development activities. Unlike the Sustainable Fisheries Division and Protected Resources Divisions at NOAA Fisheries, we have most of our workforce located scattered throughout the Southeast region's area responsibilities. And Jenny Fay is our regional coordinator or regional administrator for Habitat Conservation Division. I work for her in St. Petersburg. And in the U.S. Caribbean, we have Jose Rivera located in Puerto Rico and Honora Chasen on St. Croix. So look for those folks if you have any questions about what the Habitat Conservation Division does. Next slide is just a graphical representation of where we're located. And we can go on to the next slide. So in 1996, the amendments to the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, Congress gave us the following definition of essential fish habitat, as EFH means those waters and substrate necessary for fish for spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity. The act also included requirements for the Secretary of Commerce, delegated through the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the regional fishery management councils to identify and describe EFH. It requires federal agencies to consult with the National Marine Fisheries Service regarding the effects of their programs and activities on EFH. And it also requires the National Marine Fisheries Service and the regional fishery management councils to minimize the adverse effects of fishing activities on EFH. Next slide. The implementing regulations were first published in 1998 as interim final rules, and final rules were published in 2002 after we had implemented this new EFH program for a few years. The regulations expand the statutory definition, providing clarifying language for certain terms, including waters, substrate, necessary, and spawning, breeding, feeding, and growth to maturity. For our discussion today regarding sargassum in the Caribbean, what's most important is the definition of when sargassum meets the threshold for being a habitat that is deemed necessary for spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity for species managed under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity is meant to capture the entire life cycle of each managed species. And the definition of necessary means the habitat required to support a sustainable fishery and the managed species contribution to a healthy ecosystem. Next slide, please. Healthy ecosystem is also defined in the EFH regulation, meaning an ecosystem where ecological productive capacity is maintained, diversity of the flora and fauna is preserved, and the ecosystem retains the ability to regulate itself. Such an ecosystem should be comparable to undisturbed ecosystems with regard to standing crop, productivity, nutrient dynamics, trophic structure, species richness, stability, resilience, contamination levels, and the frequency of diseased organisms. As Mariana just touched on, I think this definition will garner further conversation as we go on through the panel discussion today. Next slide. So the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the implementing regulation tells us what EFH is and how the Fisheries Service and councils should identify and describe EFH, which we did in the late 1990s. The Caribbean Council originally described EFH in 1998, and as a result of the lawsuit, NOAA Fisheries was required to revisit the designations made by several of the fishery management councils, including the Caribbean Council, and we had to expand our NEPA analysis regarding the effects of fishing on EFH. So since the early 2000s, we've been operating under the EFH descriptions contained in the 2004 Environmental Impact Statement and the 2005 Amendment to the Caribbean Fishery Management Plans. Those designations were based on literature reviews, which created a series of life history tables describing the habitat requirements of each major life stage necessary for each managed fish by the council to spawn, breed, feed, or grow to maturity, as defined, EFH as defined in the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The EFH regulations require EFH information to be reviewed every 5 years, which the Caribbean Council has done. And when the Council's island-based fishery management plans were developed, the EFH descriptions for species currently managed by the councils at that time were carried forward. For newly added species to the management units and plans, the same life history association method was used to identify and describe EFH for those species. The highly migratory species branch of the National Marine Fisheries Service has also identified EFH in the Caribbean for those highly migratory species managed by the National Marine Fisheries Service rather than the councils. Those EFH designations were first made in 1998 and have been reviewed and revised both in 2009 and 2017. And HMS is currently in their next cycle of reviewing their EFH information. Those EFH designations are based on presence data obtained from fishery independent surveys and research. Next slide, please. So as an example, here's the EFH identification and description for reef fish in the 2005 Caribbean Amendment. It's important to recognize that this was based on a literature review, which created a series of tables for each managed species and the habitat necessary for each major life stage of those species to spawn, breed, feed, or grow to maturity. Again, keying on those words defined in the Magnuson Act and the EFH regulation. So while the associations were made for each life stage of each species managed by the council, in the end, the EFH description for reef fish was consolidated into a single definition for the entire fishery management unit. And you can see that sargassum, here referred to as drift algae, occurring from mean high water to the 100-fathom depth contour, is identified and described as EFH. This does not mean Sargassum is EFH for all reef fish. You need to dig back into the life history tables to find the specific species and life history habitat associations which met the criteria to know that Sargassum is EFH for greater amberjack and Alamojack. So next slide, please. In the island-based fishery management plans, the Caribbean Council provided a bit more clarity for the newly added species. As I mentioned earlier, the existing EFH identifications and descriptions were carried forward from the 2005 amendments into the island-based plans. Where new species were added, the same method of identifying EFH was used, but individual descriptions were provided for species new to management under the Act. So this is an example from the Puerto Rico plan and the description of EFH for great triggerfish. And Mariana showed the other species that have Sargassum as EFH in the island-based plan. So we can go on to the next slide. So what the Habitat Conservation Division does with the EFH designations is in our habitat conservation role is we provide consultation services where we consult with agencies who are permitting, licensing, funding, or undertaking activities in the coastal zone that affect marine and estuarine habitat, including habitat identified as EFH. Though we have been doing consultations for many decades, the 1996 amendments to the Magnuson Act provided a focus on habitats needed for important commercial and recreational fisheries. Next slide. So being identified and described as EFH does not prohibit harvest. In the southeast and up the Atlantic coast, for example, oysters are essential fish habitat for various managed species, yet their harvest is allowed. So being designated as EFH only triggers a requirement for federal agencies to consult with NOAA fisheries regarding activities that they are funding, permitting, licensing, or undertaking, which may adversely affect designated EFH. Adverse effect is defined in the EFH regulations as any impact which reduces the quantity or quality of EFH, which is basically a very low threshold. Next slide. So what is an EFH consultation? Basically, an EFH consultation consists of a federal agency sending the National Marine Fisheries Service an assessment which describes their proposed activities of the effects on EFH, what their conclusions on those effects are, and if they are mitigating any of those effects. National Marine Fisheries Service is then to provide recommendations to protect and conserve EFH. When Fisheries sends EFH conservation recommendations to federal agencies, they are required to respond in writing on how they are incorporating our recommendations or not. The federal agency is not bound by our recommendations. They are, however, required to indicate how they are addressing our recommendations on the record. So when we're talking about Sargassum, an EFH consultation would apply to a federal activity or permit which is occurring below a mean high water line or out in the open water. And then we, the Habitat Conservation Division, would then assess the value of the EFH being affected to determine what appropriate conservation recommendations might be. If Sargassum is on the beach above mean high water, we would not necessarily need to consult on that activity. However, if it is on the beach below mean high water, while technically requiring consultation, we would consider the value of the EFH at that location to be so low and not meeting the definitions of being necessary to the spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity of fish managed under the Magnuson Act, that EFH conservation recommendations would probably not be required. If we're talking about Sargassum near shore, say around a water intake structure, the value would be assessed higher and that it may be providing some of those necessary spawning, breeding, feeding, or growth to maturity functions. And whether that would trigger any EFH conservation recommendations would depend upon the nature of the activity. As we move further offshore, the value of Sargassum to manage fish becomes much higher. So we would give much more scrutiny to any activities that may affect its value as EFH in those instances. Next slide. All right, so this is the last slide. So I've listed a few other things to consider regarding the conversation regarding sargassum. The South Atlantic Fishery Management Council has an approved fishery management plan for sargassum, which limited harvest off of North Carolina and prohibited any harvest south of North Carolina, South Carolina line. The prohibition is not because it is identified and described as an EFH, but because it was identified as a species qualifying for management under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which required conservation and management measures. As a managed species, it has its own EFH identified and described in the South Atlantic. As you can see here, we've also seen some proposals from the U.S. Department of Energy, who's exploring biofuels and has been circulating some ideas about propagating and harvesting sargassum as a potential source of fuel. We've also been approached by some researchers who are interested in trying to figure out at what point sargassum is no longer an EFH and maybe should be considered a harmful algal bloom. And hopefully we'll be talking, some other presenters will be talking about some of the other management implications from harvesting sargassum from the open ocean, where there are Endangered Species Act and bycatch issues. We know sea turtles and managed species such as juvenile mahi and marlin and other pelagics can be found in sargassum and could be captured by certain harvest methods. So hopefully we have others who will speak to those concerns. And final slide, if anybody has any questions, needs to contact me. I'm done.
Thank you very much, David. Next up, we have Karen Urelius from the Army Corps of Engineers.
So while they're getting ready, I want to also recognize Vance Vicente as present for the record, SSC Chair. And Leandri Cruz.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Karen Urelius. I'm with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in regulatory. So we regulate work in waters of the United States. I'm really excited that the other presenters were able to really lay the foundation. We have some great tools out there telling us when sargassum is coming. We know that sargassum has some really adverse impacts in the nearshore environment. We know that it's regulated under different laws. So now that we know it's coming, we know that there's adverse impacts. What are we going to do to actually manage sargassum and keep our nearshore environments healthy? So I'm going to talk a little bit about our regulatory program and how we coordinate and collaborate with other agencies. And one of the things that we are trying to put into the cooker to make these consultations go more quickly. And I'm with the Antilles Permit Section. So we are based out of San Juan. I primarily work on projects in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We have 3 other project managers in Puerto Rico that do the Puerto Rico projects, but I also have Culebra and Vieques, and I occasionally take other projects as well throughout Puerto Rico. So our regulatory mission, and this is regulatory, so if you need that second cup of coffee, go grab it now, is to protect the nation's aquatic resources and navigation capacity while allowing reasonable development through fair and balanced decisions. We have 2 primary laws that we regulate under. Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act, dating back to the late 1800s. So basically under Section 10, we're trying to preserve the navigable capacity of our nation's waters. Under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, we regulate the discharge of dredged or filled materials. Some of the things associated with sargassum highlighted in yellow are things like booms, mooring anchors, shoreline stabilization, beach management. Because we're in the navigable waters, both of these laws may apply depending on what the activity is. Okay, this is just a quick slide of our limits of jurisdiction. So basically, we're looking at the mean high tide or the high tide line, depending on which law. So big question, does the USACE regulate, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, regulate sargassum management and or sargassum removal? And the question is yes, or the answer is yes and no. So depends on the activity. So some regulated activities that we would regulate include these sargassum booms that are being placed in waters of the U.S. to control sargassum, keep them off the beaches. Sometimes they're funneling the sargassum towards a point on the beach where the sargassum can then be removed. These sargassum barriers, this is a lot of times as you come to the beach, you need a more stiff barrier to direct the sargassum onto the beach. And at that point, they would remove the sargassum. So that would be both Section 10 and 404, because we'd have a discharge of fill as you buried that fence into the beach. Important thing that we do not regulate under our program are these sargassum removal vessels. Some of you have probably seen them. And we do not have, I don't think, as far as I know, we haven't used them yet in this region. But they do seem somewhat effective and definitely interested in exploring them more. But USACE doesn't regulate vessels, fishing, or harvesting removal of seaweed using a vessel. So is a USACE permit required for this? For the vessel, no, but you could see that barrier in the back. Yes, so we would regulate the installation and management of that barrier. Another question, is a USACE permit required for harvesting by hand on the beach? And typically no, if somebody's just out there raking it up. However, over time, if you're taking a lot of sand out with that seaweed, that could result in addition, you're putting it on a different section of the beach, you could be having a discharge of fill material. So in a sense, it just depends on the extent of the activity and how it's actually being done. But typically we have not regulated hand removal of sargassum. Is a USACE permit required? So now we have heavy machinery working on a beach. So with heavy machinery, there is more likely for there to be a discharge. We have this nice tourist standing here on the beach. She's wondering what animal made these tracks. So, first we go, okay, is it in our line of jurisdiction? And we go, yep, because we can see the rack line goes all the way over here. So that heavy machinery is working within our line of jurisdiction. Then we go, okay, well, it's within our line, but is there a discharge of fill material, or is there work that we would actually regulate? And we go, well, I don't know if there's a discharge. They're moving it. There's probably one, but we were lucky to find evidence on this beach that there is a discharge. So basically they put all the sargassum in a big pile, partially covering the mangroves. But, and as the sargassum decomposes, you could see all of the sand that's left. And that sand is within our line of jurisdiction. So there is a discharge when you're using heavy equipment. So we would also regulate that. Do a quick time check. Okay. So types of USACE permits, we have some pretty complex permits, which can take, months to sometimes years. And these are standard permits or letters of permission. They require NEPA and lots of other types of review that I'll get into quickly. And then we have our general permits. They're more streamlined. We do a lot of that work. It still requires NEPA, but we do it up front for certain categories of activities. So right now for USACE, all sargassum management is done in this area. So the more complex timely. What we're trying to do is develop something in this area, a regional general permit, so that we coordinate with all of the agencies up front and say, hey, EFH, what's needed? What are your conservation recommendations? Let's incorporate that into our permit. ESA, what are your conservation measures that we can incorporate in? So we incorporate all the different measures into the permit. Hopefully we could do the CZM and 401. And then when somebody comes in for a permit, if they meet all the different conditions, it can be issued basically instantaneously. For each and every permit, we have to go through a public interest review. So all of these there's 21 different factors that we touch on, and you could see how sargassum is related, like the impacts of sargassum touch on so many of these different factors. And the Army Corps of Engineers is one of the only agencies that has a mitigation rule, maybe the only agency. I know that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service had one for a very short amount of time. So we actually are required on each and every project to ensure that the applicant has avoided, minimized, and compensated for the impacts. So that is something if we develop an RGP or as I take the individual projects, the sargassum booms through, I ensure that things like seagrass are avoided to the maximum extent possible, coral reefs, hard bottom habitat. And here's a quick diagram. I always say that the core permit is kind of like my palm, and we have all these different fingers that we have to meet. Before I could issue that core permit, we have these different fingers, including ESA, 106, 401, Magnuson-Stevens, Coastal Zone Management. Then we have some extra fingers too, like Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act and NEPA. But those are the primary ones. So every time we issue a permit, whether it's a standard permit or a general permit, we have to consider the impacts on endangered species. So one of the things as we work as a team, we are just in the infancy. We've had one meeting where we've met with multiple agencies and talked about the possibility of doing an RGP, what that might look like. But one of the big components will be going through the ESA consultation. And upfront, we want to make sure before we invest a lot of time in developing an RGP that it's actually going to be practicable for us to do the ESA consultation programmatically. We just had a great presentation on EFH. So we will also do EFH consultation as we go through either individual consultations or for a particular project, or if we develop an RGP, we'll do it programmatically. So there's another good opportunity. And as it was pointed out, we have 2 EFH leads in the region. We have Jose Rivera and Denora Chassin, who is right here in St. Croix. Section 106, Section 401 of the water quality certifications are needed for each and every project, especially if there's a discharge of fill. So that's another requirement that we have to fulfill. We have Director Marlon Hibbert of CZM here, who's going to be speaking, and he's in charge of coastal zone management, federal consistency. So we also have to coordinate with them and get a federal consistency determination. This resort was kind enough to ask the sargassum to stay off the coral, but really that is what we're trying to do is as multiple agencies work together, we're trying to find ways where we can, or tools that we can develop to ensure that the sargassum stays out of the important nearshore resources and that we can streamline the process for the regulated public. So if you ever have any questions, our program is very technical, lots of constant changes, especially as of late with different Supreme Court decisions. But when in doubt, please, please, please contact us. We are here for you. We are resources, and we are happy to talk.
Thank you very much, Karen. If there's any clarifying, but we will be taking questions at the end of the presentations, but if you just need to clarify something really quick on the presentation, you may do so. No? Good. Is it a clear?
Vance?
Yes, I have a quick question. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, for clarification purposes, real quickly. I mean, in the case of sargassum, it has to be evaluated depending on the intensity, extent, and how the designated functions of that shoreline or water body has. In the case of a very intense situation of sargassum, could the Corps issue an emergency permit through a letter of permission in case of a very extreme sargassum situation?
So let's hold that because that's a discussion question. So let's leave that to the end. But that's a really, really good question and one question that a lot of people have been having. So thank you for the question. We will get to that. That'll be the first question we will ask. Okay. All right. Next up, we have Sydney Grushak from New Lab.
Thank you very much, Helena. I can share my screen, or you can pull my presentation up, whatever is easier.
Hi,
Perfect.
I have
That's
your
fine.
presentation, but if you want to pass it, please let us know and I will make you a co-host.
That's fine. You can share. So first of all, thank you so much to the council for having me, and thanks especially to Helena for organizing this panel and for being such an amazing partner so far. She's been really great to connect us with all the necessary agencies and departments. So really grateful for that. So as I said, I'm Sydney Grushak. I'm a program director at New Lab. Next slide, please. And New Lab, we are a center for innovation working to create the conditions for world-changing ideas to become real-world solutions. So basically, in short, we work to support the commercialization of early-stage companies doing important work in climate tech and to basically improve the world. And this is a photo of our site in Brooklyn, which is one of our hubs where we have startup companies sit and develop their technologies. Next slide, please. And so we are a collective of entrepreneurs, engineers, and scientists. And so what that means is we really work to support these companies and folks who might not have started out in business, might not have as much experience navigating the business world, but who are really pursuing those solutions that need to be taken to scale and to be put out there in the world. And so we have over 300 member companies across different areas who are working to do just that. Next slide, please. And so to provide that support, New Lab does three main things. We support those 300 companies in our member community through actual physical resources, prototyping labs, teams and resources and connections. We provide early stage venture investment to support those companies. And then we also run challenges with corporate and government partners to actually pilot technology in real world scenarios and make those connections to entities that could actually help them to be put out into the world. Next slide, please. And so we do this in three main areas, which are energy, mobility, and materials. And so those are really all centered again around climate. We have big goals around helping to lead the decarbonization future. And you can see the logos at the bottom are some of our corporate and government partners in each of those areas. And just for a couple of examples, in pilot programs that we've run in the past, we're currently working with the New York City Department of Transportation to address e-bike battery fires for delivery workers in New York City. We're working with Ørsted, one of the largest offshore wind developers, to transport offshore wind back to the mainland. We're working with the Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research to look at the different applications of biochar from agricultural waste. So pretty wide variety of work that we do in these three areas. Next slide, please. And so in this case, what I'm here to talk to you about today is the program that we're running in Puerto Rico. So we're working with Invest Puerto Rico on a program whose initial thesis was basically to support the conversion of land or marine-based waste into high value added products. So basically a circular economy type goal to deploy some technologies that would work in Puerto Rico and look to validate new markets and create new products that could lead to a more sustainable world. Next slide, please. And just for context, Invest Puerto Rico, for those of you who don't know, they are an agency that was created by law to support the economic development of the island and looking to attract basically foreign investment and position Puerto Rico as a business destination. And in this case, they're really looking to position Puerto Rico as an innovation ecosystem. So that was their main mission here. Next slide, please. And so actually, when we started talking about waste on the island and speaking to stakeholders, one thing that kept coming up was the sargassum issue. And so although we didn't really initially consider this a waste product, and that term is not necessarily applicable, the idea was that it is a material that is currently unmanaged or undermanaged and has a lot of potential to be converted into products that are high value and that can bring benefits to the world, and also has issues with the actual management of it and causes problems for local communities, for entities that have coastal properties, and for habitats, as we've discussed. However, the way we look at it is that it's really an opportunity. So we think the only way to have real sustainable management and to address such a problem that occurs at such a large scale is to attach economic value to that material and to be able to incentivize the actual management and collection and conversion of this material. And luckily, sargassum is an amazing material that has many compounds that can be transformed into a wide array of products, that can not only use this material that's being produced in excess, but actually also help to replace synthetic materials that are currently out on the market. Next slide, please. And so when we began to look at this issue, we started this project about a year ago. We looked at the entire basically chain of events in terms of sargassum production, all the way through to what would happen in terms of purchasing products. So that includes collection, conversion, processing, and all the different steps of the value chain. And so we identified different areas where there was opportunity for innovation. Next slide, please. And then developed essentially theses of where there were opportunities for young companies to come in and to make progress, developing some of the necessary technology and processes that could convert sargassum into some of those useful end products. Next slide. And so a couple of months ago, we selected a cohort of companies to actually pursue this and to pilot their technologies in Puerto Rico. And so these 4 companies represent different stages of the value chain. And so SOS Carbon, who is here and who you will hear from shortly, are focusing on the collection of sargassum from the nearshore environment. The Lasso Ocean is looking at processing sargassum in a micro biorefinery to extract those most useful compounds, such as a biostimulant, alginate, fucoidins. And then we have Pangaea and Sway, and they're looking at the actual end product conversion. So Pangaea is looking at a seaweed yarn, and Sway is looking at a sargassum-based bioplastic film. So the idea basically is over the next few months to do some very early stage tests and pilots of these technologies to prove out the viability and actual feasibility of this program, and then to think about how this can actually scale and what that would look like, and lay the groundwork for those activities. So there's really great potential for sargassum. The seaweed market globally is growing. There's the opportunity to create jobs, and all while restoring critical habitats. Next slide, please. So this is kind of a picture of what that looks like, with all of the companies kind of hooked in together and providing this full picture of a complete value chain. So from our perspective, this is the first time that these companies would be working in concert to actually prove out in one place that this is possible, and actually, you know, a good idea for the future management of sargassum. Yeah, and next slide, please. So looking to what we're doing next, we're continuing to plan these pilots. We're looking to navigate the permitting process. We've spoken to many of your organizations already to ensure that it's done responsibly and collect the material while it's still valuable in the nearshore environment. And to partner with all of you to make this future value chain a reality, studying the impacts and ensuring that we really know what it is and at what point things are affected so that we can take advantage while keeping the impacts down to a minimum. So that's what we're doing. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much, Sydney. We're running a little behind, so I'm just going to go ahead and move on to the next presenter, Marlon Hibbert.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. Thank you, Helena, for inviting us to this important panel. I have with me, I'd like to apologize, first of all. As soon as I'm done with the presentation, I have to step next door for something else. But I have a very able colleague with me, who is Miss Zola Roper, who is our marine debris coordinator. So during the panel discussion, she'll be more than capable of responding to any questions asked. So I'll go ahead very briefly to just give you a very brief, and forgive me, I have a degree in brevity, so the slides are going to go quickly, and the points are, because we have people in the room who've talked a lot about sargassum already. I have people behind me who are going to talk a little bit more about it as well. So we know much of this already. Sargassum influxes have increased in the territory every year since 2011. Sargassum impacts, and interestingly, I represent the first management organization that has presented territorially. What we have, we've had science, we've had some regulatory agencies. I'm regulator, but I'm also management. So those impacts are multifaceted. We have ecosystem health, we have public health, and of course, we have economic health due to the fact that our economy or the territory's economy is tourism based. But currently, unfortunately, response is limited to one single agency involvement. So if there's a large influx, the only person that people call is DPNR. Unfortunately, we do not have the resources to respond in the way people think we should be responding. So we also have our private sector partners. So we're talking our hotels that are being impacted, I would say, more than many of the other areas. They are in areas that are collecting points or hotspots for sargassum influxes. And so they have been the persons or the entities who are responding mostly with financial and human resources. Next slide, please. So what are DPNR roles? So DPNR CZM, we do not issue a permit for removals. What we issue is a letter of permission, which is valid for 6 months from the date of it. It can be renewed, of course. But importantly, it is a collaborative effort between us and the Division of Fish and Wildlife because it involves a very special condition related to a guidance prepared by the Division of Fish and Wildlife. And so the removals cannot be done until there has been consultation with the Division of Fish and Wildlife prior to. Next slide, please. And this is just an excerpt of what the guidance is. It is, and I think DFW did an excellent job. I know Sanai and some members of his team are in here. An excellent job of preparing this guidance document. It's very clear. It's very concise. Why do we have to look carefully at removals in the territory? I won't go through that, but specifically, and more importantly, I wanted to say that once persons who have requested removals have read it, they have to agree to and have been trained by DFW team members in the safe removal of the sargassum influxes, and they have to sign and agree to it prior to attempting the removals. Go ahead. This is a snippet of the guidance document as well. So you have 3 different scenarios. A light influx, which is recommended to be left on the beach. Not so light, but certainly can be removed by manual means. And then, of course, a large inundation where it's impractical from a management perspective to have people out there removing that material. Case in point, was it Maria that mentioned the sargassum influx that caused the state of the emergency crisis in the district of St. Croix? Well, our offices here in Red Hook in St. Thomas, because of sargassum influxes, have been abandoned because it's untenable for team members to stay in it. So what we have looked at is one of the management implications of having people day to day up to their knees inside of the sulfurous material without proper PPE. And so we've actually had that situation. Our team has taken themselves out of it, but we have tons of people who are working, earning a living wage, but unfortunately are exposing themselves to deleterious effects, possible deleterious effects. So from a management perspective, there are all those things that we are talking about. So is it better to have 20 persons working with rakes rather than have a larger machine to take it up very quickly and not put those people at risk? So those are the management implications of what we have to deal with. Next slide, please. So in response to that, and we have met a couple of times, there is an environmental committee of the Hotel and Tourism Association on which we are a member with the Department of Health, the Department of Public Works. We even have the delegate to Congress on it at times. And we've actually convened at least 2 meetings with the delegate to Congress to try and address this issue. From that, our very valuable partners in the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration helped fund the preparation of a blueprint. So we know we needed to have a management plan. but we didn't go straight to the management plan. We needed to find out first what was happening, what are we doing, how is it being responded to. So what we have now present at the moment, and is going to be presented by Ms. Dempsey, who did the work for us, is a foundational blueprint. So a skeleton. How do we move forward? Who needs to be at the table involved? Who needs to be involved to present this to prepare this management plan for its execution? So I'm going to leave it at that. The last slide is just something fun to say that there are still some beaches that are without impacts. Those two are in St. John, so please visit when you're ready. But just to say that more information is behind, and Ms. Roper will be more than capable. But my apologies, I will have to run. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marlon. Next up, Amy Dempsey from BioImpact.
Good morning, everyone, again. And my name is Amy Dempsey, and I have an environmental consulting firm, BioImpact, and I have been working in the Caribbean since the mid-'80s. So, and at that point in time, sargassum was something you used to go out, and when you find it, you'd be excited when you're offshore because you never know what little critters you found in it. So it was something wonderful. Now it has become a real problem. And just for, I think you've seen various, angles of this photograph. We took it of a drone. This is the Ritz-Carlton Club Beach. And this picture is from 2021. And this is not as bad as it got. It got a lot worse. It had actually at one time was almost 60 foot offshore and totally built up. And it really, it devastated. All the tourists left the hotel, and it was really something horrible. But we were fortunate enough to be able to work with DPNR, and we prepared the blueprint for sargassum management, where we can start as a basis of what we need to do in order to create a good management plan. Next slide, please. And one of the things is that, it used to just be a nuisance that happened every once in a while, but it's become a situation where it's not going to stop. It's going to get worse and worse going forward. And so it's really critical that we create good management plans. And in doing that, we can't do this as a knee-jerk reaction, because so many times, as we all know, you respond to something and we don't know the implications of those things happening, and we can end up in the long term causing more damage than good. Next slide, please. So as we started looking into all of this, and, we started finding a lot of anecdotal, information about it damaging seagrass and corals. And, I myself have seen it in the nearshore. In fact, in this photograph, as you see the sargassum going up, and it's over a very nearshore shallow shelf, there were both Acropora palmata and Severicornis on this small shelf, and it's gone. It was smothered, it was scoured off, and is no longer there because of the repeated inundations. But what's happening is our hotels are losing guests, our guest houses are losing guests, and people write about this. And so people decide not to come to St. Croix, not to come to St. Thomas, not to come to St. John, because they don't want to show up and find that, they can't go outside, they can't use the beach, because that's why people come to the Caribbean. Charter boat companies are losing guests. Charter fishermen taking people out, they're catching sargassum and not fish. It's getting tangled on the lines. Fishermen who catch fry to use are not being able to catch fry off the normal docks that they use. I right now live on Water Island in Sprat Bay, and we have people come in and catch fry off our dock sometimes because they can't find them anywhere else. So it's being a real impact on everyone, and it's impacting fishermen financially, it's impacting hotels financially, and it's also impacting us Caribbean wide, because it's killing our nearshore resources. Our corals are already so stressed from temperature impacts, from stony coral loss. And now suddenly, you know, we have this as well. So we're having like a triple whammy on the environment. And as we all know here, people come to the Caribbean for our beautiful resources. And when we lose those coastal resources, that's going to really damage us further economically. Next slide, please. Now, one of the things that we found, because, you know, as Marlon was saying, you know, they're really trying to limit how, you know, people clean up the sargassum to try to reduce impacts. And what most people are using, because of the massiveness of the inundation, as you'll see here on the bottom slide here, this is what, you know, the guys have raked up with a small machine. They're putting it, they're trying to shake out the sand, but we're throwing away so much sand. When we were just recently working on a wetland delineation over at the Anguilla landfill in St. Croix, we were walking in the inside of the mangroves and then suddenly come to these areas where they've been disposing of the sargassum in the landfill. And it was a huge amount of sand. And if you look up on the picture up here on the left, you can see right behind where there's a mangroves there's like a large white pile, like these piles of sand. That is sand that has come off beaches on St. Croix. The hotels are continually, they're having their beaches messed up. They're having their sand taken away, and then they have to turn around and buy sand, which is $300 a cubic yard spread. So yeah, and you can imagine, I mean, some hotels spent almost $1 million in a year cleaning up sargassum on their beaches. So when you look at this and then you're looking at having to spend almost another $1 million putting sand back, you know, you're like this, it's non-sustainable. Next slide, please. As part of the blueprint, we went out in the territory and tried to find the beaches that were most impacted most frequently. And let's be very clear, these are the ones that are impacted the most frequently, because as the winds and everything change, beaches that sometimes you would not expect to get hit, you know, will suddenly get a huge inundation. So we can't, you know, Marlon showed there's a few beaches that have never gotten hit, but most beaches get hit one time or another. Offshore keys get hit. And one of the things that, as a marine biologist, that I am super concerned about is that, you know, as we move forward with these management plans, you know, we're very concerned about, let's, you know, protect our hotels, let's protect these public beaches. But as we move forward with management, we have to protect those areas that are just natural areas that don't belong to anybody, that are, you know, that people don't think about having an economic interest in, because, you know, and so as we move forward with coming up with management, I want built into that a mechanism to be able to help protect those areas which are not, you know, considered hotels or tourist areas as well. But like I said, we found, you know, in St. Croix, the South Shore just gets slammed. And as you get farther down, we tried to go offshore and look at some of the other beaches, but the problem is, you know, our guess is there's a lot more impact on some of the western ends we're not seeing because they're not as populated and they're harder to get to. Next slide, please. And one of the things we've done as consultants is actually work on some ideas of trying to protect beaches. I mean, ideally, if we could keep sargassum offshore, it would be the best of all worlds. But one of the things that we really have to look at is it's not fair for me to keep it off my beach and just put it on yours. And that's super important. I mean, it would be, I have to tell you, it would be great if we put huge barriers offshore and just bypass the Virgin Islands, but then Puerto Rico. Yeah, we'll just send it downstream to you, and then you can send it downstream to, you know, Santo Domingo, and then we can send it down. But we've got to figure out a way to deal with it. And so what we've been trying to do with several of the hotels is actually direct it to one place to make it easier to clean up. And basically you're sacrificing a small area of your beach, but this is Ritz-Carlton Club. As you can see in the upper left-hand side, what happened is we found, okay, we've got the barriers. It's great. It's stopping the sargassum, but when the waves came, it would throw it around the end. And Karen showed a good picture earlier, as that we literally had to build basically a net that went well up past the mean high water to stop it from coming around. And then once we did that, it was fairly successful. But what we've done here is block off their beach. They can't have people come up in boats and pick up the guests anymore like they used to. And so we tried on another property, as you can see here, basically leaving something open, and we could actually figure out how to get, the sargassum for it would not be, we could leave an opening, but then the minute a boat comes through, it pulls the sargassum and you end up pretty much right back where you were. Next slide, please. But we went out because I think it was very important for us to look at what the general population's perception is and what the community is looking for. And so we put up on Facebook, and we did, a survey and tried to get people to respond. And we did have 211 people respond. And what was really nice, is that most of the people knew what sargassum was. They knew it was an algae. Most of them, had an idea that it was affecting not just us, but everyone else. But most people believed that the sargassum, of course, comes from the Sargassum Sea, and it's just coming down here and affecting us. Some people actually knew about the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt and knew that it was, it was coming from that area instead. But people had very split feelings about whether there was anything beneficial about sargassum or not. And we got some very strange, some people came up with some very strange idea. My favorite one was sargassum came from the devil. And I thought that was one of the better questions. But and one of the things we found is that 9 out of 10 of the people who actually responded to the survey said it has negatively affected them. But of course, these are people that are answering a sargassum survey. So obviously they probably do, would be someone who is in a field that would be impacted by sargassum. But what really was disturbing is that 1/4 of the people believed that their health had been impacted by sargassum. And this was something very important that Marlon pointed out, is that we found that so many of the people cleaning up the beaches, they have these guys out there, they're not wearing masks, they're not even wearing protective clothing, and they're spending all day with the sargassum. I don't know, your boat's sitting in a marina, and every piece of metal on your boat gets stained. Your boat's getting stained. You're breathing this stuff. People are starting to get, asthma from it. It is harmful to humans. That's one reason, the hotels have people leaving, because it's a noxious gas, and it can really, cause a problem. So we have to look at that and require that hotels, when you have workers out there, require the workers to have PPE. It's not fair for them, because these are, of course, are going to be your manual laborers. They're not going to be, executives out there, but we've got to protect the workers in sargassum. And one of the things that was disturbing is that most people felt that the government wasn't doing anything. Most people felt that, it was just kind of being left to chance. And I think that, is one of our biggest recommendations that came out of the blueprint, is we need to get a public information campaign, put up a website that anybody looking it up would go straight to and say, oh, here, this is what it is. This is what we're trying to do. But everybody knew that it was, or most people knew that it was a territorial wide program, and felt that we needed to create a management body that was a mix of hotels, scientists, and regulators. That way we could come up with the best plan that would address everyone's concern. Next slide, please. We also, as part of what we did, is reach out to key stakeholders. And And I have to say, this was a lot harder than we thought because there were a lot of people that were very nervous talking to us since we were doing a report for DPNR. And one of the things we found, and this is something that's very important, I think, for everybody in this room, is that, have you had any baby turtles show up in your sargassum? Oh no, never seen anything. No, not at all. And then talking to a young lady who just was trying to, I don't remember what it's about, but she goes, oh yeah, it was really cool. We were out there and we were finding these baby turtles and putting them in, in buckets and then carrying them back out. And, but of course, no one we interviewed that was raking their beaches or cleaning anything found anything in the sargassum because they were so afraid that if we said that if they said, oh yes, this is a problem, that they would be stopped from cleaning it up. So it really points to why it's so important that we come up with a plan and a management way to go forward with this, because it's just very critical. And one of the things that we talked a lot with TNC, because of course they've got their innovative coral lab, and what they're finding is that they could not collect the nearshore water at all when the sargassum came in, because it was at levels that would harm the corals. So just like what was said earlier, is the water, it's causing problems with the water quality. And so, fishermen are telling us that they were catching less. And a hotel in St. Croix was saying, a marina operator said that they had spent $200,000 on cleanup. But like I said, there are hotels that spent closer to $1 million in a year. Next slide, please. I don't want to get too long here. And basically, what we concluded with the blueprint is that we really need to formalize and have a comprehensive management plan. And it's got to be developed by a agency and stakeholders to make it so it will address everybody's needs. We need a regional permit for this. We need to develop a permit with the stakeholders, with the agencies. That way we can say, okay, you can put out booms. If you have seagrass, this is how you have, this is how you have to approach it. This is the monitoring you have to do. This is the maintenance you have to do. But we desperately need that, because you have hotels, I'm just gonna say like Margaritaville, which I don't know if any of you have seen, they have no beach anymore because they bulldoze it all up trying to pick up their sargassum. But because there's not a structure and they're scared to try to go through and get a permit, they haven't done anything. So one of the things I truly believe, and what we felt from looking at this, we need to try to figure out a way to keep sargassum offshore, because it does so much damage when it gets there. Or if we could collect it offshore, but then we've got to worry about the animals in it. And one of the things that we found in all the research is that it's got heavy metals in it. It's salty. I mean, using it as a fertilizer, you need to look at those things, because the last thing you want to do is be salting the earth and putting heavy metals into it. But what is very important is that we realize this is something we need to start putting in every permit we do, just like we do with climate change of resiliency. We've got to add sargassum because it's not going anywhere. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Next up, we have Ricardo Colom from DNER.
Good morning. Can I share my screen, or do you guys have the presentation?
Ricardo, you can share your screen.
Okay. Okay. So good morning, all of you. Thank you, Elena, for the invitation. I tried to make a really brief presentation that will focus on how we in Puerto Rico, particularly in the Department of Natural and Environmental Resources, are trying to deal with sargassum. And basically, the way that we have worked, particularly in this year, is by writing a protocol or a guidance document that is based on an original guidance document that was written in 2015 originally. In Puerto Rico, this was a year that extreme inundation events basically started, and the public and the agency really started to get worried. So, excuse me, let me change. So, of course, this document has all of the background, ecological background of sargassum, and the legal aspects of what it's entitled for the management aspects. We had also very extreme events in 2018 and 2021, and of course, in between those years, we also had important events. But in 2023, we had another very extreme, or at least we expected to have a very extreme season. So we basically rewrote the protocol, focusing on management and monitoring strategies. So what can we do? What tools can we develop for ourselves that can help us deal with sargassum management in the whole island? Thinking that we have tourist areas like you have presented before, like I've seen on the presentations before, where we have hotels that are being impacted, and marinas, but we also have fishermen communities. We also have bioways. We have just basically other many types of economic backgrounds and communities that are being impacted by sargassum, and also many types of different ecosystems, not just sandy beaches. So we try to develop a management tool that will help us deal with this very complex scenario for the whole island. We basically use the same approach that is being used in the Caribbean to try and determine whether it's a light impact, a moderate impact, or an extreme impact. We use that in a protocol that will require first a report from the impacted community or the impacted hotel or the fisherman or the marina. We will go, the agency will send people that are trained based on this protocol to evaluate the condition based on three criteria, which are quantity, impact of that quantity, and impact includes the protocol is in Spanish. The table, of course, is in Spanish also. But for those of you that cannot read Spanish, we're considering ecological impacts, social impacts, and economic impacts, and public health impacts. When we use that criteria of impact, particularly. And then the third criteria is geographic extension. So how is it a very limited area? Is it a broad area? Are there any changes between, if it's a broad area, are there any changes? Sometimes we have shallow bays combined with sandy beach. So we need to basically determine that complexity in order to try and develop a management strategy. From this evaluation, we establish a condition, which is what I mentioned. If the condition will be if it's light, moderate, or extreme. This is the sheet that we use in our evaluations. We use a numeric scale to help us facilitate that evaluation. It is a qualitative evaluation. It is not a quantitative evaluation. But we assign the numeric scales because, like I mentioned, the island of Puerto Rico is very large, and I mean, for us is large for in terms of the capacity that we have as the agency, and we will have multiple evaluators. We will have people in the west side. We will have people basically south, west, and east, which are the most impacted areas. And we want to make sure that somehow we acquire congruent results. So we assign a numeric value to each of the criterias based on very specific qualitative conditions. It's the sargassum, as the colleague from St. Thomas showed, the sargassum is just a little bit just dispersed, that it will get a low numeric value. And then so on. If it's more accumulated, if it shows mounds, if it's already rotten, the color, if it's has a long extension, then we will have a higher numeric value. The numeric value goes from 1 to 3, and of course, a 3 in each criteria will give you a value, a sum value of 9. And that will be the most extreme case. We have already field tested this approach with very different observers. We go to an area that is already affected, and when we go and do the evaluation, the people that we are training, we ask them, does this look like a 2 to you, or like a 3, or like a 1? And it's really impressive how congruent the observations are. So in the case that we have extreme or near extreme cases, that those places are, of course, given management priority and monitoring priority. And depending on the condition, that we have management suggestions or management approaches. Even if the site has the lowest value, very light impact, but there was a report made that the lowest possible suggestion, management suggestion that we will have is keep monitoring, because the idea was to create a protocol and a management approach that will be event-based. So very important. We have places that we know could be impacted heavily by sargassum, and we go and evaluate. We receive a report. We go and evaluate, and then we go there, and it's not sargassum. It's another algae. It's another organic material. For example, if we have a sandy beach that is near shore seagrass bed, then we usually have mounds of Thalassia seagrass, of Syringodium seagrass, and this is a very important distinction that we need to make. We try and explain to people it needs to be brown. It cannot be green at any moment, right? Sargassum is a brown algae. It's never green, and we are only focusing on management of sargassum, and only focusing on management of extreme or near extreme sargassum inundation events, particularly if they are impacting not only ecological aspects, but also public health and economic aspects. So if we have an area that is extremely impacted, is a hotel, or is a tourism area, is a public beach that is very visited, or in the case of the eastern shore or the southwest shores, that we have bioluminescent bays that are basically mangrove lagoons, shallow lagoons that are have a restricted tidal access that is associated with another crescent-shaped bay. Then those places are given definitely given priority, and in terms of monitoring, but also in terms of sargassum management approaches. In the case that we have an extreme value. For example, as you see in the uh, uh, down left corner of the slide, you're seeing Las Croabas Bay. And Las Croabas Bay is in Fajardo, Puerto Rico. And this is the crescent-shaped bay that is associated with one of our most visited bioluminescent bays, which is basically an economic motor for the town of Fajardo in Puerto Rico. It's highly visited. It's a bioluminescent bay that is world famous, and the tidal exchange from the lagoon occurs through this bay. So during an inundation event, for example, you see in the picture 2021 event, there's a lot of sargassum accumulated, and when that tidal exchange occurs, all of that sargassum goes into the bay because of the limited tidal entrance at the mangrove area. That sargassum it's really difficult to get the sargassum out. So when we have these situations, the protocol also states that we need to develop a specific shorter management approach for that particular area. So we have the protocol written for Puerto Rico, which is basically based on report, evaluation, and then a management approach based on that evaluation. But in the case of extreme events that are recurring, that we know that the area is regularly impacted, then we recommend the development of a specific plan. It could be only a couple of pages. It doesn't need to be a whole new document. We already know the basic of sargassum management. We just need to do what it's going on in there and how we are going to approach it. For this area, we have another specific plan that includes another thing that I've seen in other presentations, a floating barrier to get the sargassum offshore, to maintain the sargassum offshore. But we also have the plan to acquire, and we have already basically started that plan to acquire specific machinery that we think could help in the collection of sargassum before it enters the biobay. And this is definitely something that is a challenge, right? Most of these machines are usually designed either for freshwater or for very calm seas. I know that a lot of places in the Caribbean are learning and have acquired this machinery in the past with mixed results. For us to acquire this kind of machinery, sometimes it takes years, the administrative process. So while this learning process is occurring, our administrative process is also occurring. So I just wanted to mention that because probably it's a situation that is shared by other places and other colleagues, and this is definitely something that we are experiencing in Puerto Rico. And for example, these two machines are on their way, specifically to work here in Las Croabas in the biobay entrance. So we have more of a learning process, then we can share that with you. And of course, we are also learning a lot from our colleagues. And in the protocol, even that our evaluations are mainly qualitative because of capacity, of the agency capacity, and the quickness that we need to do these evaluations. But we have a lot of addendums that are specific methodologies for quantitative monitoring. There's Sarga Adapt Good Practice Series, guide series, are something that we recommend that we have used in the past that provide specific methods to quantitatively have, for example, a measurement of volume of weight, specifically for places that can be monitored over time with the same approach. We also already use drones So we have also adapted this the protocol for drones, so we can have a more an approach that can be shared by other places in the Caribbean, so we can share data and learn from each other. Of course, there's a
I'm sorry.
lot.
Apologies, Ricardo, but we're running behind schedule and we have one more presentation. I really want to make sure people have enough time to ask questions.
This is my last slide.
Thanks.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I'll be here for the discussion.
Apologies, Ricardo, but thank you so much for that great presentation. But I know that there are going to be many questions, so I really want to give people enough time to ask all the questions that they would like to ask. Final presentation will be Andres Bisono and Christopher Walker, SOS Carbon.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Good morning. Team, do you mind if I share screen so I can pass the slides faster and hopefully, allow for the
I will make you a
discussion?
co-host so you can share your screen.
Amazing. Thank you. Well, as we start, thank you, the council, Elena, for having us and putting this important discussion together. We're very privileged and honored to be here with you this morning. With that said, sorry, I'm controlling the screen. Give me a second. Awesome. So as I mentioned, as mentioned, my name is Andres. I lead SOS Carbon. We're a spin-out from the Mechanical Engineering Department at MIT. And again, very pleased to be with you all this morning. As we have all mentioned and touched on, sargassum is indeed a problem, at least when it starts making its path to the shoreline and then makes landfall in the beaches, not only affecting the tourism, the local ecosystem, human health, but it affects us all. This is a picture of Dominican Republic. And again, it speaks to the magnitude of the problem. Also, some of us touch on, other issues that it has been causing, like, for example, to energy generation, power generation, or desalination plants. And this is not just a case of US territories, but also in the Dominican Republic, for example, at least 4 other plants see the same problems. And also, as many touch on, the topic here is as well how we can prevent sargassum from making landfall, or at least reaching a point that we know it will have consequences. Sorry about that. So that we know it will have consequences. With that said, the other problem we must ask ourselves, and again as brought, is how we can prevent the use of heavy machinery on the beaches that we know cause beach erosion and affect the ecosystem on those areas. So how we started working around sargassum at MIT, one of the first things we took on ourselves was to analyze the local context. And one thing we came across, well, apart from sargassum, and indeed how it affects also the local coastal communities, but it's also the resources that we have in common. Here is just one spot around Punta Cana in Dominican Republic, in which, again, in this one location, we have all these artisanal vessels. That's how we got into our littoral collection module system. It is a hardware that we mount onto these local vessels or artisanal vessels, and it allows us to turn these vessels into high-capacity harvesters. Each vessel having a capacity of up to 70 tons per day. The essence here is to have, skim the waters and collect the seaweed in a constant process. So once the nets are full, then we will drop them in a specified location at which they're retrieved, and then the vessel continues the operation nonstop as required. Here you can see kind of a step-by-step. So again, as we navigate the boat, the nets get filled. Once filled in a point of transfer, then we utilize some kind of machinery based on that context to just lift the bags and be dumped or deposited in some other form of equipment in just one single area to not affect the entire coastline. Here's what I was referring as a constant process. In this case, we took a time shot of the operation as at the time happened that the ground operation was going slower than water collection. And these are the many efficiencies that also we have developed to be able to have a ongoing chain. But more importantly, through this process, we also integrate the coastal communities, the local fishermen, many of which have been the most affected not only by sargassum, but climate change in general. So we integrate them. We have empowered 80 fishermen throughout the Caribbean. We formally employ them through, if not the entire year, at least through the sargassum season. And we have also taught them ways to, for example, building our own equipment that we utilize for the management. And now referring to how we, make sure we don't have detrimental effects on the coastal ecosystem. Speaking to turtles, for example, our team is trained to be on the lookout as we collect sargassum, to be, constantly watching that there are no species around so that we can, successfully catch only the sargassum and no bycatch. We have also put procedures in which when we go to try sargassum, we also check everything to make sure, again, there hasn't been any type of bycatch. And again, we are so honored to be here with you all today because we really like to work together as an ecosystem, putting in place the best practices. In the Dominican Republic, we have the only environmental permit to harvest the sargassum in the ocean and provide a proper management throughout the cycle. And this is, as Sydney from New Lab explained earlier, what we're going through in Puerto Rico at the time to, again, work with the local leaders, agencies, to make sure we are together deploying the best method and practice. With that said, we are already in 3 territories. In the Dominican Republic, we started operations in 2020. In Antigua and Barbuda, 2022. This year, we doubled the capacity of the deployed systems. We already have equipment on the way to Mexico to be deployed early 2024. And again, looking towards now Puerto Rico, we were last week meeting the local leaders to really make these possible early next year. And briefly, as also was covered, what's important here is not just how we can properly mitigate sargassum, but also, the supply chain that we can establish all the way from the harvesting to the transfer of the sargassum to allow new industries to be developed. Here in the Dominican Republic, we have already shipped sargassum to more than 10 countries, including the US, and as far as Finland, with a container-sized loads, we have shipped 6 containers so far. and we already have 6 more locked and coming. And again, this can be really turned from a crisis into opportunities. Obviously, again, well managed and working together with experts on the different areas. So we can go from sargassum invasions to management, to then processing. Us internally, we're working on a biostimulant, and then even all the way to carbon credits. Because another point, as you all know, is that when sargassum makes landfall, it rots and then releases back carbon and methane. And this has been proven to be, viable industries. The biostimulant alone, having an estimated value by 2030 to be $1.8 billion. Again, we're very pleased to be here with you all today, and we are grateful for all the support throughout the Caribbean. And also our partners. So far, we work with more than 30 organizations, around 10 of which are local academia. And many of us might ask, I'm finishing up, wrapping up now, but many of us might ask, what's the support you have received from the local fishermen? And I will tell you the same thing we tell everyone, because has been also a shocking experience. They are the ones that are the most committed to making this happen and to scale. They really see the benefits they can have, not only because, again, they're mitigating something that affects them, but also because they're in great appetite for formal opportunities. Again, climate change have been affecting them from reduction in species for them to catch and eat from. So this is something also we must consider. And in our operations, we have had the support from many international leaders, all the way from the UK ambassador to ex-president Figueres from Costa Rica. So very eager to also have you all either in one of the territories that we already worked in, or in Puerto Rico, again, when we get to deploy. Thank you very much, and here I'm leaving my email. Again, looking forward to collaborating further.
I would like to thank each and every one of our speakers today. Every single presentation was fantastic, very informative, flowed beautifully, and I would like to take the opportunity to now open the floor to questions. Sorry? So for those of you that do not have a microphone, we have a few chairs up front. You can go sit there so it's easier for you to speak through the microphones. And sorry about that. Okay. So I promised Vance. Okay. Okay. So Vance had a question. He had a question in the beginning. I promised him he was going to get the first question. So Vance, thank you.
She nodded, so she answered my question that yes, that there is a way to get a permit under highly emergency situations, like highly intense accumulations of sargassum, which impair the designated uses of shorelines and the water column. So I think that's been answered, right? You want to expand on that?
Okay. Oh, do I have to? There we go. I'll expand a little bit. We do have emergency permitting procedures. We first have to determine that it's a true emergency. A lot of times these are things that people know about. I mean, an example. I still haven't seen an application for the water intake that the emergency was declared for. It's been over a year since that's happened. And so could be that that comes back and then, is that truly an emergency, or did they have, a couple of years to prepare for that? But there are a lot of cases where there are emergencies. What we're really trying to do through that regional general permit is to make better decisions. When we work under our emergency procedures, we still reach out to the National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the other agencies that we partner with. And we say, what are your recommendations? What can you add to this? What are your conservation measures? But instead of having time and resources and being able to reach out to their counterparts, they usually have a very finite time, like maybe 24 hours to respond, and then we issue. So the conservation recommendations aren't going to be as solid or well thought out. So really that's why we're trying to implement something like a regional general permit where all agencies can, under their regulatory authorities, determine what is necessary to move forward with these types of projects, but still to conserve the resources to the best of our ability.
Yeah, thank you. And one more, and I will stop speaking. I can go forever. But anyhow, I can see that locally there has been a lot of well thought alternatives, short term in a way, and consultants like BioImpact and like Emmy Dempsey and others are well aware about the process of applying for a permit, which is avoiding, minimizing, and compensating, as well as the implementation of US EPA 404B1 guidelines. And I'm very happy with what I have seen and their efforts. But my question is, maybe I came a little bit late, so it might have been discussed, but has there been any significant effort in the proposed actions of removal, transforming, as an alternative to avoid impacts inshore? And like Amy suggested and has included as an alternative is keeping it offshore, therefore keeping that sargassum performing its ecological functions as habitat for sea turtle, hatchlings, and pelagic fish and whatnot. And if there's a situation that the sargassum needs to be removed, has it been evaluated too? How to return all that biomass and nutrients back into the ocean? Because we're removing biomass and nutrients from the ocean. So from a wide ecosystem perspective, that would be a form of avoidance. And I don't know where there has been any discussion on that alternative. And that's my last question.
I'll just answer it. In terms of the U.S. Virgin Islands, when Director Hibbert talked, one of the big goals is to come up with a territory-wide sargassum management plan, and that's one of the steps mentioned in the, extensively in the blueprint. I'm going to turn the microphone over to you because you seem like you've done the most coordination in Puerto Rico. So that is a goal, definitely. That is something that we want to look at here more in the Virgin Islands and to do exactly what you're mentioning. But you can probably speak more to what's happening in Puerto Rico.
Yes, we had some meetings, workshop with local and state agencies in Puerto Rico, and it was discussed, for example, the option of sargassum disposal on the ocean. That was one, if that's what you're referring to. I talked with the EPA, and they what they mentioned is that there is a lot of questions that need to be answered in order to they give a permit for that. So they suggested to maybe that they will be able to provide like a scientific permit. So they suggested to have maybe a research program to addressing those specific questions, like how sargassum will behave when it gets sink, where it will move, what are the impacts on the benthic ecosystems, etc. So a lot of questions, and they suggested that need to be conducted in order for them to provide permits for that.
Thank you.
Okay, Miguel, you have a question?
I'm the messenger for a question that was put together by fishers and some people, but when do we call sargassum garbage and when do we call it essential fish habitat? And second is, if I'm interested in removing sargassum, do I have to deal with the federal government or the local government for a permit? For example, one company is interested in looking at the incidental catches of all the species that are important to the ecosystem when I remove sargassum. So it seems that when we remove sargassum, either we remove sand or we remove something that is valuable outside. And they are interested, this panel, probably we can discuss it. When is the time that I need that permit? And what is considered essential fish habitat? And what is considered garbage? And the other thing is that, garbage for some people is a treasure for others. And this is something that has been discussed throughout the Caribbean through many years. The other part that they want is to remind everybody that sargassum can be toxic, so you don't drop it any place that you think. And anyway, those are the questions that they gave to me for the group. Thank you.
Amy Dempsey, BioImpact. I think the most important thing is we need to find a way to valuize this, to make it, to come up with a way that it becomes economically viable to do any of this, because it does not necessarily have to be garbage. And yes, there's bycatch in it when you pick it up, no matter, whether it comes ashore and it dies or whether you take it up offshore. I mean, this is why it has to have everybody involved. But we've been able to get kind of like what you're saying with scientific permits is how we've done the work we've done with the hotels is we basically got trial permits because we're studying it, moving it around, see what we have to do with the curtains. But, if we could keep, when it's offshore, it has a valuable to creatures. So we need to figure out maybe if there's a way we could do that wholesale.
Okay. Anybody else want to elaborate a little more on that?
Yeah, I'll just echo Amy's response and say we agree. We think, and that's that transition between being viable habitat and being essentially waste on the beach is what we're trying to target with SOS Carbon, collecting from the nearshore environment. So doing our best to get that sargassum once it's stopped being essential habitat and right before it makes landfall, and actually capture that at the point where hasn't degraded, it's still very valuable to extract the most useful compounds and create those downstream opportunities to make the collection and the management economically viable, and also to prevent some of those environmental and health impacts once the sargassum actually lands. So that's our perspective as well.
Thank you, Sydney. So we are running out of time, but we have 3 questions left. I'll go with Roberto. Okay, Roberto, Senai, Graciela, and Julian. And I think with that, unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap it up.
Roberto Sabater. What are the uses of this sargassum once it's picked up? Animal feed, fertilizer, I don't know. What other use is there that can be produced to produce money and industries?
So in addition to those that you named, Andres put up a great chart that shows many of the other products that are being created. Those include bioplastics, they include textiles, the intermediate compounds like alginates can be used to create emulsifiers. Fucoidins, other compounds that can be extracted, can be used in the pharmaceutical industry. There have been some studies that they're useful for actually treating things like Alzheimer's and brain cancer. There are the creation of biofuels, which I know the Department of Energy is exploring. So there's really a very, very wide variety of products. This is something that we researched, more than 20 different products that can be created all along this spectrum. So it's just a matter of being able to make those at a scaled production that they're economically viable. So that's our looking at the entire value chain, making that a process that can make sense in terms of cost to produce and be able to compete with the synthetic alternatives that exist today. but happy to send you some research on all the different products that we identified.
Thank you, Sydney. Sinai?
Thanks, Helena. Sinai Haptis for the record. So I just one quick comment and then a couple of questions that we can use to think about and continue discussions. First, while I agree it is wonderful to create value-added incentives for doing this, at present, there are no scalable market solutions for using sargassum in a way that would create value-added intentions and create economies. Until we are at that point, it is very difficult to implement that in a way that creates revenue from collection activities. We, as a group of management agencies in a room, have a serious problem impacting a region. The biggest issue is when it gets onshore or into nearshore areas, right? That is when we see harm to native ecosystems and the fisheries that we manage, as well as massive detrimental losses to the economy and problems with tourism. What I still have not heard clearly and need help understanding is what are the steps and information that we need to understand from research to create a way to better manage either collection or mitigation that stops that problem from happening currently, right? We, in my opinion, are still at least 5 years out from getting to a point where we could create a value-added chain that provides money that would revenue collection of this stuff in the US Caribbean. So in that interim time period, we still have a large problem with it washing up on shore. Is there ways that we can create management and policy that fits in both federal and territorial current existing rules and regulations that would allow collections at the point beyond which it is EFH, meaning near shore enough that it is going to cause, say, a HAB, a harmful algal bloom, or detrimental effects to important fisheries or essential fish habitat, where we can allow collections and then get into a standpoint of either putting it back offshore or depositing it somewhere that is not onshore, because we simply don't have capabilities for that in small island areas like the US Caribbean. So what I think would be useful with all of us in the room is identifying what information we need to get, what research needs to be done for us to get the information that would allow us to do those things.
You have just articulated one of the top questions that I have had, and the reason why we put this whole panel discussion together. Thank you very much for that. I don't know if there is a one answer to that. I will let the panel give in their, weigh in on that question. So we'll give them a few minutes.
It seems like Ricardo from DNER might be the best person to speak to this if he's still on the phone, since through their plan they investigated things.
I'm here. Can you please repeat the question?
Sinai, can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. So Ricardo, what I'm trying to get a better handle on is what management strategies you guys are currently using for, say, nearshore in water collection and disposal, and what is the process that DNER is using that connects all federal and territorial management needs to protect that from happening, either stopping it from getting onshore and causing detrimental harm to the ecosystems, or removal in a nearshore habitat before it becomes costly and detrimental?
Yes, all of them. It's gonna depend on the site. Going back to the example that I mentioned in my presentation in Las Croabas, for example, we have a lot of crescent-shaped bays that are the most affected because are the ones that accumulate the sargassum the most. And of course, a very viable solution in there will be to maintain the sargassum offshore by using floating barriers. But then we have the situation where these floating barriers, we really need to think about where we put them, because if we put them we could be risking accumulating the sargassum right on top of a reef or right on top of a seagrass bed. which are, essential fish habitats and critical habitats, and that will really create a situation where we need to think, which is exactly what happened to us in Las Croabas, where a floating barrier will really help. So fortunately, we have a lot of tools. We have a lot of really fantastic benthic habitat maps created by NOAA for at least for the Northeast, which is where our work is concentrated. And we have all of the bathymetric information. So using all of that, I mentioned that in these cases, we need to prepare a specific plan for the site because each place is different. So in that specific plan, we chose an area where we know, based on our desktop exercise, where we know that a floating barrier could be located and the sargassum will be accumulated over a mud flat, for example, a mud bottom is what I meant. For example, where the impact will be less than over a seagrass bed, for example. And then collection is the second phase, right? Because these floating barriers have a limit, or we redirect the sargassum to another place. So collection the same is very important. So we focus first on acquiring the means to perform in-water collection by our own capacity, by the agency capacity, not depending on a third party. And then we can think about the floating barriers. And again, this is very specific for a site. Of course, there are many places that can benefit from stopping the sargassum from reaching off to the shore. But my experience with just working on this one site is that it's expensive. It does not guarantee a success. And at this point for us, it's almost experimental. It's experimental with very a positive hope, right, of the outcomes, because we know that in other places this has occurred. And in the case of specifically to Las Croabas, the situation, like I mentioned, is a bioway, and there's a lot of economic activity in there. So, of course, our agency is slow. Sometimes processes take many months or even years. So people have already put floating barriers of their own. They have acquired like oil management barriers, and they have put this, and I've seen this, and I know it works really well, at least in protecting the bioway, from protecting the sargassum to reaching the inner lagoon. The benthic habitat below that barrier hasn't been evaluated, but there could be an impact. So it's a complex issue.
Thank you, Ricardo. Graciela?
So I think I heard that there is a way of predicting when the sargasso will come. Is there a way of predicting how much we will get in any one times? And the reason why I'm asking this is because if it's coming in and it's picking up the spawn from the spawning aggregations of fish in Eastern Africa, for example, it will eventually come here. So we will be getting species that are not local, but that will find most likely a very nice habitat here to settle. And we do have, thanks to the commercial fisheries of La Parguera, evidence of an Eastern Atlantic boxfish that was eaten by a grouper of La Parguera a couple of years ago. So we know that they are here, and we know that they can find a very good habitat. So if we can predict when they come, the entrainment of that spawn might also give us some insight into, what can we expect in terms of the movement of these fish.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and really an important one. I think presently we're showing that it is possible to think several months out. I think that the kind of questions that you're asking are exactly the next level questions in terms of, you know, the kind of sophistication and detail that you would bring in data simulative capabilities and so on that might allow us to track some of these features and some of the trajectories a little bit more carefully and ask the questions that you're asking. So I think the fact that we've been able to show that it is possible to think ahead with the level of information we have does give us hope that we could do more. So I would say it's a something to put on the list as an action item to consider. Good question.
Thank you, Dr. Werner. Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. What I'm not hearing here today is how are we educating the public about how toxic this sargassum is? And the reason I say so, I'll use a very small example is in my town, my fishing town, which is very small, we get some big blooms that come in, and in order for the fishers to leave with their small boats, they have to remove it. I had 3 of my fishers that got very sick with rashes. Actually, one of them up to this day, 5 months later, is still, his legs are still sick with the rash. And I think the public needs to understand how toxic this is. And in order to be dealing with it or to work on it, they need to have the proper PPEs, personal protective equipment on. So, and you know, even to the tourists coming in and going to our beaches, and if there's large blooms in the beaches, they need to also understand that they can be impacted from the sargassum. So I haven't heard much about that today, and I think that's, you know, I understand the removal and what we're going to do with it and the effects on the ecosystem and all of that, but for the health side of it, I'm not hearing much about that today. Thank you.
Elena, if you don't mind me taking part of that answer, SOS Carbon here.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So on our end, obviously biased, but our proposal is to, or the reason why we insist so much in ocean harvesting is to also address the same point that was just brought up, which is, you know, the detrimental effects that it has on the coastal communities. One, it makes landfall. Once it rots on the beaches. And thus, you know, we have also seen that handling the sargassum while fresh not only again allow us to transform it later and obtain some value from it or whatever is left over, right? If we know for sure it will make landfall, but also again to prevent issues of the personnel, the fishermen handling the seaweed. You know, looking forward to connect and helping, you know, with a more concrete plan and terms on what we have been doing throughout the Caribbean.
Thank you, Andres. We had one question in the chat. Ernesto? If you still want to ask your question.
Yes, hello. Yeah. I've been having technical difficulties, but yes, I was just thinking about the issue that Vance brought to the table, which is what are the benefits or inputs of nutrients that could be critical for certain types of organisms, marine organisms. That's apart from the fact that obviously there is a huge interest for commercialization of sargassum, and also for apart from the fact that there is a potential for health impacts for humans. You know, however, thinking about Ricardo's intervention, My point of view as a scientist would be to allow or to think about intercepting sargasso only into certain areas which are of imminent priorities. Interception of sargasso at a large scale, I would still see it as a possibility, but we further need to have certain knowledge or develop certain knowledge about the function of sargasso towards the general ecosystems. For example, we know that sargasso may impact seagrasses, but the disappearance of seagrasses at certain spots might not be so damaging in terms of habitats. We know seagrasses might be has a certain variability, spatial variability in certain areas. Now, the same with mangroves in Puerto Rico. We, at least in the area that I study, we haven't seen, for example, mangrove effects on mangroves related to sargasso impacts. So perhaps some of those brown waters that are derived from sargasso decomposition in certain areas may provide some nutrients to certain areas far away from the sargasso. I just think that there is plenty to research, to do plenty of space to do research, and there are certain questions that still need to be answered. And that's about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vance had, so, okay. So yeah, so we only have 5 more minutes. I just want to take a moment, see if there's anybody else who has not yet asked a question. If they have a question, anybody online, if anybody online would like to ask a question. And if not, go ahead.
I just wanted to get a little clarification, and this might have to do with what Sinai was asking and then kind of related to what Ricardo was saying. So in Puerto Rico, I know you mentioned that there are some difficulties with some of the boats that harvest offshore. Have you actually used them there, or are you just actually studying it in other locations?
Yes, just what we learned from other locations. Our boats are on their way, basically, still. Like I mentioned, it's not only management capacity that we're dealing with, it's also administrative capacity. Sometimes these type of purchases can take a long time. And during this time, we have learned from other places that have a lot more flexibility in acquiring this equipment and actually using them. And we have learned, for example, that the one of the boats that we acquired is really not suitable for offshore. It's which is fine, right, for us, because we're not actually right now doing, like I mentioned, I keep going back to the specific site of Las Croabas and Laguna Grande, which is the biobay. And this is not an offshore site by any means. This is a highly, very calm area, protected by an offshore reef. It's seawater. It's not an estuary site, but it's very protected in terms of waves, right? So we are still hopeful that this will work very well. I think I saw Mariana. Raise her. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I would like to add that what I have seen, at least for my research in Puerto Rico, now that I learn a little bit more about what is happening in the U.S. Virgin Islands, I see that there's a lot of things in common. And it looks like we, in order for these actions, management actions to take place and to get the permits to get those management actions in place, the agencies need data to then give the permit. So I see that this is just a back and forward, that it is not merely that we need. What I want to say basically is that maybe we can keep the conversation later in the lunch or something, but to put steps, the following steps, in order to clarify what exactly what data we need in terms of the agencies, what is requesting, and then to look also at the needs of the stakeholders and people that want to implement those actions, because not everything comes from the government. It's not only the actions that come from the Department of Natural and Environmental Resources. There are other entities that also want to implement, and maybe we can use that maybe do partnerships to help getting the data that we need at the same time that we clarify the permits and all the regulatory process that is needed. So yeah, I think we need to keep the conversation going, and maybe we can do it later at the lunch.
Absolutely agree. And thank you for that, Mariana. That's a great segue to my final question. Unfortunately, we have to wrap it up, but I would like to close by asking if there are any final recommendations for the council. And I think, Miguel, you have some.
Yeah, not a final recommendation, but if you can prepare a proposal in 4 days and submit it to us, we can submit it to the IRA. The Inflation Reduction Act, they have a lot of money, and I talked to Mariana a little bit about it. I talked to Zenaida and Ricardo, and we think, and we're waiting for this panel, by the way. Thank you for all participants. A lot of good information. And I would like to congratulate Ricardo. Countries around the Caribbean are copying Puerto Rico's management plan for managing sargassum. And the CARICOM is really working on this very, very, very hard. They're trying to monetize, industrialize the sargassum. And they have all kinds of problems. They have people from New Zealand coming in to tell you how difficult it is, but it's doable. But anyway, it's just that IRA, Dr. Marta Prada is in charge. And you can contact her. You can think about a proposal for a 3-year proposal that would address the issues of data collection, for example. Something that I have that you mentioned here, that address the connection between the socioeconomy and the fishers and the industry and the people that deals with tourism. That will be something that could be considered under this proposal. Also, you can touch about EAJ. I keep saying EAJ, I forgot the whole acronym, but it's environmental justice. And Graciela is always telling me, this is a good one for environmental justice. So if you can combine all that, please contact Marta Prada, Dr. Marta Prada, or Graciela is right here. It's easier because it's right here, but Marta is on virtual, participating virtually. This money has to be submitted to National Marine Fisheries Service by the end of this month. The main proposal has to be fully prepared by the council. It will be Graciela and Gianni. But we need to have, let's say, 3 or 5 pages of proposals that could say, this is what I want to address, following the priorities listed under IRA. And this is the cost for 3 years. And then you need to submit the full proposal no later than the end of January 31st, 2024. And the time frame is January 1st, 2024 through the end of 2026, 31st, 2026. So we can address issues related to the data. We always need data. But I learned yesterday with Dr. Warner that either you have data or an opinion. Then he sent me a paper. Sometimes you have to have an opinion, and then you go with the data. Here we have the need for everything. And the good proposal could be a joint effort, something that Mariana named, a joint effort between the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, putting together for the U.S. Caribbean. The government can have their own proposal, you can make it. And the other thing that they mentioned is that the private industry is also invited to participate, because many of these things here cannot be done by one single agency, not one single industry. So anyway, enough said, because otherwise the chairman is going to hit me in the head for the time. But please contact Marta Prada if you can think about something that you can prepare. I told you Dr. Aptes is working on a proposal for the US Virgin Islands related to things that can be funded by the IRA. Thank you, Elena. I need to thank Elena because she is the one who came with this idea. And then, what's the name of your boss? And Jennifer Shaw was graciously accepted to send it over here. And if you work for NOAA, you know that to travel from point A to point B, you need to have a lot of permits. And yeah, but she thought that it was a good opportunity and it was a need to discuss it. So we are gracious for that. Thank you, Elena.
No, thank you, Miguel. And once again, thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to cut it. But as Mariana said, let's keep the conversation going maybe during lunchtime. And I'm really grateful for that idea of the proposal. There's a lot of questions regarding data gaps and bycatch studies. So definitely something that we will hopefully be following up on. So once again, thank you. And I will not take any more time with the council. Sorry.
Thank you, everyone.
Elena. Thank you to the
Thank you.
presenter. The very good work, very good presentations, and great discussions. So we're gonna take like a 5 or 10 minute break, but I'm gonna cut it real quick because we have some pending agenda items to catch up on. Thanks. So break. Estoy- ¿Ah? Sí, después de eso. Sí. ¿Puedo empezar? ¿Mm? Sí, ya. ¿Puedo empezar, Cristina? Okay, we're gonna get going again. And I'm really sorry, but I have to push back the tropical seaweed presentation a little later again. So right now we're gonna go with Maria Lopez with the draft auction paper on modification to the Red Hind seasonal closure in St. Croix to address pelagic fishing.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, good morning. I'm going to be giving this presentation. This is Sarah's presentation, but I'm going to be giving it for her. So bear with me if there's anything that it's not super clear, but we got this. Okay, so this is a proposed modification to the Red Hind seasonal closure in St. Croix to address fishing for pelagic species. So this presentation is based on a draft options paper that it's in your briefing book. So everything that is going to be included in this presentation comes for the briefing book. For additional reference, please go to that document. Okay, next slide, please. So these are the sections that are included in the options paper. In this presentation, we're not gonna go through everything, only the things that are marked with an asterisk. So that will be the management history of the Red Hind Grouper spawning aggregation area east of St. Croix. We're gonna talk a little bit about vertical zoning and also potential options for modifying the Red Hind seasonal closure of Langbank. So the idea here is like, if you, as I said, if you want a little bit more detail, I encourage you to go to the options paper. So the next slide will summarize aspects of some of these topics that are included there. Next slide. Some background information. The Red Hind spawning aggregation area closure east of St. Croix was established in 1993. Under the final rule for Amendment 2 to the Reef Fish FMP of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, which was effective November 15, 1993. The area was located at the extreme end of Langbank, that's the figure that you can see there, which is 16 kilometers east of St. Croix, on a 30 to 35 meter deep spur and groove reef located several kilometers from the shelf edge. The spawning aggregation site is located at the tip of a coral spur that projects into a deep water basin around 50 to 60 meters deep, which separates the inner and the outer coral ridges. So in this figure, the boundary points and the connecting lines of the Red Hind spawning aggregation of St. Croix, the marked area are going to be the area shaded in orange. The 100 fathom, that boundary line is that purple line. And the state federal boundary line is the blue line that you can see there. So let's go to the next slide, please. So continuing on the management history, this amendment to the Reef Fish FMP, and this one the council recommended needs to implement a total ban on fishing in the area from December 1st to the last day of February each year. And this was to protect the spawning aggregations of the Red Hind grouper that were occurring in that area. So the original area back then proposed for the closure extended to the 100 fathom or 16 feet, 180 meters, 83 meters contour, but based on comments that were received at that time from members of the St. Croix Fisheries Advisory Committee, the area for the closure was reduced to waters less than 50 fathoms in depth to reduce impacts of fisheries for large pelagics such as tuna, dolphin, wahoo, and marlin, and deep water snapper. Okay, so that means that during that, when that amendment was implemented, there were some considerations that were taken when setting those boundaries to account for that fishing for these pelagics that was already occurring in the area. So that is important because that's what we're talking about today. Next slide. Okay, so in 2005, there's Amendment 3 to the Reef Fish FMP, which specified additional management measures for red hind spawning aggregations areas, in addition to other seasonally closed areas. That was not specific just to this one, with the objective of minimizing adverse effects or fishing on essential fish habitat in federal waters. And this became effective in November 28, 2005. And specifically, the amendment and its final rule prohibited fishing with pots, traps, bottom long lines, gill nets, or trammel net year-round in those closed areas, which include the red hind spawning aggregation area of St. Croix. So also in 2017, the National Marine Fisheries Service implemented management measures for Atlantic highly migratory species that were consistent with the Amendment 3 to the Reef Fish FMP. So that one prohibited vessels issued HMS permits with bottom long line gear on board from fishing for six distinct areas in the USVI and Puerto Rico, including the red hind spawning aggregation area off Lang Bank during that seasonal closure period. Okay, next slide. So when fisheries management in the U.S. Caribbean EEC transitioned from the specific species plan to the island-based FMPs, or what we used to call U.S. Caribbean wide FMPs, to the island-based FMPs, which this happened in 2022. Those management measures that concern the red hind spawning aggregation area closure of Lang Bank remain unchanged. Okay, so, and this is then all those measures that were described in Amendment 2 and Amendment 3 remain unchanged. So that means that we're brought into the new management plan. So one thing that is important here is that pelagic species, which were not managed before, were added to the St. Croix FMP, and these two species were dolphin and wahoo. So the current regulations that apply to the red hind spawning aggregation area east of St. Croix is that from December 1st through the last day of February each year, fishing is prohibited in that area. Also, fishing with pots, traps, bottom long lines, gill nets, or trammel nets is prohibited year-round in the red hind spawning aggregation area. So these are the regulations, the current regulations that apply to that area, just for kind of like a refresher of what's going on. Now, so let's talk about what is addressed. Sorry, next slide. What is addressed in this options paper. So the council is interested in modifying the seasonal closure, or evaluating modifying the seasonal closure for the red hind spawning aggregation east of St. Croix to allow fishers to catch pelagic species, for example, dolphin and wahoo, during the seasonal closure, something that is currently prohibited. So, and this comes from discussions at council meetings from April 2022, April 2023, and during the council meetings in August 2023. So the motion that was passed at that council meeting and the April 22 meeting is to request the staff to develop a scoping white paper to amend the St. Croix FMP to determine if it is feasible to allow persons to fish for and possess certain highly migratory and pelagic species from the red hind spawning aggregation seasonally closed area. The closed area is defined in the current regulations at 50 CFR 622.35 A2 IIA. This area includes portions of Lang Bank. Okay, so the items to discuss is identifying species that can be harvested during the seasonal closure. For example, what would be the exceptions? Are they going to be managed, or just for managed species, also for non-managed species? Identifying gear types or methods that could be used within the seasonally closed area. As I mentioned earlier, there are some methods that are prohibited to be used. adjusting the boundaries of the closed area. And remember, these are just ideas or options that can be presented, but that doesn't mean anything that, it's going to be implemented. This is simply an options paper where the council can evaluate things and decide how they would want to move forward and with what, or if there are other options that they want to explore. And also they can consider making other adjustments, such as the timing of seasonal closures. So these were the items that were flagged for potential discussion. And then during the conversation, as the paper develops, the council would like to take that to the SSC and others for review and continued evaluation. Next slide. So, okay, so many of the things come from a paper from Nemeth and others, Richard Nemeth of others, 2006. Which stated that several factors may be preventing, at that time, the recovery of the land-backed spawning aggregation and contributing to a continual decline in average length of red hine structure. But there were also some items that were flagged out. For example, enforcement difficulties. For example, difficulties determining if a vessel is inside or outside the closure area. The western boundary of the closure area follows a southeastern bearing instead of a north-south line of longitudes. And I want to point out that this is something that had been mentioned by the fishers as well in some other meetings. Also because Langman is remote, and then of course, enforcing that the boundary line because of its orientation becomes a little bit difficult. There's also issues with bycatch based on the location of boundaries. For example, the red hine spawning aggregation is less than 60 meters away from the western boundary line. If fishing activity concentrated on the edges of the closure area, any fish, that it's moving, any spawning fish that is moving in and out, then it will increase the likelihood that a portion of the population of that spawning population of red hine can be caught during the spawning peak. So those are some of the issues that could be associated or have been flagged for associated as bycatch due to the boundaries. And then, if any, there may be some potential bycatch for trawling activities. And I said some of this is based on that paper by Dr. Nemeth and others. So in addition to that, there are some other things, that we can point out, and it can be evaluated. For example, vertical zoning in marine protected areas. And when there's vertical zoning is something that would allow for certain human uses within a specific depth zone of the water column in a marine protected area. And that's basically what we have been talking about, because what the fishers requested the council to evaluate if there can be other uses, fishing uses of that water column, such as fishing for the top water species, the pelagic species. So in terms of that, there will be a need to determine if some fishing could occur that will not impact the reason why that marine protected area was established, which in this case will be, of course, to protect the red hine that were spawning in that location. For this also, you could evaluate, or you can or should want to evaluate what is the vertical structure of the fish communities in the area, which could be affected by, opening the water column, the rugosity of the area, and the probability of impacts to the habitat from gear use, and impacts of pelagic fishing to spawning activities. And another thing that the council may want to consider is also that there is a lack of reporting of recreational landings for the area. And as has been mentioned, their recreational activity in the area is noteworthy. However, it's not monitoring. So some of the things that the council may want to evaluate is that is there any bycatch from trawling activities? They have also mentioned, that these are fairly deep waters. So based on testimony from the fishers, at different meetings, they have indicated that this may not be a possibility because of deep water. So that's something that could be taken into consideration and explored. Also, because of the rugosity of this area, if there's any kind of weights that are using or something like that, how this may impact the habitat. So these are like what ifs, right? But these are things that the council may want to consider when they're evaluating these things. Next slide. So this is a map that's showing the grid map that is used by the commercial fishermen of St. Croix when they report the location where they fish, and this is where they report the location in their logbooks. So the area that we are talking about is going to be that can see very well. So that AP and AO areas that are marked in there that I know you cannot see, from this distance, but those are the areas that will be of interest. Thank you, Graciela. Okay, next slide. So the next slide summarizes some of the testimony that we heard during the April 19, 2022 meeting. This is the 179 council meeting. The deep water area at around 25 to 75 fathoms is heavily used for trawling and fishing for HMS and pelagic species during the seasonal closure by commercial charter for hire and the recreational sector. The shelf edge is used as a natural fat for fishing and trawling. Top water species such as wahoo, yellowfin tuna, big eye, skipjack, albacore, mahi, kingfish, and swordfish are active during the December and February closure. Billfish such as white marlin, blue marlin, sailfish, and long-billed spearfish are also pursued in the area. Approximately 40 to 50 vessels from all sectors are impacted by prohibiting fishing in the top of land bank. There is also concern from fishers that while fighting fish or drifting, they may inadvertently drift into the edge of the closed area during the closed season. Also, fishers do not think trawling activities in the area at such depths would affect managed reef species. So this is a summary of what the testimony that was given during this council meeting. Next slide. So this is a map that is available from Garcia Size and others from 2014. The first one shows the bathymetry map of Lang Bank, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The blue dashed line represents the boundary of the Red Hind spawning aggregation area that is managed by the council. And then the other figures is the Ventic map of Lang Bank. So I don't know if you can see it very well, but the blue dashed line represents the boundary of the Red Hind, and then it's showing the different. I need to make this bigger because I cannot see. Like the different habitats, for example, the red is the bank coral reef, the blue, light blue, colonized pavement, the yellow is colonized rhodolith reef, the pink is a patch reef, the green areas in there are spur and groove reef. The blue area in the middle is sand, and then other areas that are in white are not surveyed. If you want to see this in more detail, you can go to the options paper or go directly to the author, so you can see this these reefs in there and the bathymetry and the benthic habitats that are mentioned in here. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so as mentioned earlier in the presentation, let's talk about fishing activities that occur in the land bank, and this support some of the testimony that was given by fishers at the previous council meeting. So as we know, there are not recreational landings available at this time, and this is important because many of the activity that occurs in that area is recreational. So from the commercial and evaluation of the commercial landings, the list of reported commercial landings from various hook and line gears for years 2012 through 2022 by fishermen from those for those rows from those grid lines that form the AP and AQ columns, as I mentioned, showed to you in a couple of previous slides. That's where they mark where they fish. Then for those areas, wahoo and dolphin fish were the top 5 landed species by weight during all those years. Other pelagic species that are not managed by the council or by HMS that appear in the commercial landings include the rainbow runner, the barracuda, leader tuni, and the king mackerel. So as a reminder, those species are managed under the Puerto Rico FMP, but they are not managed under the St. Croix FMP. The only two species that the St. Croix FMP includes are dolphin. Of this pelagic species is dolphin and wahoo. However, these are others that appear in the landings. So from 2012 through to 2022, 96% of dolphin fish reported by commercial fishermen in St. Croix were with handline gear, followed by rod and reel gear. And during that same period, 91% of wahoo were reported with handline gear, followed by rod and reel. Let's go to the next slide. So this basically is a table that shows what I just synthesized in the previous slide. So these are the approximate total commercial landings from the Langbank Red Hind Spawning Aggregation Area reported using hook and line gear from the years 2012 through 2022. And these are all preliminary. That's kind of like the disclaimer too. So as you can see from those 2 years, and this is the total, it's not divided by year, but that information can be prepared. Yellowtail snapper, and this is not, I want to make sure that you guys understand that this is not during the seasonal closure. This is throughout the year, but it's in that area. Yellowtail snapper is the top species, and then follow white wahoo, schoolmaster, dolphin, blackfin snapper, silk snapper, red hind grouper, rainbow runner, barracuda, queen snapper, the connie, the mutton snapper, barjack, leader tuni, horse-eye jack, queen triggerfish, and king mackerel. So next slide. Okay, so that was the background. Now, to answer the question or to comply with the request that the council asked staff. So these are some potential options to modify the red hind spawning aggregation area. This doesn't mean that these are alternatives, that this is what the council is going to evaluate, that the council needs to decide on any of this. This is just some options based on the conversations and the discussions on the council meeting. And please note that at this time, these options would not modify the gear prohibitions that already occurred in the area that were established in 2005. And this is related to effects to the bottom habitat. For example, the fishing with pots and traps and the use of bottom long lines, and also gill nets and trammel nets will continue to be prohibited year round. So we're not looking at changing any of that. All right, so these are some of the options that the council can explore. For example, they can decide to not do anything, just maintaining the current regulations in the seasonal area closure, which go from December 1st through February, to the last day of February each year. So basically means that all fishing will continue to be prohibited in the red hind spawning aggregation area. So what this would mean perhaps is that the council may want to go ahead and evaluate how effective that seasonal area closure has been for the red hind grouper within the context of making any changes. Another option could be allowing fishermen, that can be commercial and or recreational, to catch or possess council-managed species, pelagic species. Such, for example, the council-managed pelagic species, those are going to be dolphin and wahoo during the seasonal closure. Another option could be that would allow fishermen, again, commercial and or recreational, to catch or possess council-managed and non-managed pelagic fish during the seasonal closure. So based on the commercial landings and testimony during the council meetings, non-managed pelagic species may include king mackerel, leader tuni, rainbow runner, and barracuda. Another option could be allowing fishermen, either commercial and or recreational, to catch or possess any species of fish, managed and non-managed, except for council-managed reef fish during the seasonal closure. And this is the type of management that the council has set up, for example, in Bajo de Sico in Puerto Rico. Let's go to the next slide, please. Other options, allowing fishermen, commercial and or recreational, to use only certain gear types and or methods. For example, trolling, drift fishing, and this is versus anchoring, of course, to fish for certain species. That could be council managed, that could be non-managed, or could be both, right? So with regards to these options and also for others, this would benefit greatly from obtaining input from the St. Croix DAP. And for this and previous options would be important to analyze information on bycatch, right? For example, what other species have been harvested while fishing for pelagic species by trolling, hook and line, and any other, and what is the potential to bring up refish from deeper waters? So these are evaluations that the council may want to consider when they are selecting options to include in a potential amendment, if that's the way that they want to go. Another option could be adjusting the boundaries of the seasonal area closure to exclude zones that have been historically used for pelagic fishing and other fishing, for example, for highly migratory species. And this should be based on spatial analysis of the area, including but not limited to the bathymetry, the rugosity, the habitat areas where spawning activities occur, areas where the presence of, for example, the Nassau grouper, which is an endangered species, under the ESA has been documented. What is the use of the water column? Like we mentioned before, you know, the vertical zoning and also the vertical structure of the fish community present in the area. And of course, any other options that the council will want to evaluate if they want to pursue this. Next slide. Okay, so now I want to talk about something that was mentioned before in the council meeting. This is regarding Atlantic highly migratory species, okay? So the council does not manage Atlantic highly migratory species, but NOAA Fishery does. So this is just a summary of the management of HMS species. And this is, you know, of course, informational for the council because they wanted to evaluate, of course, if those species that are also harvested in that area could be also open for that fishing. However, to make changes to the management of highly migratory species, the council could formally request NOAA Fisheries to evaluate modifying regulations for Atlantic highly migratory species in the land bank seasonal closed area as needed. Okay, so what this means, this has been done in the past. For example, when the council was requesting or evaluating modifications to the Abrir la Sierra, Bajo de Sico, and Tourmaline areas, which was an amendment that later on was tabled. It was basically a joint amendment with HMS because they also were interested in making changes to the regulations that were allowed for HMS or prohibited for HMS species in the area. But that will have to be a formal request to NOAA Fisheries to modify the regulations. So the regulations for highly migratory species are going to be found in 50 CFR, section 635. And highly migratory species, for your information, meets bluefin, big eye, yellowfin, albacore, and skipjack tunas, swordfish, and sharks. And these are all listed in Table 1 of Appendix A to Part 635, if you're interested in looking at the regulations. Also, white marlin, blue marlin, sailfish, longbill spearfish, and round-scaled spearfish. So there are species that inhabit the top of the water column and are typically fished in the landback area. Many of these species are active during the December through end of February closure, and this is, you know, obviously based on testimony that we have received from previous council meetings. For example, they harvest tunas such as yellowfish, big eye, skipjack, and albacore. Also swordfish and certain billfish such as white marlin, blue marlin, sailfish, and the longbill spearfish. So to conclude the portion of the HMS, just wanted to let you know that NIMS Atlantic HMS is currently developing an amendment, which is Amendment 15 to the 2006 Consolidated HMS FMP to deal with spatial management and electronic monitoring. So some of the changes that they are proposing could have impacts to the management of HMS fishing activities in the U.S. Caribbean. So this is something that if you would like to have more information, you can visit the NIMS highly migratory species to see what the amendment is proposing. However, we also have Delise Ortiz from HMS that many of you know. She is on the phone if there are any specific questions regarding HMS species. Okay, last slide. So these are the action items and the next step. So in this meeting in December, the council reviewed or have reviewed the options paper, with some of it was synthesized in this presentation, and can decide on options for the to develop, right? They can decide if they want to look at many of these things that we have in there, or if there are other things that they want to do. And then after this meeting, the council can task the creation of an interdisciplinary planning team, which are the ones that are in charge. They have different specialties, right? Like Sarah mentioned yesterday, and they are in charge of developing an amendment. In April, the council could, if the IPT, depending on, how the process of the creation of the amendment, of that draft amendment goes, right? The council could review a document in April. And if that amendment is robust enough to be able, for the council to be able to select preferred alternatives, they can do that, or they can also continue the discussion of this topic. So this is how we see the actions item and next steps, but of course, this can change based on what the council would prefer to do. Okay, I think that's the last slide. I don't know if there's anything else. Can you check? No, that was the one that was before. Okay, so I think that's it. And we can open for questions, but I do know that Dr. Nemeth is here, and he probably has some way more answers that we do for any of your questions. But I would like to see what the council, I don't know, what the council would like to do and discuss.
Miguel?
I propose to allow Dr. Nemeth to give his presentation. He may also have information about St. Croix that we can add to the discussion and answer the question that Maria has. Is that possible?
Okay. So that would be the next agenda item.
Going to make a comment on the St. Croix. So recently we had an acoustic receiver out at the tip of Lang Bank, where there historically was NASA grouper. And so when the national park went out to service that receiver, they saw maybe a dozen NASA grouper in that location. So previously we've seen only a few, so that was actually very encouraging. We also, some background information, we did a fish tracking study looking at the movement of fish in the East End Reserve on St. Croix. Thank you. East End Reserve on St. Croix, and we tagged one NASA grouper that we caught in Teague Bay, and it actually went out to Lang Bank. And even more recent than that, was several years ago, even more recent than that, we heard that there was lots of juvenile NASA grouper in some of the seagrass beds on St. Croix, which is really encouraging that there was a recruitment pulse, possibly last year. And so I'll show some evidence of that for the St. Thomas, St. John region, where we saw a increase in the number of NASA grouper about 3 to 5 years after we saw the baby NASA grouper in the seagrass bed. So that I anticipate that we're going to be seeing these fish moving offshore in a couple years during spawning season. Okay, thank you for inviting me here. This presentation, oh, can I just do this one? Is that one? All right, this presentation was given several times before as a modified version. It was first given at the International Coral Reef Symposium in July of 2022, and then was most recently presented at Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries Institute just last November. So this is kind of, I want to give a little background to, most of you probably already know this, but you know, the 60s, the Nasa grouper were very abundant. In the 70s, the fishers discovered and started targeting aggregations. In the 80s, the population started to collapse, and they're essentially commercially extinct, not only in the Virgin Islands, but in most of the Caribbean. And you could see that graph on the bottom showing the catch in metric tons declining from you know, the 60s into the early 2000s. And essentially, this is from work in Cuba. There's essentially no more catch of Nasa grouper there. Here's kind of a history of some of the regional status. You can see that in 1996, it went from threatened, the IUC red list, and it was just recently listed as critically endangered in 2018, and then the U.S. Endangered Species Act in 2016 listed it as threatened as well. So some of the regulations that have been put into place: red hind seasonal closure, federal protection in 93, and then the MCD was established in 99 to protect some of that spawning habitat. The most exciting thing for me was finding a small aggregation of Nasa grouper at the Gramonic Bank, which is about 5 kilometers east of the historic Nasa grouper bank. And since that time, the Gramonic Bank seasonal closure and also USVI followed federal protections and protected Nasa grouper in territorial waters. Okay, so this is the places I'm talking about: the Marine Conservation District, the large area with the red dot representing the historic grouper bank, and then the smaller 1.5 square kilometer Gramonic Bank. So the presentation is going to cover several things. First, I'm going to start with research and monitoring, focused on some of the data from our territorial coral reef monitoring program, then the Gramonic Bank grouper or fish spawning aggregation monitoring program, and then some of the acoustic telemetry research that we've been doing for quite a few years, and then talk a little bit about the outreach and citizen science. So here's the territorial coral reef monitoring program. In the upper right, you can see a lot of the St. Thomas, St. John sites, and they've been monitored since the early 2000s. And this is data for Nasa grouper at these sites. These are fixed sites, so the transects are in the same locations. And you can see that the numbers started to increase. And we had these 2 settlement pulses, one in 2006 and another large pulse in 2015. And you could see that the abundance of fish in terms of number per site started to increase after the 2015 pulse. For our Gramonic Bank fish spawning, which was started in about 2002, we initially were focused on yellowfin grouper. So we divided the bank into these different sections. They're about 150 meters, and we used underwater scooters to survey these areas and try to see where the fish are aggregating. We started to narrow down our search and then focused on a smaller area with belt transects. And then during this time is when we found the Nasa grouper in 2005. And then currently we're using these swim surveys, which is kind of a standardized survey that Michelle Scher and others use at their spawning sites. And it gives us a way to measure the abundance over time. And essentially, this is the sort of a 3D image of the Gramonic Bank looking east. And so we have these large groups of Nasa grouper that we've been seeing in these areas. And then that little spot is where they tend to aggregate at sunset. So we do these surveys every year, January through April, after the full moon, if weather permits. And so early on in our surveys, when we're doing yellowfin grouper, you could see that this is a yellowfin grouper on the Gramonic Bank. But if you take a close look in 2008, the Nasa grouper are mixed in with the yellowfin. And so I think that the Nasa grouper were using yellowfin as kind of a surrogate species because their historic site was fished out, and you could sort of, their traditional memory was lost when the fish were caught. So people think that the older fish tend to lead the younger fish to their spawning sites, and when those fish get fished out, they lose their historical memory of where they used to go. So they started to re-aggregate at the Germanic Bank, and apparently there was always some fish there, along with the yellowfin. So what's interesting, over the years, we've been seeing that there's a change in abundance. You can see that on the bottom left, the Nassau is the black diamond and the yellowfin is a yellow square. You can see that there's a shift in around 2015, 2016, when the Nassau started becoming more abundant. And this is fairly clear here as well, showing max abundance on any one day during a spawning season. Nassau on the bottom axis and yellowfin on the side axis. And you can see that there's a relationship. I don't think yellowfin grouper are declining. I think what's happening is there's the Nassau grouper actually shifting their timing. And so the bottom left shows the maximum group size. So this is not the maximum number, but as we did our standard swim, we'd encounter these groups. Early on, it was less than 50 for a decade. And then that group size started to increase. So it was a change in the behavior of the Nassau grouper. Once they reached about 100 fish, they started, or more than 100 fish. And so you can see that there's this trend where the Nassau grouper are shifting from the historical, from not historical, but in the early 2000s, from when the yellowfin grouper were, their timing was more similar to yellowfin grouper early in those years. And then most recently, when their numbers have increased, they've shifted to their more historical times, which is December, January, and February. So I think what we're seeing is not a declining yellowfin grouper, but simply they're just coming a little bit later than the Nassau grouper, and we just don't see them on our dives as much. So again, now looking at the increase in Nassau grouper, here's those two settlement pulses that I mentioned with the coral reef monitoring data. And you can see this sort of delay of about 3 years where we see this bump in the number of Nassau grouper. And when we saw this slight jump in numbers and abundance at the spawning site, they tended to be very small Nassau grouper. So we're fairly sure they're either at just early adulthood or even subadults that are migrating with these older, more mature fish and going up to the spawning site. And that's after 2015 is when we really start seeing larger increases in Nassau grouper. And last year, 2023, we saw up to 900. So to put this into context, sort of historical context, I never thought I'd see the day when I'd count 900 Nassau grouper at the Germanic Bank. So it's pretty exciting. But to put this into context, in 1975, or Olsen and Ploss published a paper, and their last estimated number of Nassau grouper was about 5,000 fish. And there had been pretty heavy fishing in the decade previous. So it may have been 10,000, 15,000. We don't really know for sure, but I'm using this as a sort of a target. And this is kind of a armchair experiment here. A couple of papers were published looking at recovery times of Nassau grouper. And I kind of picked the middle of this as 40 years. And so you can see as my start point was when federal protection happened in 1993. And so you can see we're 30 years into that time period. To reach that 40-year target of 5,000 fish, we have quite a ways to go. So there's a lot of great regulations that have been put into place to protect Nassau grouper. It didn't seem to have much change in the abundance at the Germanic Bank or for spawning fish. But what I think had the large change is these settlement pulses, one in 2006 and the next in 2015, they're 9 years apart. It's been 8 years since that last settlement pulse. So these pulses come very few and far between. So to achieve our goal of 5,000 fish in 40 years, we need a lot more of these settlement pulses to happen, I think, to reach that goal. How do we do that? There's some things we can do in terms of adjusting some of the current regulations. Right now, the Gramonic Bank is closed February, March, and April, which is really, as I showed you before, was yellowfin grouper spawning times. Our acoustic telemetry has shown that NASA grouper actually aggregate January through May, so they are vulnerable to bycatch. Even though they're protected, they still do go into traps very easily. Take hook and line. So if this Gramonic Bank the timing is expanded, it might help reduce that bycatch mortality. Some of the spatial patterns of movement, you can see the red, orange, yellow, and green, and this is based on acoustic telemetry. So 65% of the fish, only 65% of the NASA grouper are protected during the spawning season. So the red represents 95% of the fish are in that red area during spawning season, but you can see that the Gramonic Bank only covers about half of that. The orange area is where 75 to 95% of the fish are found, and the yellow represents really their migration pathway as they come and go to the Gramonic Bank. And so if we enclose the primary areas that they use and the migration pathway and increase the Gramonic seasonal closure to 6.5 kilometers, we can get 96% protection during the spawning season. And if you want to be super conservative, you could increase that 99%. And some of this work is published in the Rowell and Nemeth papers. So some of the greatest risks to NASA grouper right now, I think, are bycatch, because they, as people know, they take bait, they go into traps, they come swim up to spear fishermen very easily. So fishing mortality by uninformed recreational fishers, I think, is a big issue in nearshore waters, especially if you have these recruitment pulses and there's a lot of small fish around and fishermen just aren't aware that they're protected. And some deliberate poaching by commercial and recreational fishers is also can be problematic. So some of the priorities to reevaluate for management, some of the spatial and temporal boundaries, expand outreach to recreational fishers, such as signage at all the boat ramps and public beaches. So when fishermen go there with their fishing gear, spear guns, they can actually look at the regulations and understand before they get in the water. Improve enforcement, and I'll touch more on this a little bit later. And support annual monitoring of the spawning aggregations. I've been kind of patching this together with lots of NOAA funding and other funding, but I think something similar to core reef monitoring program that's consistent annual funding would be really valuable for the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico as well. And identifying potential life history bottlenecks. I had a graduate student in 2015 who looked at the sort of growth rates of NASA grouper in the Halophila, which is an invasive seagrass, compared to native seagrasses. So they tend to settle out in seagrass beds where there's some structure. And he found some evidence that they are actually growing slower and had a lower condition factor, which means that they were thinner for the length of their body than fish in native seagrasses. But it was not significant, but there was a trend in that direction. So more work needs to be done to see how that's affecting juvenile NASA grouper. Regionally, there's been some action with the Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission, where they recommended protection of all NASA grouper spawning aggregations, as well as no export. So to really achieve our goal of, in this 40-year time period, we really need to have a regional protection of NASA grouper as well. This one's kind of fun because it's in addition to all the great financial and field support and fisher support. Oops. I don't know if I could, there's a video taken in 2022, and this is on the Gramonic Bank. And this was very exciting because it was the first spawning that has been seen in about 40 years in the Virgin Islands. Maybe other people have seen NASA grouper spawning, but I highly doubt it. You could see a female sitting there. And so this is extremely exciting to actually witness this after, working on these fish for almost 20 years. And we've seen several spawning events since then, this last year and the previous year. So I'm going to shift gears here a little bit. Graciela shared with me some questions from the St. Thomas Fisheries Advisory Committee regarding NASA grouper management and some of the data that would be helpful before any more management is done or in tandem with the management. And so I can address some of the information I have, these 4 points here, and I'll go through those each. So how are traps recorded in the alleyway? So that's it's about a 3-kilometer area between the Germanic Bank and the eastern part of the Marine Conservation District. And so this last year we had we encountered fish traps and boats in the MCD, and we dove some of those traps. And this is just some of the data. You can see traps and vessels in the Marine Conservation District in March and also in September. One of the boats was from the larger one on the right was Puerto Rico, and the other one in the middle was apparently from St. Croix. And we reported this all to Alex Terrero, who's a NOAA fisheries person in St. Thomas. So these are the data points from the traps and boats in the MCD. But what I want to focus on is the ones in that area in the alleyway. Correct, thanks. For the people online, I can show you the yellow. The yellow points are the ones in the alleyway. So this is some of the information, some of the fish that we dove on some traps, took some video, and here's a list of fish. There are NASA grouper and yellowfin grouper in here. So there's, average fish per trap was about 5 to 6 fish per trap in these areas. And so there is fishing in the alleyway, and they are catching fish, and they are catching, like I said, bycatch of NASA grouper and yellowfin during the close season. And I'll present a little bit more of that later in a moment. And so what data is there to substantiate that NASA grouper travel to and between the closed areas during the spawning season? There's a couple of papers that were published that show that 65% of the fish that we tagged traveled between the Germanic Bank and the MCD, and 76% of the yellowfin grouper used this alleyway as well. And both papers show that their spawning in January is fairly consistent, and they also spawn in May. So that kind of represents that expanding from a 3-month to a 5-month seasonal closure. And here's that same figure I just showed you. And if I think there is some confusion I wanted to bring up, because if you go in the NOAA charts, I think the NOAA charts actually end where that dotted line is. And then there's the next NOAA chart continues, and the right side of the MCD is actually a dashed line, not a solid line. And then where that dotted line is where it says fishery protected area, but it doesn't say fishery protected area in the eastern part of that. So that's, I don't know if there's any recommendations, if you can look at NOAA charts and try to get that corrected, or maybe Garmin or whomever publishes that. I think that would really be helpful. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I've seen that for a decade or more, and it is very confusing. So anyway, going back to the alleyway. So these traps here during this was in March, and this is a paper that we published with Tim Rowell, and it shows what I just repeated, the alley, the migration pathways of yellowfin and NASA grouper, and the percentages of tagged fish that go from the Germanic Bank to the Hind Bank. So there's a pretty large percentage of fish that use that alleyway. And this is where we saw the traps, which is on the very edge of the shelf. Some fish do use that area, not a lot, but we did see several yellowfin and NASA grouper in those traps when we dove down on those. Oops. Okay. So increasing funding and outreach and supplies. So we did an outreach campaign in 2006 to recreational fishers with pamphlets, and to 2010. And then in 2010, we also worked with fishermen and David Olson with the local Fish and Wildlife. And we distributed these fisher science kits, which included a notebook, pencil, tape measure, a large hypodermic needle to vent the air bladder, and a barbless hook and weight for sending the fish back to the bottom. These are some of the posters that we put out. And we did this in response to the Virgin Islands declaring that NASA group were protected in the territorial waters. So we wanted to make sure that we were working with Fish and Wildlife to get this word out, because that was really important, that there was this important change in the regulations. Some of the fisher science kits we included, and I think the fishermen really appreciated getting these kits because it helped them. And we did some training sessions on how to vent the fish, where to put the needle to vent the air bladder. And this is just a diagram of a barbless weighted hook that you could put on the fish, and even without venting the air bladder, you could send the fish straight down to the bottom with a weighted hook and then pull it up, and the fish would be safe, and you wouldn't risk, doing an infection with the needle. I think this is the last one, information on whether there's been any new spawning aggregations discovered. None that we're aware of, but we've monitored the historic site almost every year, and we haven't seen more than a dozen fish showing up there. So they may have completely stopped using that site. There is some anecdotal information that there's maybe an active aggregation in the North Bank, north of St. Thomas, but we haven't had a chance to go check that out yet. There is a high probability that NASA grouper may be establishing new sites. This is from the NCREMP, National Coral Reef Monitoring Program, and the Deep Coral Reef Monitoring Program from 2017 to 2021. And you can see the grouper NASA grouper densities there, sort of these hot spots. They're found all over the deep shelf areas, but also around the Virgin Islands National Park around St. John, and also in the St. Thomas East End Reserve on the east end of St. Thomas. So I think population was estimated at about 134,000 based on these dives in this area. So that's a huge number, but that does include juvenile fish as well. So there's a huge number of NASA grouper. Again, these are estimates, but if they are maturing, the Gramonic Bank will see accelerated abundances, or they may be establishing new areas, maybe in historical spots. So I think there's a lot of potential, and I think we can't let our guard down right now, because 900 fish at the Gramonic Bank seems exciting, but it's still, I think back in the day when fishermen were fishing, they're catching 300 to 400 a day out of the spawning area. So that's like 3 days of fishing, and all those fish are gone. So anyway, this is my last slide, I believe, so I can take any questions if there's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick.
Vance?
I'll make it a quick question. Hello? I'll make it a quick question, so I'll let Julian make up his points. Hey, Rick, nice seeing you again. And my question relates to habitat changes in the last decades. And I have one question regarding the shallow habitats, seagrass habitats, and so on. And the other one has to do with the deeper habitat where the Nassau spawns. Judy mentioned that you have seen differences in the length-weight relationships in those juveniles Nassau groupers that are found within the exotic paddlegrass Halophila stipulacea versus versus their natural habitat. Did I get that correct? Okay. Then my next question is regarding the deep water habitats. From what you have observed, have you seen any significant changes in the macroepibenthid community structure? Because I have seen in other presentations that the dominant components are not corals, they're sponges. Correct me if I'm wrong. And specifically, Cestospongia muta, the basket sponge, is the one that creates the greater heterogeneity in the substrate. In your visual surveys, have you observed any significant changes in the sponge population?
We have that information in the Territorial Coral Reef Monitoring Program, where we have that data. We do see like the shallow, not shallow, but down to about 130, 40 feet, there's abundant coral. Then it becomes dominated by the larger sponges. And then at about 180 to 220, we have this lettuce coral, the agaricea fringe that's deep down. And so the NASA grouper used that quite a bit in the late afternoon, evening. So they use the agaricea, and then they move between the Orbicella dominated reefs on the top of the reef down to the agaricea and a little bit in between. But in terms of, we have seen disease of the Zestospongia for sure, where some of them have just sort of died, turned white and fell apart. Right now they seem very healthy. We haven't seen any disease for maybe 5 years or more. So I think that's still fairly intact.
Thank you, Rick.
Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. Well, Dr. Nimitz, I like your presentation, but you know, I have a lot of issues with this alleyway. Those traps that was up there, those are my traps. Those are my traps with 2, 3 other fishermen traps that were shown up there. And I know as a fisherman, that's not the only way that the fish travel to the bank. The NASA group of 2005 is when the emergency closure went in for the Gromatic Bank. And when it came before the SFA, the Sustainable Fisheries Act, it was a way large area that was up for protection. And it was pinpointed, these smaller areas from the fishers, including myself, who used to fish in the yellowfin grouper. Now, we are seeing the NASA grouper spawning in that same area. And the fishers strongly believe the reason why you're seeing that is because inside the 14 square mile closure, there's so many NASA groupers and they're spawning that they're doing exactly what he says. They're spilling out and they're finding different areas to spawn. Now, we got to go out for the numbers that's produced here to us today, but we don't have a true number on how many NASA groupers that are out there. And we, the fishers, know that in our lifetime, that we will never be able to harvest the NASA grouper again. That will never be lifted. And to try to extend a closure that's been there all along to stop the fishers once again from trying to make their livelihood, we have a problem with that. The time period, like we mentioned in the letter that was presented at the last council meeting, the time period of the spawning happens. And if you really go in and you do an investigation on it, you would see this happens once every 7 to 10 years, where the fish will fall outside of their regular spawning period. As far as bycatch, this is not the only place you have bycatch. Every place on the shelf, both territorial and federal waters, you will have bycatch because the numbers are increasing. But the education of training the fishers, which a lot of us has been trained to deflate the fish with those same needles, have been working. So singling out one area because we're seeing them and we think they're traveling back and forth, that we need a longer period of closure or we need to close that from trap fishing, we do have a problem with that. Number one, we request that the Gromatic Bank and the Hind Bank be added to the catch report form. So when the fishers are reporting, you would see exactly where they're fishing, similar to what Dr. Nimitz presented. I'm asking this council, I know you have a job to do, but here once again, the fisherman was involved in this entire process. Don't put any more hardships on us, because if you was to look at the NASA grouper passing through this area, they're coming from every angle, not just going from east to west. They're coming north to south, north to south, south to north, every direction you can think about. Every place you see a NASA grouper, you're going to want to close the fishery down. If you find another spawning aggregation 2 miles east of that, are you going to want to close that down? You're going to see more and more of this happening, just like what happened with the red hind. The red hind, we did a 14 square mile closure. What are you seeing from that? Red hind in abundance every place. But we can still harvest the red hind, but we will never be able to harvest the NASA grouper. So I'm going to save some more of my comments and listen to the discussion that's going to go around the table. But the fishers here are asking, don't put any more hardships on us. Let's do some more research. And the key goes back again. I saw that educational outreach posters and stuff was up there. When were those given out in the public? Because I haven't seen anything given out recently about NASA grouper. And we need to educate everyone about what's going on. I agree with him with putting posters up in all the different locations. And then something was mentioned about the spearfishing. The spearfishing doesn't take place for sure out on the bank because the water is too deep. So, but educating our recreational fishery and educating the public of what's going on would help with the protection of the NASA grouper. So I'll save the rest of my comments for now.
Graciela.
So I do have a number of questions, and one has to do, I don't know if you mentioned it or not, because I was dealing with the noise over here. But do you have any information on the ratio between yellowfin and Nassau grouper, both within the grammatic and in the MCD? Because you've sampled throughout the MCD. So, what's the ratio? Are they really confined to one of these areas? Are they mixing in only in the grammatic bank? Are they mixing in the MCD?
I think so. These data here are non-spawning season data. So that would be Tyler Smith has a lot of that 15, 20 years of data of just abundance during non-spawning time periods and whether they're co-occurring in these areas. I think in the MCD they are. We do see them in higher abundances there. You can see just the NASA grouper, there's the larger circles, right here in the MCD. And this is close to the hindbank where a lot of work was done, and the historic NASA as well. So again, this is non-spawning time periods. In the Gramonic Bank, obviously they come together during the same time of year, so there's a lot of mixing and overlap. But I think as the NASA grouper are getting larger, the numbers are increasing. They're separating in time and space slightly, so they don't. We see that with other species in the groupers in the Pacific. They'll separate out along the reef when they co-occur.
So the other question has to do with, you mentioned seeing the, I don't know if the spawning or the actual aggregation after sunrise, but are you doing any diving at after sunset? Which one did you mention?
At sunset is when we see the large aggregations and the spawning.
And are you doing any diving right before sunrise? And the reason why I'm asking is because in La Parrillera, Mr. Tomás Padilla, a commercial fisherman, insisted that the spawning really took place right at or before sunrise.
Our acoustic telemetry shows that the fish leave about 2 or 3 in the morning and then swim, several miles away from the Gramonic Bank into the hind bank, and then back again in late morning, early afternoon, they come swimming back. So we're not exactly sure where they're ending up, but that our last acoustic telemetry study was maybe 2016, 2017. So right after that, the numbers started to get much larger. So it's possible that we see a lot of changes in behavior. So it's possible that they're changing their behavior to morning spawning. But the videos that we showed, we did see spawning at sunset. Yeah.
Okay, but Vance,
It's just to answer Julian, regarding the effectiveness or the effects of closed area, just to remind him that that's one of the scientific and statistical committee research priority recommendations. Also is one of the priorities of the EBFM tab, which is assessing regulatory impacts to evaluate the effectiveness and impacts of closed areas. And if I recall correctly, is one of the council's a priority research topics too. So you know that we have been giving emphasis to this in order to make a balance of on the effectiveness of this closed area, both on the fisheries resources as well as on the fishers and to the fishers. Thank you.
so, Graciela,
So a couple of things. In addition to what Rick has presented, there were other questions asked by the St. Thomas Fishermen Association. One was regarding the total landings recorded from that alleyway. So I cannot tell you that yet because I'm dealing with the confidentiality issues of how many fishers and how many were reporting, etc. But Nassau Grouper, it's in the database for and around that area. The thing is that it's not in the report forms, so people are taking the time to actually write it in. And what we don't know if those discards are alive when they are returned to the water or not. So we know that Nassau, it's in the traps and it's reported by hook and line. I will deal with this. Okay, so Kevin.
Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin McCarthy. So you're right, Graciela, that it's not on the form. So you're relying on people to write in, right? So you can never be certain about what percentage of people are actually taking the time to do that. And recall that we use that as justification for better reporting once names of species do go on the form. So you got to keep that in mind, right? So we don't hold the ACLs to a certain level that was based on write-ins, and then once the form is changed, so I think everybody knows what I'm getting at here. So you've got to understand that that's going to be well underreported. Since 2016, I think, the reporting forms from the Virgin Islands have had discards by species, and I think they can report dead or alive. But that's only been since 2016. I think that's correct. But again, you're relying on a write-in, right? Because it's not on the form. So just keep that in mind that the data will be incomplete.
Graciela.
So perhaps, one opportunity here would be to somehow get a mortality study going on with the fishers that are allowed to fish in that alleyway and things like that, so that we know a combination with, for example, satellite tagging or, something that can be external to the fish in association or collaboration with the fishers, so that we are all getting the most out of the study. If the fish are returned alive, we need to know that because it's a contribution from the fishers to their own fishery. So outreach and education and actual cooperative research where they are involved in this kind of work could be a potential research that could come out of this, and it would help everyone because it would go into the data forms, it would be accounted for, we would know whether it's dead or alive, we could get additional information for their movements, etc. So maybe some cooperative research would be worthwhile.
Okay. I have Sinai and Julian.
So if I could ask Graciela, I'm confused as to what management need we are trying to fill with this currently. Like we were talking about Red Hind and then Rick gave a presentation, but I still have not heard is what we are trying to get a better understanding of with this data. From the data that is currently collected and what we know from fisheries abundance information is the only current monitoring that happens is at the Gramonic site. Based on that, the numbers that we have for total Nassau grouper in the USVI is what Rick presented. That is it. They've done other studies that people have looked for eggs and evidence of them and elsewhere to show other identifiable spawning sites. It has turned up nothing, right? And so what management gap and what research information specifically are we trying to fill with this additional work? And how does it address specific management needs? I would like for us to move along, that type of process when we are generally talking about the research that we want to implement for this region. Otherwise, I find we talk about it and it doesn't really get done because it isn't filling a specific gap. So I think that would help me quite a bit. And if we could then put it back into the prioritized research alignments that we've decided on, either through the SSC or by the council, and then designate someone to do it, I think that will help us.
Follow up, Graciela.
So, if the council is considering closing off another area and continuing the Grammatic into the MCD, I think that it's a additional information on the mortality of the Nassau grouper when they are returned, because if they are alive and they're well and you're not impacting anything else, then why close that area just in relation to the Nassau grouper? That's one of the points that I think they've made, the St. Thomas Fishermen Association, and what I'm making in terms of that management, because you're closing an area to a whole bunch of other species that are caught in that area. So I don't have that information right now. We're working on the information from the grid that they fill in. It's just that they're not really fitting into the MCD and the Grammatic, because they are all covering a couple of areas. But we're working on that to see what other species would be not available anymore to the commercial and recreational fishers. And also because we're speaking of the pelagics, so what pelagics are being caught in that area that would be closed off if the council so decides to do. So these are all questions that are directly related to management when you're thinking about closing an area to all fishing.
You got a follow?
Yeah, Joey McGrath for the record again. So to go along with what Graciela said and what Sinai said, but then exactly what Vance Vicente said was it's in the priorities. We've been requesting what is going on in these closures. What information have been collected for the last 18 years and all of the seasonal closures that have been put in place. We don't need to move forward with any more regulations until we have answered these questions. We continue to put regulations in place, and then we can't get no results from the regulations that are put in place. And the fishers, the association asked at the last meeting, and conversations have been had, let's put the MCD, let's take the Grammatic Bank, let's take the Coral Reef Monument and add them to the catch report form. It's not a hard job to do. Miguel, I think he stepped out of the room. They always say we have money to do small projects. Alexa Sabine was the last one that created the catch report form for DFW. Well, she put it together. Well, names, but she did the work with creating it. She worked with them in getting it done. Why can't DFW get some money from the council and ask her to plug those areas in? I guarantee you, within 1 month, it will be done. then we can start to collect the information. You see the problem with the little squares that we have right now, P21, P22, Q. The struggle that Graciela is having is that same struggle. When you put that by those areas, they're not lining up because the fishers are trying to use their best knowledge by picking those alphabet with a number. Let's correct those issues. Let's see what's going on in these banks. Collect some data. Look at the moon phases. Is the moon phase this year going to show that the grammatics are going to spawn after the close season? They did last year. Well, this year, February, March. Well, in May, they spawn. We know that. The fishers know that because we know it happens every so many years. So we need to get that's the kind of information we should be gathering before we move forward with any kind of management. Thank you.
Graciela.
However, data has been collected over these past number of years. There has been an indication that the Nassau grouper are increasing in numbers. There is the information that they are traveling from one site to the other, and the percentage that has been calculated, not from acoustic, but from actual visual censuses that have been done. So on that other hand, there is that data. So this is what the council needs to consider when we're thinking about, closing another area. Now, in addition to the biological information, you have to consider the economics of that fishery or the other fisheries rather. Now, so it's completely closed. But for the other species that are harvested, what percentage of the total landings comes from that specific area, for example? What's going to be the decrease in the income of the fishers that are depending on these fisheries? So that, I don't have that information, but that's something that the amendments would have to consider. In addition to that, what would be the social implications and the changes in the effort, where will all the traps be moved to, etc. So it's not only the information that we've seen, but also all these other aspects of the fishery.
Sanaya and Julian.
So I feel like, Sanai, for the record, what is happening now is we're putting the cart well before the horse, okay? What we were talking about was the hind bank and request to change management to allow trolling in that area, right? That was it. We had another presentation where Rick.
He was trolling.
No, it was trolling for highly migratory species. That was what we were looking at, okay? Beyond that, there was another presentation from Rick, which had information that would, for us to evaluate, to think about some other management action associated with the Gramonic and the MCD. Have we even drafted anything or no? So where we are now is initial stages in which we have to compile all of the information that would allow us to understand what would be an appropriate management strategy. We haven't even addressed the statement of the problem. So I think having these conversations is leading us away from the management action that we have before us and is creating a lot of misinformation and confusion about what is currently happening. I think it would be more beneficial to create a statement about what we would like to do, meaning what information we would like to collect, who we would like to work on it, and then move towards developing a more comprehensive presentation to evaluate it at the next meetings and table conversations of this until we have all of that information compiled. That would be my recommendation.
Graciela.
So in response to that, this is responding to the St. Thomas Fishermen Association letter that was provided to the council, and the discussion was to begin that connection between the MCD and the Gramonic Bank. So this is what this one is specifically about, and that's why it's important to know that it's not only what species are involved, and in this case, it had to do with the Nassau grouper because it's a protected species, and it had to do with the yellowfin because that's where they are aggregating. So this was just as it states, discussion on Hind Bank Marine Conservation District, Romantic Bank in St. Thomas. This is the beginning of that discussion.
So before we go any further with this, I want to, and said I made a good point. Go back to my island of St. Croix and my issues with land bank. And I want, well, I guess the council, but I want to be able to have the district advisory panel for St. Croix give some testimony on this modification to the seasonal area closure of land bank with the red hind to allow for fishing for non-managed and managed pelagic species. So that's one of my recommendations to have the DAP involved.
Yeah, hi, this is Maria Lopez. Okay, so the first topic that we were talking about, has to do with land bank, in St. Croix, and that's completely different in terms of also that this stage of what the council was asking for us, right? As Graciela mentioned, the other topic that had to do with the hindman and the Germanic, it's a starting of a conversation. So there shouldn't be any conversation or any discussions about any amendments or anything like that, because we have never gone there. The council hasn't requested anything like that. And my suggestion would be, if the council will want to evaluate, the information that is available, with the purpose of evaluating the information that is available, evaluating the effectiveness of the reserve, evaluating Nassau grouper as an endangered species, other species, that they can certainly do that. They can task their SSC to look into it. They can have committees to look into it, but that will have to be something that comes from the council as a task to start looking into these things, okay? But there's a lot of things going on. We cannot be all over the place, right? This is the start of a conversation. That doesn't mean that's going to end up in a closure or it's going to end up in anything. At this point, it's the starting of a conversation. I just wanted to clarify that. And I agree with Carlos that perhaps it will be important to go back to the first presentation of the land bank, because that one, as I mentioned, is in a process of the council determining what they want to do. In terms of, this is something that has been discussed in many meetings, and there was an interest to look into these options for allowing certain kinds of fishing in the land bank area. So that will be my recommendation, and I'm saying it as a council member right now. I'm changing hats a little bit. Okay.
So next step for going back to St. Croix, my land bank, fishermen are hot on this topic, especially the charter guys. And I'd like to get some information from the council. Miguel?
So what is that you want to do? You want to have the DAP St. Croix take a look at it before the council make a decision on land bank?
Yeah, I think the DAP and the SSC.
So if that's the case, then is that a process, Maria, that will go with hand in hand with what you're discussing at this time?
Okay, so changing hats here as a presenter, I would suggest to do whatever the council wants to do. Like if they think that this is not a good time to select options as to what they want to see, and they will want to explore other things based on the DAP, we do need input from the St. Croix District Advisory Panel, and maybe the St. Croix District Advisory Panel, their members can obtain information from people that fish in this area to be able to populate each one of these options that was presented today, to see how we can gather information about what are the potential effects. And when I talk about effects, that doesn't mean that it's something negative. An effect can be something positive, it can be something neutral, it can be something negative. So those effects in there, if there's options presented in this options paper, the DAP will be available to discuss that with the DAP. And then the DAP will make their recommendations if they're ready to do that to the council. And then the council decides, you know, if they want to take the recommendations enough. After that, if the council understand that this is something that the SSC can evaluate, that they can certainly do that. So that's where we are right now. So Mr. Chair, if you think that the council is not ready to look into these options because they would like to have input from the DAPs or other people, and you can also decide if you want to have scoping meetings on these draft options, and we can call it scoping paper, they can do that as well.
Yeah, because I was, people forget about the scoping meetings. The advantage of going to scoping meeting, they have more people that just adapts discussing the issues. So you have the member that belongs to the DAP plus other features that might be interested in the same issue. And if we are ready to go to scoping with the documents that we have, we can go to scoping meeting. Probably we can do that parallel. We can have for the first half of 2024, we can have this issue presented to the DAP and also to have a couple of scoping meetings before April, before our spring meeting. And that way you will have all the element of judgment by that time of what is it that you want to do, where you will be able to ensure your topic. You want to ensure the participation of the fisheries of St. Croix, whether they belong to the DAP or not. And that way, and by the way, I would prefer to have an in-person meeting, maybe hybrid, but an in-person meeting if we are going to discuss it with the St. Croix DAP. And of course, the scoping meeting have to be in person or hybrid. We can do both. And that way, Mr. Chairman, that will take care of the DAP and the fishers. But also, Graciela can coordinate with the SSC and the chair of the SSC to address this in the 2024 and before the spring meeting.
That'll work. I mean, if you leave it to me, I can make an option for St. Croix, but you know, I gotta give the members opportunity. But Senaya and Graciela had a comment.
Yeah, I would just ask before we move on to doing that, if we at least decide on specifically what it is we are trying to address with this today, here, right? Like, so what is the specific impact and issue that we are trying to address with this management proposal? Is it, what are the species? What is the time limit? And what approximate number of people is it impacting? Right? Because I still don't have a clear idea of that. And I think before we move on, it would be beneficial for us as council members to clarify that before we move into things like sending it down to the DAP, the SSC, and doing scoping meetings.
Mr. Chairman. What we need to present to the DAP is exactly what the presentation that was prepared by the Southeast Fisheries, by the regional office, what Maria had presented to you. So you will go and ask this group of people and also the scoping, what is it that you want, with an open mind. You don't go say, this is my preferred way of going it. And that way, and this is, I believe, what Dr. Hapton is following, we are all on the same page. This is what we are going to ask the DAP, which is following the presentation by Maria, and then Graciela can pick the topics that are germane to the SSC. And then between Dr. Vicente and Graciela, you address that at the SSC. The scoping meetings, of course, once you have a scoping meeting, you cannot go to a scoping meeting with a big, thick document. You have to go with a specific. These are the options that the council have considered. Please note that the council have not taken any action whatsoever. On the contrary, we are scoping this issue to see we need to take action. If by the spring meeting you still need to get more information, so be it. So you move a decision or whatever you want to do, because always remember you have the no action decision, and then you can do it in August. But this way, Mr. Chairman, you can have a motion or just tell the staff this is the way we want to do it, and we will follow that. But I prefer a motion.
Maria.
a one line motion, so we will know what we're going to do. So we don't discuss the same thing again the next time we meet in April.
Thank you,
Maria.
Miguel. Okay, so, all right, so there's a purpose, right? There's a purpose and there's a need that I think that the council already decided on. And that is that they want to allow for the harvest of pelagic species. And remember, pelagic species can have different meanings, right? It could be for purview of the council, these are the species that are managed by the council. Purview of HMS are the species that the HMS manages. So we're dealing here with council species, right? The species that are, that are not HMS, because there are other species that are not managed by the council, but they are not managed by HMS as well, and that's another story. So it seems to me that the request from the council, it's very specific. They want them to be allowed to fish for something specific, right? So I think that's it. Now, at this point, there's not just one option. There's different options that can be explored. So I think that keeping those options open based on the purpose and the need that the council members have expressed would be the way to go at this stage, because there's information that would need to be collected to answer each one of these questions, right? So, but the council can look at these things that can be done and they can say, you know what, we're not interested in changing, this is an example, the timing of seasonal closures, because that's not what we want. However, that's something that can be explored, because what if that is an option that may work, So there are certain things that can be done. And I think based on the input that can be provided by the people that use the area, which are going to be in the DAP, that can provide a lot of context of what can be done. So we're clear on what we want to do, but there's several options to get there, right? That's the way I see it. You want to add something?
But to follow that's exactly it. When we need to go with the options, have the open mind, with the option that you have. And I still do not leave out the highly migratory species, because if after this whole exercise we think that some of the species, high migratory species, to be included, then a communication will be established with the high migratory people. But what Maria is suggesting, I agree with her. If we do this, then we know what we're going to be asking the public. These are the options. This is what the council, based on the discussion that you had before. And that way, when we come back, you have better elements of judgment to discuss it. And again, you may end up saying, well, okay, we don't need to do anything. But I don't think that that's the way you have discussed it before. So the important part is, and remember, the management plans are for each area now. So whatever you do in San Croix, you don't have to do it in St. Thomas and John or to Puerto Rico. So we are going to be addressing this from the point of view of the fishery management plan of San Croix, following the discussion that you have today.
And definitely, eventually in the discussion, HMS has to come on board, because there is yellowfin tuna off the drop off out there at Lang Bank. So they will have to eventually be involved.
Exactly, but that will be for the group to decide, and also suggestion can be made for other species that we are not dreaming about at this time, that the fishers and the groups that you discuss will be able to provide information to you. Also, the SSC need to address this from the point of view of science, of course, and tell us, okay, you have information for this species, you don't have any information from this other. But in order to make a decision, you have to collect the data first.
Graciela.
So again, I mean, the other side of all of this is that during the seasonal closure, we don't have, a lot of information on other species, because there is no fishing allowed, and things like that. So you have to remember what the regulations are in place, and how is that going to affect the seasonal closure that you have in place for one species. So for example, the incidental catch of the species that you're trying to protect, red hind in this case, would that be high enough that it doesn't, really, you shouldn't really open up the water column? Because, they do come up to the surface. You can shove them and bring them up, and you can catch them by the tons, if they're there. So these are all the other questions. We don't have a lot of information from the time that the closure is in place. The few studies that we have in place, just basically look at very specific years. So incidental catch, mortality of that bycatch, the take of red hind during the responding season, etc., are the things that you have to consider. And trawling and catching pelagics, if you run from the deeper into the shallow water, you most likely will, and you could catch. And if you don't have a lot of experience, you could catch any of the species that you are trying to manage. If you open up the area for the non-managed species, you also will be faced by the incidental catch and the high mortality of the species that you're trying to protect. So, just to remind you of what things could happen if you're thinking about opening up the
Yeah, but that discussion will take place after the consultation with the DAPs and the other groups. And the other thing is that the scoping meeting is not something that you do just like that. You need to prepare a document that will conform with the regulations, the requirement for a scoping meeting. So probably Graciela, myself, and regional office, we need to look at this. But at least from the council point of view, we would like to know if you all agree that what Carlos suggested to get this information. And then Graciela and I will make sure that the information the questions that we ask to the group, or the discussion that we are going to have with the group, incorporate the items that you have seen today and the items that you have been discussing in other meetings. And I believe that goes with Dr. Hapter's intervention before. And then, yeah, because the thing is, we all want to do the same thing. We want the best for the fishery. We want the best for the resources. It's just a matter of how we approach it and how we follow the regulations. So if I can summarize, then we will call for a meeting of the DAP. Graciela will make sure that we have coordinate with the regional office, make sure that we have the items that they are going to address. And she will do the same for the SSC. And then the scoping meeting, if we do that and we still require the scoping meeting, then it's a different document and we can do it. But at least with the first meeting with the DAP and the first meeting with the SSC, we might be able to have, identify these are the gaps. These are the ways that we can go. And we can incorporate all the discussion that you have here. So you have a better position for discussing this at the next meeting or the following meetings. So if you all agree, say yes, and then we don't need a motion for that, but
I'm good.
But do we need a motion or we don't need a motion?
Sorry about that noise. Kate Zamboni, I think a motion would be helpful just because the order of what is being suggested is unclear to me. And I think a motion would help clarify what the council's expectation is. You're talking about scoping. I'm not sure if that comes before a paper that, fleshes out what some of these options might really do, what those might look like, or whether the expectation is you want staff to flesh out the options a little bit further, come back in April, then maybe proceed with scoping. I don't know when you want the input from the DAP. Where's that? So I think a motion clarifying the order that you all anticipate would be very helpful.
Yeah, and before the motion, the first step will be to meet with the DAP and the SSC. And in order to meet with them, you have to clarify what is it that you're going to address at those meetings. I don't want to say the same thing you're going to ask them, because then I got problems with the questionnaire and the thing that we have to jump through. So if we are all clear that the first step will be this one, then at the April meeting, you will have the input from those two groups, the SSC and the DAPs. If you still need a scoping meeting, and as I said, the scoping meetings, you have to follow another route, and you have to prepare an option paper that you take to public hearings or whatever document is appropriate, then you can instruct the staff to prepare that after the April meeting. If that's what you want. If you want to do the whole thing at the same time, that's different. But from previous experience, before Maria and before all this, we used to do a scoping meeting first for everything that we have, but we scope the hell out of everything. And now this time, we know what we want. You have the document as Maria's presentation. Her presentation is based on all the previous discussion. So the question is, if the council agrees with that, then that document can be used to obtain information from the DAP and the SSC. And is that clear? Then we can have a motion just for that.
Sinai?
So I think that the document that was proposed here is a white paper that provides all of the information necessary actually to make a decision on this. The question is do we want to provide a preferred management or a subset of options for management that we would send to the SSC and the DAPs for evaluation? Or are we trying to get more specific information to use in the council's determination for presenting management selections? And if we are sending it to the SSC and DAPs, we need to be clear on what information that we do not have in this white paper that we are asking from them, right? That is what I do not see currently in this process. And I get concerned when that is happening because it's been a year and we'll keep spinning without, going towards what we need, right? So if the question is, there is a subset of recreational and for hire fishing that would like to use this area for trolling between the months of December and February when it is currently closed because of an economic impact, we need to determine if there is a large enough impact to the particular protected species during that seasonal closure. That's it. That is all we need to determine, right? Because that is the only reason for the seasonal closure, is to protect the two species that are spawning there, all right? So do we have enough information to make that decision? That is the first question we should be asking. In my opinion, I believe we do, based on the white paper. So if that decision has been made, the next step is what are the preferred management solutions to this that we would like to propose? Do we have enough information to provide those at this current juncture? That I do not know the answer to. And so if that is what we want to send back to the SSCs and DAPs to get specific recommendations from either the DAPs and the SSCs, or to have staff from NOAA develop it, then we should say that, right? That's all I'm trying to get us to.
Well, the DAPs have not even seen this white paper, so they don't even really know what we're talking about. I know I did mention it in our FAC because most of the members of the DAP are in the FAC. And one of the DAP members is who brought this up to me from the charter guys wanting to fish for pelagics during the seasonal closure of red eye, because they would not be interfering with the water column of the reef fish compared to the surface pelagics.
So Carlos, Sinai, for the record, I get that, right? But there are ample opportunities even after we create a proposed rule for public input in which it can be changed, or DAP input in which it can be changed, right? What we have to determine is there information from these particular aspects that we need engaged in this particular decision that needs to be made, right? Otherwise, we kick things around for years and years and there's no management action, right? What information specifically are we looking to get from the DAPs to inform the two decisions I just presented? Like, that's what I'm asking. If we cannot answer that, then we have more of a problem associated with this that requires more discussion and clarity before moving on to anything else.
Listen, guys, personally, I believe we have all the information that we need to make a decision, period, okay? But I'm the security director. I don't take any decisions here. But what Carlos is presenting is probably, we don't waste that much time by going to the DAP San Croix and present this to them. And they would say, nah, okay, go ahead and do it. Or they would say, no, we object to everything that you're talking here. So in essence, what you're losing is about 3 months between here and April. But at least you will have in consideration the fishers and the group of fishers that you appointed to give their input to the decisions that you make at the council. And it's almost a PR, but at the same time, you are able at this time to pay a deference to the council, DAPs, and be able to get the input from the fishers. Probably at the meeting, they would say, we don't know all that, go do it. Or they can say, well, we need more information, or we need this, or we need that. But you don't know it until you talk to them. The SSC, on the other hand, if the SSC have all the information that they need, you don't need to meet the SSC. And that's something that Graciela and Vance can take. The SSC can then be we can wait for the SSC when you have a concrete question about data or methodology that they are supposed to filter through us. Because remember, the role of the SSC is to tell you that the center has given you the best available information, and this is the best way you can use it for the management plans. So they have a specific role on the DIAC. Mr. Chairman, that's what I say. If you want to do it this way, then you go to the DAP San Croix, present the whole thing, and then you promise yourself that you make a decision in April, so we move forward with this. But if you find some significant changes that you have to be made to make the significant issues that you have not any idea about it, and you need a scoping meeting, you can do it. But we need to know what is it that you would like to do before lunch.
I can decide for St. Croix right now.
Go ahead.
Can you flip over to option 5 over there? Okay, hold it right there. That's it, number 5.
The number 5, it says this option will benefit from the input from the St. Croix DAP.
I think some of us didn't quite hear what the chair said. Did you say eliminate number 5?
No, he just
No,
read
you-
it.
To use number 5.
The opposite, use number 5. Thank you.
But I can't make that motion.
No, tú puedes pasarle el
Sure.
de hecho, se la moción.
Can we just take a quick look at 4? Because I had put an asterisk next to both of those when we were discussing. Just like the. Craig Lowe, thank you.
Maria.
Okay, because we put together these options, I just want to clarify how this is working. Like right now, what we were trying to get from the council is to, like Sanai said, just review the options paper, decide on options to develop. At this point, we don't even have an IPT form, but it could be done, right? As soon as we get, a little bit more because if we have a giant scope of options to look at, then things get a little complicated and the IPT will need some guidance, right? Okay, so those first 1, 2, 3, 4 options, if you look at them, they all have something in common, right? They're all about what species are going to be the exceptions to what we currently have. Okay, those are those 4. The difference between 2 and 3 is that one only deals with council managed species and the other one deals with council managed and non-managed. all of them, right? If the council wants, I know that in five it says this will benefit from the DIP input, but in reality that was meant to be for everything, like and whatever, right? So these four are only dealing with the species that could be caught and are based on mostly what the testimony that you guys gave. This is what we want to do. We want to be able to catch species. Now, can you go to the next slide, please? The next slide is talking specifically about gears, right? Is there a need to adjust gears? Like, remember, this may be something that perhaps you don't think you need, or perhaps you think, okay, it's something that we might want to explore. Are those gears tied to the species that you would allow to use? So what I'm trying to say, it's not that you need to evaluate one and then not the other. Some of them are going to be tied. Like, for example, if you allowed opening the water column for pelagic species, so what are the methods and what are the gears that are used to catch the species? And what are the methods of gears that are used to catch the species that maybe you're interested in not including as part of the exception because they may have the potential of perhaps bringing fish up from the aggregation or affecting the habitat? Depends on what you want to do. The number 6 is talking about adjusting boundaries of the seasonal closure to exclude certain areas. And where is this coming from? Because in the beginning, in the creation of the, and under one of the amendments, I think Amendment 2, that was establishing the boundaries of the area based on a request. The area was adjusted because of where the location of the spawning aggregation was, the depth of the water, etc. So the location of the boundaries was moved. Does the council have the information that is needed to evaluate that? Do they know what the red hind spawning aggregation is? Do they know where they are fishing? One of the issues that was mentioned before, it was while drifting for fishing or trawling, sometimes they will go into the reserve, right? So those are things that need to be taken in consideration. So I know I'm complicating things a little bit, but I just wanted to let you know that the first 4 options are just species, and this other one is dealing with either gear or boundaries, right? Okay.
My suggestion is we take the 7 things to the DAP and explain to them what is it that each one of them entitles. And even ask them whether they have any other option, because what Maria said goes exactly what we need to do, is to get this information. So when you ask the staff and the IPT, this is what I want, this is the information that I need, this is the way that we want to move it. So you would take this, because you're right, the DAP hasn't seen this, but not all of them, official meeting, and then we come back. Because that's what you decide to do.
Okay.
Yeah, number 5.
No, I wanted to clarify something about drift fishing. The issue with the fishermen was that while they're fighting a fish, especially using live bait, the boat is in neutral and they're just fighting this fish, and they may, depending on the wind and the current, they may drift into that closed area while fighting the fish. And that's when they didn't want to get in trouble, because they're boarded and says, well, you're fishing in a closed area. I really wasn't. I was fighting this fish and I drifted in here. It's not like they trolled through the closed area, because they don't want the fish that are there. They're out for pelagics. But it's a nice.
Yeah, I would just say, so if that is where we are ending up, I think we can make a motion to send both the white paper as well as all 8 particular 7. There's all 7 options for management to the DAPs and SSCs for recommendations. But I mean, like that, we could have done that an hour ago, right? So like that is what I mean about like having a clear understanding of what we want to get out of this, right? Because I can also give you a lot of information on those particular ones, and we can limit it down to 3 if that's what we want to get out of it. honestly, the seasonal closed area encompasses like red hinds. It's not that near the boundaries when people drift in, unless they are actively chumming and live baiting, you're really not going to have that large of an impact on red hinds. It's an area I fish. People generally go after mahi, wahoo, and tunas, and occasionally swordfish. You will catch barracudas and sometimes kingfish, but that's not what they're targeting. It is probably in that time period less than 500 trips. But you have an impact possibly of divers going into the area, so you want to make sure that that's limited. There are blue water spearfishers that would like to occupy it. Do we want to limit it to gears where we have trolling only and don't include any spears and no tanks on the boat? Or do we want to limit it by species by putting a limit to only particularly harvested species that we can use? HMS does have a required permit. If you are getting swordfish, yellowfin, albacore, or any of the other bays, yellowfin, you have to have either an angling, a for hire, or a charter permit. All of those create restrictions on which people can be using and going in there. There is no reason to have as many of these broad. We can limit it down to specific things. We just have to have those conversations and make those decisions, but know what we're doing when we go out to set it. In my opinion, I think you should reduce it only to particular species, trolling only, limit the gear, and have those recommendations sent down to the DAPs and SSCs. But that's mine.
Can you say so and move to that? Yeah, I'm serious. If Dr. Haptas can put that in the language and then we can move forward with it.
I would move that we remove any of the options that
Wait,
include
wait,
adjusting the.
Para que copie la moción. Okay, ¿están listas? ¿Lista? Okay, slowly, please. No, he's thinking.
Oh, yeah, I would move that we remove any other options associated with changing boundaries and limit them solely to.
We have to.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Any option that adjusts boundaries. Limit to gear and species requirements. To allow fishing. By trolling. Oh, sorry. I thought she was typing on the other side, Julian.
Ahí estamos. Can I?
Yeah, by troll within.
Trolling.
Wait, did I already put trolling? Oh, yeah.
Trolling.
Yeah, in the closed area, so the Hind Bank seasonal closed area. Hind Bank, okay.
Yeah, the land
Oh,
bank.
sorry, Lang Bank.
Land bank.
Too many.
Lane.
And to send. Is it just the St. Croix DAP, Carlos? Or are we sending it to both
Yeah.
DAPs?
DAP so far.
To the St. Croix DAP and SSC, along with the white paper for review. The white paper, yeah.
The.
Instead of a paper, do the white paper. Does that address what you guys are looking for, Kate and
The
Maria?
height, the height. The white paper, the paper.
There you go, yeah. Yeah, like that.
The white paper.
There. There you go.
Greg
Yeah,
Lowe's
to answer
second.
your
or-
question, yes, and I know these can be hard to like think on your feet and do it, but read it again, make sure it reflects what you want. And that I think is very helpful for our record in terms of what direction we're all taking, and then to know that everyone's in agreement, because sometimes these discussions happen, not everyone's engaged. I'm left wondering, like, is that really the will of the board? I don't know, but once you vote on it, then, we know that this is what the council has asked for. I
Second.
appreciate it.
We need a second.
Sinai,
Second for that.
oh, hold on, but we still some wording to change. So Sinai, for the record, after just boundaries, maybe do a semicolon. And then do, instead of limited, limit.
That acceptable, Sinai?
I would say for, instead of review, let's have them make recommendations on preferred alternatives. So delete review at the end. And then say recommend, so leave four recommendations on preferred alternatives.
Second by.
Second by Sabater, go ahead.
Second, Roberto Sabater.
Discussions, I have something for discussion. Vance?
I'm just looking at it from a different side, but when you say any other, I think between parentheses, should be e.g. or i.e. it is, or example as. Because when you say other, whatever.
Yeah, we want the, any other, keep it open.
So,
Carlos, if I may, what we can do is just say remove on option 5, because that's the only one that is talking about boundaries.
Okay, so that should be
6,
specified.
option 6.
That should be specified.
Anyway, I like the idea of proof kind of language. So we, in the record, we have it clear. If we said,
we're still in discussion here, right? Okay.
see,
I have an issue with just fishing by trolling, because trolling is, you're constantly moving in the water when you can actually go with live bait and be throwing live bait out and fishing. So I don't know if you want to put drift fishing in there, or it's up to the motion maker.
I mean, I was saying my recommendation, right? If like if that's not the will of the council, I think it should just leave it to trolling, right? Because when you are including live baiting and drifting into the areas, then that does have an impact towards possibly catching red hind, particularly if they drift in below 100 feet, right? And now the question becomes, how much of an impact does that have? If you are, limiting it to that, is it going to have a huge economic impact on the fishers? Or are they going to be just as easy to just troll? And are you making a slight imposition that won't cause as many problems?
so Chairman, Robert Rule kind of thing. You need to decide on the language, find a language that you have. You have to.
Yeah, so I'm sure the DAP is gonna bring up that language part with the trolling, but.
No. I'm talking about right now, you have the language, you have to make sure that it's when you said remove option 6, make sure that you follow with the language as appropriate. Just for the motion, then the second can say. So Kate, can you help us with, is that language correct?
I'm not the mover, so does it reflect the intention? Basically, it's clear that the motion is to eliminate option 6. And I like it that we're going to still reference that would adjust boundaries, just in case anyone's wondering what it was option 6.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And then limit to gear. I mean, I would like another word after limit, like limit options for discussion or future options to limit future options to ones that would I don't like deal that would address, that's good, that would address gear and species requirements. Okay.
Wait, wait.
For Sinai, that,
It's the owner of the motion. Do you agree with?
well,
that?
I need to make an adjustment to a suggestion for this, for the Sinai that put the motion. So, just to clarify, the options that have talk about gear also talk about methods. So it says gear and or methods, right? So that means the trawling is a method of fishing. So maybe that will be too prescriptive. However, because it's included in an option, it would be evaluated. So that's part of the evaluation of what you just said about economics, socioeconomic impacts to whatever it is, but that should be included because it's already included in there. So my recommendation as a suggestion will be just to remove the trawling from this one and then would address gear, methods, and species, because that's what the options that we have right now. Thank you.
Just another point. I like points before lunch. The other executive director, I mean, the RA delegate, you can say whatever you want to the option.
Well, it's up to the motion maker now.
Yeah, I think you can take it out. So would address, why don't we just do would address gear, method, and species requirements for fishing in the line bank. Yeah. And then after requirements for fishing in the line bank seasonal closed areas. Yep.
So does the seconder agree with that? Salvador?
Yes, I agree.
And so I would say, I think that's fine. I do feel it is important for us when we are sending things down to be a bit more prescriptive, right? Because these I feel are simple decisions that we are taking far too long to make and not necessarily getting the information necessary to make these decisions, right? We're talking about it, but we're not doing it. So I want us to think about that a little bit going forward. That's all.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Break for lunch, oh, Maria?
I have one more thing related to this, and now I'm putting my staff hat. So we don't have an IPT created, so requesting the council, doesn't have to be a motion, just to acknowledge that we're gonna be creating an IPT for this action.
Agreed.
Do you agree with that? Yes. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
So we'll break for lunch. Wow, you got 15 minutes? No. So 1 hour, 1:15, 2:15.
Well, I have a question. I'm kidding.
Loretta, are you able?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Nope, you're muted now, though.
I just wanted to check before I had to do my presentation to make sure that I had audio capability.
Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
We hear you, Brent and Loretta.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Hola, Brent. Good to see you.
Hi,
Sandra.
Alita. How are you doing? How are you doing, Alita?
Yeah, more or less with all this, thing they're doing for my health condition, but it's there.
Well, you're here. Are you actually at
Yeah.
the meetings? Or are you
No, I am at home.
okay.
Yeah, I'm at home and I will be just for the presentation, and then I have to go back and get some more medications.
Okay.
But
well, I hope you feel
I'm
better.
dealing with it.
Well, you're a strong lady. I'm sure you'll work it through.
I will.
I'm sure you'll work it through.
So everybody, welcome back to the 183rd council meeting. Next agenda item is the farming of tropical seaweed in Puerto Rico by Gretchen Grabe or Graby.
That's Gravy, and I'm taking her place, Loretta Robertson.
Okay.
Just let me know
So
when I
you
should start.
can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the time and the opportunity today. And I'm mindful of the schedule, so I'll try and go through this quickly. I know you had a discussion earlier about sargassum and why do we want more sargassum? And so let me just say that the species that we're thinking of growing are already used in food and for other products. So on this slide, you can see the number of applications. It's fresh food, processed foods, give it to livestock, use it as a soil amendment. It's used in nutraceuticals, cosmetics, soap, shampoo, etc., and then also biofuels. We're also interested in the really valuable ecosystem services that these farms can provide. And so that includes removing excess nutrients from the water, providing habitat to important species, taking up carbon, and also even helping to dampen waves as they come to shore. So what I'm talking to you today about is our seaweed farm that we have in Puerto Rico currently. And this is our project team. We have over 18 different institutions that are involved in this project, since this is really the first time we've had a seaweed farm of this kind in Puerto Rico and the region. And I want to say first a big thank you to the Nature Conservancy, Caricus, and SEMA, who help support this project and make these network and interactions. So we actually have 3 different study areas, one in Florida, just outside of Tampa Bay, also in Belize through a partnership with the Nature Conservancy, but our main pilot test site is in La Parguera in Puerto Rico. Some of the species that we have been testing for cultivation are shown here on the slide. We're focusing mostly on the tropical red species, so Gracilarias, Halaminia, and some others. We're also interested in Calurpa racemosa, which is also known as vegan caviar or sea grapes as human food consumption. But the other species were selected mainly because of their potential for entering the carrageenan or agar industry because they have very high contents of those compounds. What does our farm look like? Well, we first started with a small farm shown here, this mini farm. It has 5 grow lines for growing the seaweed, and those are about 200 feet long, and the system is about 6 feet wide. We did that initially as a proof of concept and safety, et cetera, and understanding the seaweed before we moved to our larger scale catenary design shown here. And so now this one is also 200 feet long, but now it is 100 feet wide, and we can have up to 33 and actually 66 grow lines on the system at one time. You can see pictured there one of the buoys for scale, that on each corner we have this variable displacement spar buoy, and we designed that, I should say that's 20 feet tall. We designed those such that under normal conditions, it's floating at the surface with a small portion above the surface. But if there is a storm, we can then sink the whole entire system to the bottom and still maintain all those grow lines under tension, which is really important to avoid any negative interactions with protected species. And so now this is, this is a view of our farm site in La Parguera. We had several test sites around. For those of you who don't know, this red triangle is Isla Magueyes. And our farm currently is right here at this blue diamond, which is at Cayo Media Luna, or just off of Media Luna. And this is a view of the farm from the surface. And you can see that we have lots of organisms associated with the farm. We're also growing, not purposefully, but that have attached. There are lots of species of oysters, as well as lobsters and king crab. And then, as you'll see in a minute, lots of fish. So we're very interested in that sort of habitat provisioning side and the possibility of using these farms to connect habitats, particularly nursery habitats, with coral reef areas. And as I mentioned, since this is really the first time we've had a farm like this in the water, we really wanted to understand all the physical, chemical, biological, and ecological impacts that these farms might have. So that part of that big team is around monitoring these different parameters. So we regularly measure currents and waves. We have an acoustic sensor as well that helps us monitor particularly dolphins and manatees visiting the site. We do regular water sampling for nutrients, temperature, salinity, et cetera. And then we have some innovative partners who do imaging with drones using hyperspectral cameras, as well as autonomous underwater vehicles that help us monitor those, particularly fish, mobile organisms that are associated with the farm. And this is just a short video that helps give you a literal bird's eye view of what it is like in terms of deploying the farm and maintenance, et cetera. So we have a special vessel, the Damisela, that was designed especially for deploying the farm as well as regular maintenance. And this is the Isla Magueyes lab from UPR Mayagüez. And some of the assistance that we had there, it involved lots of splicing, but we were able to deploy the entire farm using the Damisela. You can see right here deploying one of the corner buoys. And conditions are not always that calm. We mostly dive to service the system. And there we have these special tensioners that help us maintain everything under tension. We're doing regular monitoring of what organisms are there, what species, particular species have visited. We have also done a test of sinking those buoys to the bottom. And you'll see we had last year Hurricane Fiona pass over the top of the farm. We didn't sink the farm at that time, and we had no damage or no anything happened to the farm at all. But we did do a successful sinking and raising of the farm. So there you can see them sinking down to the bottom. The farm site is in about 60 feet depth. And so we have divers that go and add air back to the buoy to bring it back up to the surface. And you see there. And so what I'm really hoping to get out of this meeting today is feedback from this group in particular, in terms of, you know, how we can leverage the site and information that we're gathering. As you can see, there's a lot of fish associated with the farm and the seaweed. And it would be great to get some ideas on maybe protocols that we can use that would match more what types that you're using, or any species, indicator or target species that we should look for. So I'll just summarize quickly so we have some time for questions. The project goals is we hope to develop some local markets for the seaweed as food, feed, or fertilizer, or others. We want to develop local and large scale cultivation and harvesting of tropical seaweeds in Puerto Rico and the Caribbean as a whole. And we are using local species that have rapid vegetative growth. And then we're assessing environmental impacts and ecosystem services of these farms. And then also, very importantly, we're doing economic modeling and life cycle analysis of the seaweed production to understand what it costs to actually run the farm, and is it profitable for those farmers to have this farm. And so I just listed a few initial questions there. If there's any collaborators or any of you are interested in collaborating with us, I'd be very interested in that. What other groups should we be speaking to engage? How do we involve others, potential stakeholders for this farming exercise? And then again, how can we best use this site as we're gathering lots of environmental and biological data? So I'll end there. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Graciela?
Yes.
Oh. Vance?
So thank you for the presentation. All the species that you're using, the seed is local, or are you bringing them from somewhere else?
Well, we try to find some right in La Parguera, but as of late, most of the seed that we're growing is from Ponce.
Okay, but local for Puerto Rico.
Yes, yes.
So the other thing is that when I was concerned about the habitat, and when you bring them down, you know, especially with storms passing by, is the habitat mostly sand, or is it rubble?
Yes. Yeah, and that was one of the requirements that we had for our permit, was doing the site survey on the bottom and not having it over any essential habitat or seagrass. So it's just a sandy bottom. There are some soft corals, some sponges, and some you know, individual mancina, but it's really pretty much sand.
And one more thing, when so you keep track of the fouling. So when you clean up the lines, etc., you keep track of the lobster juveniles or anything like that?
Yes, yes, definitely. And I should say too, we decided that for the farm, we're really only maintaining the grow lines, and I should say maintaining, you know, trying to keep those clean. But the rest of the framing lines and the anchor lines and the buoys themselves, we just let, you know, whatever attaches there grow, and that becomes this habitat. The lobsters, especially the juvenile lobsters, really seem to like that a lot and have lots of places for them to hide and things to eat.
Vance?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I mean, some of the problems that you may encounter are based on how ephemeral algae are. Many of the species that I saw there once they start producing cystocarbs or reproductive body, they die.
Yeah.
So they don't have a rhizome system like seagrasses, which can continue propagating for decades or even centuries. That would be one of my concerns. And second, the water column that you're growing trying to grow these algae are very low in nutrients. They're very low in nitrates and phosphates. That maybe they could do better in a nutrient-rich area. That would be my other concern. And also the other organisms that I saw from your pictures are not necessarily associated with the algae. They're associated with the substrate, with the ropes and the lines and things like that. And the other projects I have seen, the algae are being grown. They're being grown in closed systems in order to prevent wave action, which will rip out practically all of the fleshy algae species that I saw there. And based on my decades of monitoring, macroalgae, both the phaeophytes, rhodophytes, chlorophytes, they're very, very subject to being torn apart. I mean, it's very rarely you see a constant algal patch as part of the benthic ecosystem. So my recommendation is to really reconsider the locations where you're trying to grow these things and having them grow in a more enclosed environment to prevent wave action from ripping them off. And that's my suggestion. But anyhow.
Yeah, no, thank you. For the attachments, I think since we're physically attaching them, we haven't had problems with them ripping out from where they're attached. And we chose those sites too, so we could be a little bit further offshore and not compete with more inshore uses, and also the habitat. We don't want to interfere with seagrasses, etc. And so far, we've found that we're able to maintain relatively high growth rates, and it may be that because we're vegetative propagating, we haven't seen any reproductive stages yet, and that may change as we go through the seasons. But so far in the year, we haven't seen that. But we do maintain them in the tanks at Magueyes before we move them to the farm, and that water is local water and has a lot more nutrients, and so they may be absorbing enough nutrients during that time so that when we do move them offshore, they are able to grow at least through that first harvest.
Okay, one more question. How do you monitor these transplant units, and what indexes do you use, whether the transplantation process is effective or not? In other words, do you have certain individual transplant units that you can temporarily pull them out and calculate how much volume, the increase in volume, and maybe wet biomass and things like that? Are you doing that?
Yes, exactly. So we have individual bags that also help, keep the seaweed together. And then, as you saw, some that are just tied to the grow line, but that we can remove, we weigh, and then replant.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Graciela.
So regarding they appear to be functioning as fish aggregating devices.
Definitely.
Keeping track of what species are coming in and out of that area. And second, you ask for groups that might be of interest. Can you eat them like that? I mean, just pick them up and eat them?
Yes. Yeah, you can. Several are very tasty.
Okay, so Pan American grains or things like that make meals for dog food feeds and things like that.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, we've been speaking with Purina. Actually, they're very interested in some supplements for their food and kind of more markets for health products for pets, not necessarily just regular dog food, but that's a good idea.
If you can provide us, when you're surveying for the lobsters and things like that, we would be very much interested in knowing if you get pulses of recruitment in that area. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and if you have any particular species of fish we could keep an eye out for, is how we do the roving diver surveys is we note all the fish that we see, but we do have a list of particular species that we note whether they were present or absent. during that survey.
So how long does it take from transplant to cultivation?
It depends on the species, but for the fast growing ones like the gracilarias, it's between 30 and 60 days.
So here in the Virgin Islands, we have a drink that they call sea moss. I think
That's
you've
right.
heard of that. And you also growing that particular algae for
Yes.
that?
Yeah, both the gracilaria and there's another species, Eucuma, that is, I think the original sea moss was that particular species. There's another Soliaria, I think that can be used in the same way. But that would be great. I think that's an easy one to do to start making the shakes from those species.
Yeah,
That's what they do in Belize.
that is good stuff. Vance?
Yes, there's an old article, like back in the 60s, which was published by Dr. Diaz P. Ferrer, which is a phycologist. And he did a significant amount of work with all of the algae, shallow water algae and midwater algae. And he published the results about the nutritive mineral contents, proteins, and all of the nutrient, Diaz P. Ferrer. It was published in the Journal of Agriculture.
Do you have that reference, Vance? Could you share that with me?
Maybe I have it in one of my old boxes, but yes, it has all the species, concentration of the nutritive minerals, magnesium, calcium, potassium, etc., protein, and it was the chemistry was done at the Department of Chemistry of the Journal, the United States Federal Experimental Station in Rio Piedras. And I know the journal is Journal of Agriculture, but it's an old paper. But anyhow, I just
from the 70s or something, or
well,
before
maybe a little before that, maybe between 60s and 70s. That's when I was doing the chemical study of the nutritive value, actually, of turtle grass, which was one of the first studies on the nutritive values of Thalassia testudinum. So I was doing the research, literature research, and I saw this paper, and I was surprised that had been done then. But anyhow, thank you.
No, that's great. Yeah, and I should ask you, you might know too, I heard from Miguel Canals that there was a seaweed farm in Fajardo, in Las Curavas, in the 70s. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't. But another good piece of information, it was an analysis that was done by the Atomic Energy Commission, the Atom for the Peace program, back in the 70s and 80s. And they did not only analyze everything, the whole chemical composition of algae, but also of seagrasses and of crabs and of fish. And it's like a big green book. And I don't know how available it is, but it should be available at the Puerto Rico Nuclear Center Library, which now has changed name. Like before, it was Atomic Energy Commission, then it was the Puerto Rico Nuclear, but then it was the Department of Energy, then ERDA, Energy Resource Development Administration, and then Department of Energy. But this is one of those federal documents.
Okay, yeah, I'll see what I can do to find out. That's great.
Okay, thank you.
So we have something on chat.
Question in the chat from Rafik Orun. I think harvesting rates could answer some Van's questions. How about ulva?
Yeah, ulva, I know it's a little bit more difficult because it is a very fragile seaweed, but there has been advances in Europe in growing that in the open ocean and long lines. And so growing that actually from seed material. So that one is sexually produced. So we can certainly consider that in the future. And it's also a good food material, very good at absorbing extra nutrients. But we selected these first, again, because they already have uses and a regular market. And certainly any seaweeds that can provide any of those services would be useful.
The ulva will be a good addition. It's really fast growing, one of the most fast growing, since it only has 1 or 2 cell membrane layers, and it can grow in very stagnant conditions. The only problem is, as green algae, once they reproduce sexually, or if you let them reproduce sexually, they just die. But they do have a high rapid vegetative growth.
I know Stacy would be very happy to have a lot of feed for her urchins too.
Excuse me, I have another comment, this Rafiq, for the record, about my chemist friend from I used to produce creams in his warehouse. So that's not very difficult to produce cream.
Yeah.
And I wonder how difficult would be shampoo. And that's products that people use every day.
Yep, exactly.
And it doesn't spoil as quickly once you produce. I wonder what a business plan for that, producing those products would look like.
Yeah, no, definitely. And in Belize, they are doing exactly that. They have face creams, body creams, different soaps, and shampoo, hair treatments, and they're marketing that and selling that now. And so I think that would be a great model for Puerto Rico because it's made from local ingredients that are sustainable, and it's a local product that you can use, like everyone uses it every day. And then also for tourists who want some, local product that's from the sea because you're there surrounded by the sea. And we're definitely including that in our market analysis. Or actually is part of our market analysis. Thank you for that.
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Addressing the initial questions about collaborators that you could that I could recommend, of course. Have you kept in touch with the associations of fishermen that are around the west side?
Yes, we've been trying to plan multiple visits and we have been able to speak with some of them. I'm actually traveling to Puerto Rico next week and we'll meet with the groups from Cabo Rojo and La Parguera. And we're trying to reach out to other associations around the island as well, but really focusing on that southwest area first.
Okay, that's perfect. And if you're going to be in Cabo Rojo, I'm from the Fishermen Association in Puerto Real. And of course, we're always engaged to work with all these kind of projects. So I will make the staff give you my information so you can contact and I can receive you in Puerto Real. And we can also visit the other Fishermen Association in Cabo Rojo, also in Parguera. I have a great contact with them. Thanks.
Oh, wonderful. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Any more questions on the seaweed farming? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very interesting.
Thank you. Thank you so much again for the opportunity. I appreciate it. Good to see you.
Okay, before we continue with the agenda, I want to make sure that we've kind of resolved what we need for Germanic Bank. I don't think we've completed that. Graciela, can you give me a little help here?
So basically, you began the discussion answering part of the letter that you received from the St. Thomas Fishermen Association. So Rick Nemes have presented to you the information that he has on that alleyway. We need to request from the Science Center the information on the alleyway and the landings because we don't want to break confidentiality, which is extremely important. And so, we'll come back to you with the answer with the answers to the questions that were raised and we didn't cover today. And then you can decide if you want to move that into an action and do something about it, or if you don't. That fair?
Okay, thank you. Good. All right. So we'll continue with the agenda. Next up is Outreach and Education Advisory Panel, Alida Ortiz.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I'll make a very short presentation and I will take 2 questions. Some of the material that I will be mentioning will be also discussed or presented by the liaisons. So I'll wait until they finish. And that will be our report from Outreach and Education Advisory Panel. Next slide, please. As you remember from other presentations that I have made, we have made the compromise of having all our outreach and education materials, projects, objectives to be in common with the 5-year strategic plan communication objectives that the council has. And it was all based basically on ecosystem-based management, the island-based fishery management plans, sustainable fish and seafood consumption, and marine protected areas in Puerto Rico. Every material that we are developing is related in one way or another to these communication objectives, so that we have a continuation of what we hear in the field and what we give the fishers and the community. Next, please. At this moment, what we're working closely is the outreach and education participation in equity and environmental justice. And for that, the liaisons will also have more information because they went to all the meetings that the AEG group, Brent, had in Puerto Rico, in St. Thomas, and in St. Croix. I did go to the one celebrated in Ceiba, and the relationship and the communication with the participants was excellent, and many of the issues that the participants brought as equity and environmental justice is something that they have brought up many times, especially to have a better communication, better facilities between the Department of Natural Resources and the fishing groups. So that's something that Brent took note of that very, very good. The other project that in general we are working as outreach and education is the Marine Resources Education Program. They are holding workshops every year, and much of the information that they discuss in each one of the meetings, we have been working with that in outreach and education. So we see how the information is put into reality when they go to the laboratory and when they talk about, the facilities and the conditions of the places where they fish. Also, I think it's a very important tool for get young people from the university, and the last one was the UPR Humacao, to develop that interest in fisheries biology. We need that type of people presented, and we also need that the research done in the field can go to the laboratory, to the classroom, to the university, and if possible, even to pre-university education. So I am participating very intensely in these two areas, equity and environmental justice, and also the EMRE program. Next. I will just mention the products that we have already nearly finished. Especially, we have been working in the illustrated catalog of the fish and invertebrate species that are included in the island-based FMPs. This was a request from all the DAPs that they wanted to have, accessible illustrations on the species that are managed. So we have our first draft completed this past November. It's about 21 pages. We will send it to collaborators from the DAPs in Puerto Rico, in St. Thomas, and in St. Croix. They will give us more information. They will check out the names, especially the common names for each one of the species, because even in Puerto Rico, we have one fish with a name in the east, the same species with a different or more than one a name in the west, and all over the place. And then when we use only one, we really don't know what they're talking about. So they will after that, this will be available for fishers and the general public. Next, we'll show how it's being developed. This is the first part on the left. To the left, this is the book. This is the first page, and then in each page we will have the introduction. But then after that, we will have very good illustrations of each one of the species with the information, very simple information as to what do they look like, the color, the size, if there are management regulations that apply to the species. And the catalog will have around 21 pages. Next one, please. Around 21 pages. And this we will send to the people that suggested. And we met with them about 6 months ago in the DAPS meetings. And they will collaborate in checking this, in checking the names, in checking if there's more information that they would like to have, checking if there's some information that doesn't mean anything to them, because my references are from what we have already in the local, in the common references of Randall, free fishes and all that. That's what we have used. But probably they have different names, they have more information. But by the end of December, we expect to have reviewed by the stakeholders, especially the DAPS in each one of the islands, and then by the technical people that can do other things. And as soon as possible, have it for printing for next year. Next. The other thing that we worked, and I think I heard that you already have it today, is the CFN calendar of 2024, that the recommendation was that it should be dedicated to information on the island-based fishery management for each one of the islands. Next one. And what we did is that we took a species of each island illustrated for each month. So we had Puerto Rico for January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, that was for St. Thomas, St. John, and September, October, November, and December, that was for St. Croix. And this is the information that they have in each one of the island bays. Information that has to do with the name and with a very little description and where are they in the island base. Do they have a closed season? Are they managed by size, different parts of the year? So that information, if they want to have more information with what we have in the calendar, they should go to each one of the island-based documents. This will be given to the fishers. It will be given to the people in the fishing communities, to the restaurants and the fish markets, and to all and any stakeholder. Because even in the kitchen, we have to know what we're cooking and where did they get it. Was it legally caught, or is something that is off season and they are also selling it? So this calendar will be, you will see it everywhere in all of our islands. Next. The other book that we are finishing now for December is that illustrated booklet on climate change and marine fishes in the U.S. Caribbean. This is I have here only the first page, and then the illustrations for the introduction. What does climate change mean? Difference between climate and weather. And this will be something like 16 pages. It's already for the illustrator to work with it. And as soon as we have it, the draft, we will send it to the DEPs, and we will send it also to the people in the council so that we can have that. Because this booklet on climate change will have the scientific information, but in a very daily language, so that they can see what does the news mean when they say that the weather, the ocean water is getting warmer, the ocean water is getting more acid. What does it mean, and what impact does it have to the resource? But also, it will be very important that this will make a very good emphasis on our responsibility as a species and a social species on the problems of climate change. So the fishers and the communities will see what they find out in the area of work, but also will find out what they are doing that is making climate change even worse, and what should we do to do something to either slow it, adapt to it, but things have to be taken not only from the industrial or from the fishers. It has to be taken from how the society, our society, has been, working with climate change. Next one, please. For 2024, we have a pre-proposal that has been submitted to the Council for the No IRA to conduct workshops with fishers and their communities on these issues of climate changes that impact on U.S. Caribbean marine fisheries. So what we have for this booklet that is very, very simple, very illustrative, we will use that as a basis for a workshop booklet for the fishers. And we will conduct workshops in Puerto Rico, in all the coast, probably 2 in the north, 2 in the south, and then 1 or 2 in the west, and 1 or 2 in the east, covering the Vieques and Culebra, and also for the Virgin Islands. So we will have climate change as a general topic, as a common topic for the fishers communities. The other thing we're working, and it's something that was suggested a long time ago by Adrian, that we should have information on the fisheries for the children so that they can start to recognize the species, the colors, their sizes, and they enjoy that. And then probably we will get them to be fisheries biologists. We will get to have them working in fisheries. And with that, and it's something that I have dreamed of all my life, is to introduce those concepts on marine fisheries ecosystem to the regular education curriculum. I am not talking about science, I'm talking at every class, every course, every level, even from kindergarten to high school. It's something very sad, but we are, at least Puerto Rico, we are an island, but we get to the water to swim when you are probably an adolescent or an adult, but none of the classes or none of the training of the students in the elementary school have to do with the sea. The sea is water, and at some time the Department of Education doesn't allow us to get the students to the water. So we will produce the materials, and we will see how we can have it introduced in the regular curriculum. Next one, please. The other things, and these are things that the DAPs have asked for. the one material for snapper group at the water fishing recommendations on fishing regulations. Apparently that's something that they have to have with them all the time. So we have to make the fact sheets. We will have to make the small posters, whatever they need, so that all the information is always available. The issue of a stock assessment, that's something that we need to put it in a better vocabulary, in a better format that we can understand it after the CEDAR and why does the CEDAR happen. And also understanding this management terminology, OY, optimum yield, allowable catch limit, acceptable biological catch. Those are words, those are phrases, those are terms that we use in all the meetings that we have with the fishers. But then we have to have that information in very, very simple and easy to understand vocabulary. The next one. I have been asked also to produce a fact sheet on Bajo de Seco and the fishery management regulations in the area. That's a very important place for Puerto Rico, and the same way that they are working with Germanic Bank and with the Land Bank, Bajo de Seco is one of the ones that need the same information that you are going to develop for those in St. Croix and St. Thomas. And the OFP should offer a workshop on fishery management regulations for new DAP members that will be similar to the PEPCO workshop. Or otherwise, we introduce or we integrate the OAP information completely in the PEPCO, the same way that Wilson, and he will talk about that in his report, the same way that they sort of familiarize those beginners, fishers that are beginning to deal with the industry on the vocabulary, on the facts, on the science behind this fishing action. And next. That's all I have for my report. If you have any questions, I'll be very glad to answer. And I wish you a very, very happy 2024.
Thank you, Alida. We have any questions for Alida? Okay, seeing none. I'm gonna move forward to the what happened? Oh, yeah. Okay. Cristina.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Cristina Olana. I'm the social media manager for the council, and I'm going to give you a quick update on what we have been doing. As you know already, we have Facebook, Instagram, X, before it was Twitter and YouTube. There are some numbers. I also have statistics in case you need more in-depth numbers and statistics. Please let me know. We have been publishing information regarding fishing seasonal closures, species, meetings, activities. We share information from other organizations, associations, and agencies as well, local and federal. We collaborate with Wilson and Nicole with their WhatsApp list. So we prepare for them messages so they can resend them to their fishers in the different islands. We also have all the documents in ISU. You have been becoming familiarized with ISU already, where the briefing book is there, and the documents of the briefing book are there also. And I have seen some of you looking at it. You can download, share, and read the documents there. We also publish a monthly bulletin that we upload in ISU, and you can read from the ISU or share, or also we share through the social media and WhatsApp as well. It is distributed, as I mentioned, through ISU social media and WhatsApp. Content is fishery resources, features, announcements, reminders. We every month we highlight a feature from Puerto Rico or from the USBIs. Everything that we publish in the social media and the bulletin is published in Spanish and English. And we have been also, in some of the slideshows, we have been adding voice too. We have been sharing all the materials prepared for the Big Fish Initiative campaign. And as always, this is the last page of the December 2023 bulletin. Thank you, gracias to all the people that follow us, fishers, and all the fishing community and the people that are interested in marine resources and fisheries. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm here. If not, you can always reach me through my email or through the inbox, DM. As always, we are always answering the DMs and inbox because people also make questions to us or requests on materials and documents from the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Any questions for Christina? All righty, hearing none. Next on the agenda is the question. Tonight.
Sinai Aptis for the record. Christina, I believe we've already mentioned we have for the NOAA strategic planning process, the communications meetings that we do. I was wondering if we could add you into some of the conversations for that working group, and if you wouldn't mind if I gave that presentation so we can summarize it in our communication strategies that we're trying to put together. Yeah, great.
You guys in Fish and Wildlife have an outreach person also? Is that what you call? Oh,
We have liaisons, and our fisheries biologists do our outreach as well as myself. Yeah.
Okay, so next up is the liaison reports. Leandri de la Cruz.
Carlos, before you can do that, our shy social network expert forgot to mention that she improved the webpage that we have, and now the briefing book is in the webpage. You just punch it there and you have the documents and everything.
Good.
You don't have to rehash it, the whole thing, but at least for them to see it. That way Maria Lopez loved it, so we're okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Tonight.
Just sorry, one more question. Christina, for the Big Fish campaign, have you guys started rolling out like information on social media associated with that?
Yes.
Okay, when you do that, do you mind, are you sharing it with Nicole Griot and Leandri, and then also share with myself? And we can see if we can get it posted to our local agency social medias whenever it comes out as well.
Thanks.
All right, perfect. Thanks.
You want to follow up?
Sure, Sinai Haptis for the record. Apparently we are already doing this. My apologies. Nicole Griot is on top of it, as she always is as the fisheries liaison for. I'm sure both her and Leandri will probably have it in their reports. So my apologies for wasting your time.
Exacto, pendejo. Ala.
Okay, Leandri, floor is yours.
Afternoon. Buenas tardes. No estoy nerviosa, tengo frío, mucho frío. Estoy loco. I'm gonna do the liaison report for Fish
Yeah.
and Wildlife in
Leandri,
St. Croix.
excuse me, can you identify yourself for the record?
Yes. I'm the fisheries liaison on the port sampler from St. Croix for Fish and Wildlife. Leandri de la Cruz Quiñones. Next slide, please. So first, I want to start with the activities and initiatives that I had the pleasure of being a part of this year. And since August, I've gotten the opportunity to connect not only with different kinds of fishers, but the general community, which was one of my main goals when I started in May, in so many different ways. And as the holidays approached, many different events, tournaments, initiatives popped up, and I was able to share with so many families what it means to be reef responsible and begin teaching children and families the importance of this kind of education. At the same time, I was learning more about the pelagics that we fish, and the events recognize the efforts of men, women, families, kids, even the veterans of our island. I engage with kids of all ages, and after all, I know now more than anything how essential it is to carry out this kind of education to as much communities and people that we can. Opportunities that I even grew up unaware of. I didn't even know I had this many things for fishing or how essential fishing was until I got into this field. But it really is able to bring together who we are, our culture, our interests. And we even have students in our JRTC programs. We have JRTC from middle school up until high school, and that's a leeway for kids to be enjoying in the military once they're out of high school. And so many of these fishers I got to talk to, there are people willing to share what they know. They even offer me, like Grayson and so many other fishers, they offer me the chance to be able to fish with them and to come out with them, even if it's just to spend a day and to teach me the things that they know. And even in the next year's tournaments, or just to show me what it's like for them on a day-to-day basis. And it's events and opportunities that are so family oriented and so important to tap into, because this is the kind of culture that us as an agency, o sea, in other words, Fish and Wildlife, must be able to demonstrate in order to build that trust that's so necessary in the work we do with the community. I also helped to put together the one of the first official equity and environmental justice focus group workshops alongside Brent Stoffel on St. Croix. He was super patient with me, and it was an amazing success. And it gave selected fishers who also brought their families and their loved ones the chance to talk personally and from their firsthand experience about the issues that they consistently face in fisheries, and because of current management on St. Croix, and the changes that must be made if we're ever going to reach at a point where we could all cooperate on a genuine and trusting basis. And if we want to see more advancements on how we work together, or could potentially work together as a team. And I think it's safe to say that they felt heard to some extent. But what will push us forward, or even more forward, is if we had the chance to show them our genuine efforts in putting what they had to say to good use, and start changing their minds in terms of coming out and attending these events even more, and being able to feel comfortable enough to share how they feel and what they think with us, with the government, with NOAA, and etc. And like I said, every event was super beautiful. And from here on out, we learn together and we make a presence, and we start reaching out to those who matter, our fishers, our communities, and our loved ones. Next slide, please. So I had a bunch of pictures and I wanted to show them all, but I picked the ones that, I guess I just picked the ones that showed what I really wanted to say. Yeah, these are the pictures from the events and award ceremonies. The fish is our winning yellowfin tuna, and it was the only tuna caught because most of it was wahoo and mahi, and it was from the Dudes and Dames shootout, and it was caught by Taina Velez on the day for the Dames, which was a Saturday. And it comes from the winning family, which is in the picture for the award ceremony. It was a Sanchez family. and they fished on both days together on separate males and females, kids. And the medal was given to her baby, and his name is Ricardo Jose Sanchez. And I'm mentioning their names and who they are because they matter, and it's very important to get to know them and show why it's so essential to have them on mine. But yes, I showed that picture as well because he is growing up to be a prodigy in fishing as well. As small as he is, I watched him during the tournament and he was super interested. He was not scared at all. He was running around almost off the pier. Much like all the children of the families that I get to see and meet. And the other event was the trick or treat events. There was a lot of lights, so the picture isn't too good, but that's our Mukajumbi standing up on the side. It was hosted by a restaurant called Louis and Nachos, which is next to the fishing market, next to what we call Small Dock. It's the second pier in Frederickstead on St. Croix. And they were very interested in us making an appearance at their event. And it gave me the opportunity to start teaching families and kids who actually really appreciated the effort to carry out that kind of information, even on Halloween night. And although we live on an island, we have to understand that we aren't always educated so heavily on our environment and our impact. And I knew this because as I talked to them, they knew little things, but they were so much more interested in understanding even more about our fishing communities and the importance of it and how they make such an impact to our environment. And their reaction, their appreciation, and their well-being is and should always be our drive to maintaining our fisheries. Next slide, please. So yes, I do a lot with Reef Responsible because it was my main thing starting to work in this position. And I have made it a goal to finish a few initiatives that I and the agency had pending. And it took a little longer than usual as I dealt with school and more events and interested fishers that kept popping up. But these are things that are going to be taken into 2024 to truly begin making that impact. And this includes collaborating with the Good Food Coalition to begin including fishers into the fishers and farmers section of their phone book, thus expanding the limit of people who could conduct business with our fishers, from restaurants to anyone just trying to buy fish and who have access to that phone book and could see the information provided in that section. And I also began some work with the local Food on Farm Council to begin efforts into considering our fishers as farmers in order for them to gain more access to the opportunities offered to farmers, to gain recognition for the work that they do and gain benefits of such a label in our island. Our island is mainly agricultural and fishing compared to our other islands in the Virgin Islands. But yes. And I'm also finishing up a children's edition of the Reef Responsible training presentation and looking at potential materials and working on creating more ideas to carry this education to schools, programs, after schools, families, and so much more. This kind of education is really important because our children should be able to grow up understanding that living on an island and should be taught from young. Should be discussed within families, even if those families don't fish, because that's the things that we depend on, that's the things we eat. And even if they don't fish, this passed on to their generations and their kids. And this is what provides us with that security in the future of our fisheries through their knowledge. Now we have the education and the knowledge and the information, but it won't ever make a difference if we don't share it with everyone that we can, not only fishers and restaurants, but to those families that might not have grown up with that kind of understanding, seeing it from their parents and their grandparents like I did. And so lastly, I am finishing up the design of the Fishers phone book to include all the newly interested fishers from times of our pre-registration and from the ones who are coming to renew their licenses nowadays. And because there's still some renewing their licenses, by the way. And but yeah, to get that information available to all restaurants with the purpose of minimizing illegal purchase of fish, the importation of fish, and also helping our fishers to support themselves through other methods that we could make the effort of providing them with. It's a small help, but it's one nevertheless, on one that they're willing to cooperate with us on. Next. And lastly, I want to talk about what's next for our program and for outreach on St. Croix. And with the updated phone books and new presentations, after what seems like a long period of time, we will begin to conduct restaurant and fisher trainings once again, and begin getting program materials into restaurants. We have a lot of materials that are in some restaurants that we used to work with. But those materials are really outdated, and they now want to be able to get that new training and get those new materials. And it's stuff that their customers come and see, and just random people come and see and they ask questions about, and they're able to talk to them, and they're basically people who are able to transfer the education that we give them on their own, even being owners of their own businesses and restaurants. But not only 2 restaurants, but other possible locations like dive shops, marinas, and etc. And begin spreading the presence of the program and formally educating and certifying them. Something different restaurants have expressed looking forward to. Again, this includes bringing the presentations to children, like I mentioned before, and collaborating with marine programs. We have new marine classes that have been newly implemented in our high schools. I know because they started implementing them in my last year of high school. So I didn't get to experience them, but a lot of the kids that are coming in really do understanding. While I talk to them and while I get to know them on my personal time, they're starting to develop these interests they didn't even know they had in these classes. So a goal is to begin the transition of the education that we could provide into our schools' curriculums in order to make it something common and something known. This transition should follow into homes and hearts alike. Events that can be created entirely about the program like once before, and it's something that older fishers have also talked to me about at different events, how they miss seeing how much of an impact the program was making and how it brought our communities together. And they were learning at the same time, they themselves even being fishers. So to begin sharing what we know about the general fisheries industry as well, and that includes things like essential species to our economy, using materials like the group ID guide I just got today, and protected species that are important to the environment, our ecosystems, fish ID, general information like that, being able to get it to our communities, make it a conversation again by anyone and everyone. And from this, we could continue to develop more programs and initiatives directed towards marine education and conservation. Begin making our locals and our children a part of those initiatives, making it important resources for children interested in it from young. Everything that I have, I got it by luck. It wasn't because it was so known and it was so accessible. So my goal is being able to spread it into our communities, into our projects, into our homes, so that they could come to school anywhere they go. These are the kind of opportunities being presented to them, and they have a greater chance of filling our industries, filling our agencies and our divisions with the knowledge that they gain from young. And lastly, working with those collaborators and sponsors from these events, common families and local businesses like the Sanchez family, like Bengoa's Cooling, like Golden Hook, to begin creating joint events for our children and fishers alike. This includes things that they talked to me about, like online tournaments for kids that they wanted to start putting back on by next year. And the idea is to begin spreading the word of those events through my presentations while having our presence at those events as well. And yes, to begin getting them from a young age to start experiencing these things and being a part of them. And our mission should be making this a sure chance for every child and person and sharing these things with the people that we truly create them for, and begin targeting the heart of our islands in the most influential areas. This includes community centers, schools, programs, after schools. And as we work together, we can move forward. And as we move forward, we could begin building this new culture within our agencies in order to make our initiatives and environments more family and citizen-centered, and begin building that trust and collaboration between everybody once again. Next slide. Thank you. This is the end of my report. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Leandri. Any questions for Leandri? Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Just to tell you, continue with that energy and working with your young fishermen. You're going to be big resource in this position. And I know that you're doing a great job in your area. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have to agree with what Vanessa said. I think Leandri is doing an excellent job, and the children are our future. And once we get them to understand the need for sustainable fisheries, the better it's going to be for everyone and the resource. So next we have Nicole Grillo.
Good afternoon, Nicole Grillo for the record. I do not for once have a presentation, so I'm just going to give a brief report. This year or since August, there have been some things that we have been involved in or that I have been involved in as liaison. I'm just going to touch on the things that were the most significant. So in September, we had the EEJ meeting, and that was held at the Emerald Beach Resort. There were fishers there that had never been to any sort of meeting before, and it was very interesting to see that they had a lot of opinions on issues from the federal rule management with things dealing like the lobster closure, the enforcement outside of the 3-mile limit, and also with how they feel about their voices not being heard when it comes to decision-making with rules and regulations. So that was taken into consideration by Brent. Also through the EEJ meeting and these fishers speaking with Mr. Stoffel, we have realized that there needs to be some other form of communication or maybe availability through the enforcement section of DPNR, and then also forming a relationship between them and our Division of Fish and Wildlife where they do not feel apprehensive about coming in and asking questions or stating their opinions on different rules and regulations that they see probably need to be taken a second look at. All in all, the meeting in September was extremely useful, and I do believe that Mr. Stoffel got a lot of information to bring forward out of that meeting. The next event was the Reef Responsible Table at our fishing youth tourney that was held by the Game Fishing Club out on the East End. Now, this was an opportunity for us to not only pass out materials to the young kids that were there, but also to help them with things like fish identification. Through that, we were able to realize that we probably should have more books available through the schools and also at the Game Fishing Club to give to these kids so they can have a ready reference available for when they go out and they see these fish so they can easily identify them. The Coral Reef Task Force was at a event held at Fort Christian, and it was surprising to me to know that a lot of these coral scientists were not only unfamiliar with different fish species, whether I gave them the scientific name, but also some of the relations towards these fish species and the coral reefs. That was an eye-opener for me. The reef responsible information that we had there was handed out to a majority of the scientists that attended the Coral Reef Task Force. So they are going to be a bit more informed on the relationship between certain species of fish and the corals that they are trying so hard to protect. The Good Food Coalition that Leandri had mentioned had asked Reef Responsible to help them with getting a list of fishers that we consider fishers that are in good standing, that know how to fish sustainably. And in saying that, I do want to say that the Virgin Islands have some of the most regulatory enforcement and rules for our fisheries. So all in all, the majority of commercially licensed fishers that are going into that phone book are already considered a sustainable choice due to the fact that they are heavily regulated. The only thing that we looked out for, myself and Emily, who was the person in charge, is to make sure that fish species that were going into the phone book were sustainable. So some things like swordfish were removed from the list. Imported seafood was removed from the list, just to make sure that the products and the fishers that were going in there were solely locally grown. Another thing that I was responsible with doing was trying to find information on climate change research dealing with the marine fisheries. Through that, I realized that there are studies that are taking place within St. Thomas and St. John, but the factor or variable that is specific or inclusive of the fisheries is either inferred to, or it is just a tactic subject, but nothing has been established between that correlation and that correlation being climate change and the effects on what was being studied. So whether it was the mangroves or specific corals, there was no information that was in tie with climate change factors. I also realized that there was a mandate that was passed for a climate change initiative by the Interior in 2016 that unfortunately we have not moved forward on. So I didn't go any further to see whether the council had anything to do with the issuing of that particular mandate, but that is something that I would like to bring before the council as the outreach and education liaison to state and clarify that we do desperately need to have more projects within the Virgin Islands. I can only speak for St. Thomas and St. John that are directly related to the effects of climate change, pH levels, temperatures, the die-offs of specific things in relation to climate change and things like the mangrove habitats, the benthic habitats, because we currently have none of those studies being done, and there are volumes and volumes of information that comes from Puerto Rico. And I also reached out to 2 professors at the University of the Virgin Islands, and they have told me that they will speak to some of their master's students that are doing studies right now to see if maybe they can include climate change factors into that as well. The Reef Responsible program is quickly becoming our main source of education and outreach. So a lot of the information that I received from the council, being it the wonderful grouper guides that we've received, the posters, the booklets that I mentioned earlier up in the year in my last report from ISU, we take those and they come with me to the different Reef Responsible education programs that we have. So I'd like to say thank you very much to the council for providing those materials to me so that I can in turn pass them out onto the public. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Any questions for Nicole? Miguel?
Not a question, but to Nicole and the other 2 liaisons, the project that we are going to put together with Dr. Ali Ortiz for the aerophones will include the 3 of you. And we are going to take some of the recommendations that you have will be included in the report. So probably we'll be talking to you, Leandri and Wilson during this coming week. Dr. Marta Prada and Alida Ortiz are in charge, but they will call you.
Thank you again, Nicole. Wilson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Wilson Santiago, for the record, the Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison. This will be my report from August since the last meeting to now. So some of the activities that I did before August, there are not more here in this report. Next slide. Okay, so since August to now, we are sending educational posts via WhatsApp. As Cristina Olan said, she has helped us a lot with the material to send those posts via the WhatsApp broadcast list. The list of the fishers, the contacts of the fisher has been going up. Right now, I'm like in more than 500 features right now that are receiving weekly educational closures on materials on federal and local. We are continue supporting the feature with issues and information via the mobile and in person. Yeah, giving them educational material for the feature and fishing communities. For this, we travel. I live in the west side of the island, so for this, I travel to the around the island and visit the municipality island to Vieques and Culebra. For that, I have my partner Janet Ramos from Seagram program, and she is always accompanying me in these travels. We are helping with the steering MREP Puerto Rico steering committee, and a couple of 2 weeks ago we participated in the MREP Southeast workshop. So we learn a lot of the science and management and all the communication that those fishers in the Gulf and the South Atlantic have. So it was a very good feedback and mixture of cultures that we have. For that, Vanessa Ramirez was with me, and right, Vanessa, we have a very good experience. So participate in the Caribbean Communication Project meetings. For this thing, monthly we have been on meeting via Zoom. Right now I'm in the communication. I'm participating in the communication meetings with Senai and Stephanie from the Science Center. I also participated like a month ago, participated in the presentation of the documentary. I think her name is Claudia, I don't remember the last name. This is a student from the engineer, como que the college for on engineers. Well, this girl made this documentary about the fishing village, specifically from Cabo Rojo and maybe around the island. Dr. Alida Ortiz couldn't go to this presentation, so she invited me as Elias, and I went, and it was pretty good. I can say that maybe put her in communication with the council, so maybe in some next meetings, she can maybe present this documentary here in the council. Continue supporting the NGO with a new project in communication to the fishers, with the fishers. For this NGO, like the presentation that you heard about the sargassum, the seaweed farming, we have been supporting them with the communication with the fishers, giving them some contacts of fishing villages, president, administrators around the island. So we are supporting them. Next slide, please. Okay, so my next step is we'll continue supporting the educational program for recreational fishers since August to now. For the educational program for recreational fishers, this program is we are with Elena Anton. We started this year giving the present meetings. So from August for now, we haven't gave any meeting. And also to the PECO program, we haven't made any meetings since August for now, but in the year we made 5 of the PEPCO program. PEPCO program is a educational program for commercial fishers. So continue giving support for the council, the DNR, and other agencies regarding communication for fishing communities around Puerto Rico. Continue giving support to the social medias, the CFTFNC, DNR, Seagram, and have a partner from the DNR in the recreational program, statistic program. They are doing a pretty good job, really. So we support them and participate in some of the other publications. participate in workshops for learning new topics that we can pass to the fisher community. This is like an example for the MREP Southfield workshop. So we learn a lot of the science and management in those council and this other area. And support with the feature with features with the DNR license and permits. My phone number is private, but it's public for everyone really. Nelson, all the feature here, everyone know here that my phone is public, but I have like an hour just to call. So I'm all days, Sunday, Saturday, I'm assisting them with features with their license permit, whatever I can do, I help them. And bring community educational material to the fishing communities and communicate them to know where they can do better regarding the outreach and education of fisher communities. I also, in my participation as a liaison, I participated too in the EEJ meetings there in Puerto Rico. There were 4 of them, Northwest, South, and East. So I want to talk a little more about the what we heard in those meetings, and I give thanks to Vanessa, to Maria del Mar, Graciela, Janet Ramos too. We were also working. My work was more in the communication with them, with the fishers, to invite the fishers, with Janet Ramos to Sigren. So more of the, you can go to the other slide. Some of the issues that I remember that was in all the same in the 4 corners of Puerto Rico was like the pollution for them. It was like the major problem, pollution regarding the discharge in the rivers mouth, the construction near the coast, some fishing villages that are destroying them to private persons buying those land to build buildings or apartments or anything. So that contamination has been an issue for those fishing communities. Also, the communication with the local and federal governments. Specifically, more the issues for them was regarding the economic help, the federal economic help that come to the island. The communication with the fishing communities are very low. So it was one of the major issues too that we heard from the fishers. So issues concern participation from fishers, Puerto Rico DNR commercial fishing license, like I told in the past slide, electronic statistics report, how to use it. I also have a contract with the DNR support sampler. So I am working too with the e-reporting app, the statistic electronic reporting app, commercial. Also, all week I am attending calls, message, on how to use it. We made a guide to how to use the app. So every time they have some issues, so they just call me or call the office. So feature via feedback that is sent from the WhatsApp broadcast list are more interested in participating at meetings and bringing comments. We have seen this in the DAP meetings. We have more participation from the fishers, and I don't put it over here, but one major issue that we heard from the EJ meetings around the island and in the feedback via the WhatsApp broadcast list is the communication in Spanish. Like yesterday, partners over here, Kevin and Jessica, was presenting us the NOAA permit website. So one comment that I made was and question that I have is if that website was in Spanish. So that is a very huge concern from the fishing communities. I was making a study with Ricardo Lopez, and we found out that only 27, maybe 30 people around the island have the HMS Caribbean small boat permit. And I know that maybe Vanessa can correct me in this. Maybe some of them doesn't know how to apply it because it's in English. So I know this is a recommendation that NOAA fisheries have heard a lot of time, but to translate, not to translate in the browser, but to have the choice to choose different language.
So Wilson,
Yeah.
with the something that you can convey the message just what they told you. So you use the browser and you have the whole thing.
Yes, but sometimes
Convert into the language.
the Google Translate
No.
can bring some.
I agree with that, but the other thing is that you can get together with Híbrida and see if we can have a fact sheet how they can apply
Yeah.
and where to go to apply it.
We have
Help
worked
you with that.
together with Delis Ortiz from HMS, and all fishers that come to me and I want to fill out the form for the HMS permit. I just send her the telephone number, and she's Puerto Rican, so she's just always helping them. And so that will be all for me. Cristina, can you go to it's my contact number and email. Any question or something, and thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. Any question for Wilson? We're gonna move forward here real quick. Thanks, Wilson. So I gotta bump the agenda again. And I apologize for that, but that happens. We're gonna go to the Fisheries, NOAA Fisheries Equity and Environmental Justice Report. Well, update.
Hello, everybody. This is Brent Stoffel from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. And I'm going to ask whomever is there to go ahead and advance the slides for me as we move through. I have to, before I begin, I have to say what a wonderful out reporting that was by the liaisons. I almost feel I don't even need to do my presentation. They did such a comprehensive job of responding to some of the key issues. But that having been said, let me go ahead and try to run you through as quickly as possible some of the key items that we have learned from our focus groups and catch you up on what some of the future steps are so that you can see the progress that's being made. So let me begin first by saying thank you to my regional office partners, Heather Blau, Maria Lopez, and Sarah Stevenson, for all their time and effort working on the issues related to EEJ and the people of Puerto Rico and the USVI, specifically those that assisted with the focus groups. In addition, we could not have been as successful as we were without the help of council staff, the liaisons from Puerto Rico and USVI, Wilson, Leandria, and Nicole. Thank you for your time and effort and great concern for advancing this charge. To Janet and Alita in Puerto Rico, and of course, Carlos and Garrison in St. Croix, we could not have had such engaging discussions without your assistance. Some of these relationships are new, and we are creating a bond of trust and improved communication. And some of these relationships go back 20 years of working together on a number of issues and are the basis for much of the social science research conducted in the U.S. Caribbean. For all these relationships, I am grateful, and without them, we could not be moving and forward in such a manner as we are right now. Let me give you a little background info to get us up to speed. We're still on the title slide. As a reminder, the National EEJ Plan was finalized and rolled out last spring. This plan requires the development of region-specific implementation plans. Today, we will update you on the status of that work and review key takeaways to date. It is our hope that you will take this opportunity to make sure that we got it right. As a reminder, this initiative is focused on advancing equity and environmental justice through our external mission-related work. So it's interconnected with, but separate from the agency's internal DEI&A efforts, which focus on cultivating a diverse and inclusive workforce through implementation of our diversity and inclusion strategic plan. Slide 2. Next slide. Equity. Let's go over some definitions that are key to just as a little background. Equity means the consistent and systematic, fair, just, and impartial treatment of all individuals, including individuals who belong to underserved communities that have been denied such treatment. Next slide. Environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, gender, national origin, or income, with respect to the development and implementation and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies but not limited to equitable protection from environmental and health hazards, equitable access to decision-making processes, and equitable opportunity for disadvantaged communities that have been historically marginalized. Slide 4. Underserved communities have been systematically denied a full opportunity to participate in aspects of economic, social, and civic life. These include geographic communities as well as populations sharing particular characteristics such as gender, ethnicity, and a variety other listed here. This is all based on the executive order definition from 13985. Slide 5. This is basically how EEJ is impacting our lives at NOAA right now. It is helping us to develop a framework to incorporate EEJ into our daily activities. It is requiring us to create step-down regional implementation plans, and it's seeking to remove barriers related to EEJ. It also seeks to promote equity in all that we do. Slide 6. As a refresher, these are the 6 objectives outlined in our national EEJ strategy. The first is to broaden the research and monitoring work that we do to identify and characterize underserved communities so that we can better understand and address the impacts of our decisions on their livelihood and culture. A second objective is to incorporate EEJ into our policies and plans in a way that helps us to better serve communities that have been under or unserved in the past. Our inclusive government objective aims to ensure that all stakeholders are equally welcome and encouraged to participate in the decisions that affect them. We want to more equitably distribute benefits among stakeholders by increasing the share of funding opportunities and habitat restoration and other services to underserved communities, and identifying and addressing any systemic barrier. We want to ensure our outreach and engagement platforms and activities effectively reach underserved communities. And finally, we want to create an empowering environment by identifying EEJ as a priority at all levels of the agency and meaningfully integrate EEJ considerations into all the work that we do. The next slide. So here's as already mentioned, here's a list of the places that we went to where we conducted the focus groups. But in addition to that, we also attended, I also attended FAC meetings in St. Croix and St. Thomas. And we conducted a trilingual webinar that was done at the end of September. That was I wouldn't say as well attended as we had hoped, but we're hoping that this is just the first time that we tried it, and that as we move forward with it in the future, as we advertise it better and we work through some of the technological kinks, we'll be able to make it more available to more people. Next slide. So who have we engaged in the U.S. Caribbean? Basically the sample and the methods of our research of our work. We've engaged various ethnic groups, various people from gender backgrounds, various education levels, various people from different age groups, and people from different employment backgrounds. We engaged in focus groups and scoping efforts. In addition, we also engaged in key informal interviews, participation in FAC meetings in St. Croix and St. Thomas. We hope to engage more people in future efforts. We were hamstrung for time, yet produced fantastic focus groups, thanks in large part to the people I mentioned earlier who were on the ground talking with folks and sharing the message of why this effort is so important. Slide 9. Some of the key takeaways that we saw both nationally and within the islands is that underserved communities do not feel decision makers understand, consider, or represent their perspective and viewpoints. Underserved communities feel exploited by industry and federal projects, often being left out or excluded from these projects. And underserved communities are depending on us, meaning NOAA, to partner with each other and other state and federal agencies to find solutions. I think this is a critical thing that we need to understand. Some of the concerns that come up in our focus groups are things that are not within our jurisdiction. Other things that come up are things that happen at a macro level. These are changes that would be fundamental changes in the way that we do business. These are things made at a much higher level than personally where I'm at. But these things don't preclude us from listening or prohibit us from listening and bringing this message to the powers that be. As I see it, we are a conduit of information, and even though we may not perhaps be involved in something like an expansion of a national park or something like that, it's something that we can bring up as a concern and work with our cross-agency counterparts. Just to let you know, this week already, I've had a meeting with BOEM about future discussions of spatial planning and other issues that they're considering as it relates to offshore wind development in the USVI. So as a part of this desire for us to partner with other folks, we are engaging in those efforts. Some of the key focus group takeaways. As you heard from Nicole and from Andrea and from Wilson, we need to further diversify our communications and outreach platforms to more effectively meet and underserved communities where they are. In terms of location, we need to come to them. Timing, we need to consider their work schedules, fishing seasons and hurricane seasons. Education level, we need to make sure that we're able to convey our message in very plain language so that it's able to be digested. We shouldn't pretend that we're speaking at an academic meeting, but we should be speaking as if we're sitting across the table from one another, sharing a piece of food and just having a very frank discussion about concerns. We need to think about the technological capabilities of folks, that some folks have access to cell phones, computers, and broadband internet, and others may not have that access. So we need to take that into consideration. Language, what you guys were just mentioning a few minutes ago about hitting the Google Translate. That is one form, but as Wilson mentioned, maybe it doesn't translate well. And right now, just so that you know about steps that we're taking, I'm a member of the EEJ Executive Board and on the national level working group. And we are looking to develop a contract with the State Department for translation services for 52 different languages and dialects. This means that we should be able to, in the steps that we're taking in the future, when we have our divisional breakdowns with our communications divisions and our outreach and education, we should be able to begin discussions on how to effectively get you the information in a format and in a language that is more digestible and easier for people to participate in whatever program that it is. In addition, I have spent a great deal of my working life in the Caribbean and realized that certain things like radio programs and mouth-to-mouth are often the most common formats for information to be shared. So the use of radio programs and podcasts or short verbal or video announcements that can be shared with liaisons and in turn shared with their various social and occupational networks is potentially a means of being able to reach out to a larger portion of that underserved community. One of the other things that they wanted to have is an increased presence in the community and leverage the support of trusted and knowledgeable community liaisons, be they from Sea Grant, port agents, community NGOs, or the ones that currently that we're working with. And where applicable, we need to recognize that their value, which means that not only do we recognize what it is that they offer to us, but compensate them for their efforts. A lot of this takes time away from other efforts, and we need to make sure that we're finding a way to value the work that they provide. We need to institutionalize communication mechanisms with community liaisons by establishing direct points of contact and ensuring regular check-ins. We are doing this now with regular meetings, and in the future, my plan is to formalize a monthly catch-up meeting with liaisons from the U.S. Caribbean about EEJ and other fishery-related issues. Listening to Leandri's report about the different tournaments and the things that she was involved in, if she can give us that feedback, that perhaps allows us to find ways to use these avenues of these events to share information and to share our message. And so the back and forth, it's not just a one-way street. It's not just NOAA coming to the Caribbean, but it's also the Caribbean coming back to NOAA and saying, hey, it would be a great thing if you were here. One of the things we did quite a long time ago was we participated in St. Thomas in the Fishery Fun Day Frenchtown. And these are the kinds of events that can demonstrate the collaborative and cooperative efforts that we hope to create between NOAA and local communities. In the future, we plan to work with our communications and outreach and education divisions to improve access to information and opportunities for local folks to be involved in research and science, as well as educational opportunities. Just to let you know, we hope to create something where we can have like a monthly email blast that will go out to liaisons that can share with people in the underserved communities so that they can recognize the opportunities that are coming up and the deadlines and some of the key criteria that they would need to participate in such events. So the next slide with key focus group takeaways, Puerto Rico. Commonalities across Puerto Rico and its fisheries. As Wilson mentioned, pollution is a key issue on all sides of the island. Some of these may not be NOAA related things. They may be more EPA or other kinds of local government kind of issues, but this is certainly, if this is a key issue amongst fishermen, this is certainly one that we need to convey. We need to create greater transparency with government at all levels. There's a desire to know that when local governments get funding, how and for what and how, for how much and for what are they going to spend it on? And hopefully that the local fishermen and local stakeholders can have an influence on the creation of a spending plan that will best suit all concerned, especially as it relates, as Wilson mentioned, with the disaster relief, and then the forces of gentrification and coastal redevelopment, which often follow, often eliminating important infrastructure for both the commercial fisheries. And again, there's a desire to collaborate on the development of priorities for funding. They also want improved access to opportunities, as mentioned. Infrastructure maintenance and redevelopment are key concerns. Grants and loans, not only the language that it comes in, but navigating the process. As you know, some of these things can be complex. It almost feels like you need a law degree to be able to get through them. We need to either provide a mechanism for having a liaison be able to be trained and assist in navigating that process, or we need to have somebody that they can call back at NOAA and that can assist them in navigating the process. Research and management. We need to involve locals more, not only in cooperative research programs, but also to assist them in running their own citizen science research. And one of the things that was, again, what Wilson said, and something that Leandri hit upon as well, is the vocational educational system, the providing knowledge in the schools about the importance of fishing, about the value of fishing, the food security issues related to fishing. All of these kinds of things need to be taught and understood. And perhaps also it's a mechanism for when we have this quote unquote graying of the fleet, where we're going to have seeing no new entrants into the fleet. Hopefully we can encourage people to see fishing as a viable form of occupation. They also ask for there to be a greater presence of NOAA, physical presence, face-to-face, and of course enforcement is a key issue, especially related to capacity and training. Next slide. Key focus takeaways from the USVI, St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix. There was a concern about the development and replacement of FADs to ease pressure off of inshore fisheries. The belief that, and we talked about it with Toby Tobias, who has, of course, a million years of knowledge about all of these kinds of issues, and the complexity of the recertification process and the longevity of a FAD. And so these are key issues that fishermen feel can be useful in eliminating some of this inshore pressure by attracting pelagic species. Enforcement, they don't feel that there are enough people and they need to be better trained. Again, one of the key considerations is that these people in enforcement are overtaxed, that there's not enough time for people to be able to do their jobs effectively, and that improved enforcement would go a long way just by simply having more people who are better trained. So perhaps one of the key takeaways could be an annual training or certificate program with regards to just something as simple as mentioned earlier as species recognition. There was the comment made that there are officers that understand what a snapper is, but they don't understand the difference between the types of snappers. And so one might say, oh, well, that's a snapper, but not know whether it's in season or out of season. One of the key and most emotional discussions that we had was the creation of a safe fishing zone in Lang Bank. And this has in large part to do with the closure of the industrial port over in Gallows Bay. Now the larger ships will make their way. They're supposed to go around Lang Bank, but we'll cut off the point in order to save time and tread through very shallow waters, creating greater risk for running aground. And as Mr. Daly said, let's not wait until they run over our divers or run over one of their boats and we lose somebody before we recognize this as an important issue. I want people to know that we've made headroads into finding out about how to create a safe fishing zone, and we will share that information with the liaisons and the local government for their consideration so they can follow up on that. Again, creating a better awareness for opportunities and collaborate on research, finding scholarships for the youth, and taking part in internships and paid internships, because anybody that can afford to do an unpaid internship is probably not vulnerable. And so we want to make sure that the internships that people participate in allow them to cover their costs while engaging in that activity. And we want to improve our communication with our community liaisons, something that I'm trying very hard to do. And I hope that people have noticed the difference over the last year or two about our attempt to engage with the community liaisons and local officials. And they wanted another major concern is a more timely discussion of assistance after disasters. And I'll just leave that as it is because I realize how complex that issue is. So slide 13, we are now turning our attention to analyzing our stakeholder input and drafting a regional implementation plan, which is now due April 5th, 2024. Last month, we conducted a workshop that pulled together all of the responses and have begun to separate them into different kinds of bins. We met for 3 days and since have held numerous virtual meetings, culling through all the data. We hope that today we have represented your issues and concerns, and that if we have missed something, please make sure to let us know. This is not a one and done type of project. This is a living, breathing effort that will build upon mistakes and successes. For we will not be perfect, but we will strive for it. We appreciate the efforts of all in the council and their engagement in this work to date, and will continue to determine how best to incorporate council input and feedback into this process. The same can be said for those who assisted in the development of the focus groups, realizing that they are key components to any success in this effort. For the local fishermen and other stakeholders, it is the first step in a process, and we are moving forward, hopefully representing your issues and concerns. We realize that there may be things outside our agency's jurisdiction, and maybe there are processes that can't be altered from the manner in which they are conducted now. However, this does not mean that we won't hear your concerns and try our best to point you in the right direction for answers to your questions. Also, internally, we are going to need a little time to handle how this impacts our way of doing business. Some of the things that are easily addressed, and other things are more complicated. But most importantly, know that we are working as hard as we can to improve our service, especially as we look forward to impacts associated with the development of the blue economy, issues coming to face the U.S. Caribbean, like offshore wind and the development of aquaculture. And I might reiterate that we are going to, over the next few months, engage in discussions with our divisions to discuss with them about how EEJ is going to essentially affect how they do business in the future. And so we're going to work closely with leadership and then we're going to take it down group by group. And our hope is that we can find a way to make sure that as we move forward, EEJ is a part of our normal process, not an add-on to our work here at the Science Center and in the region. And so with that, I'd just like to say thank you. Again, thank you to all the people that helped with the focus groups and that have helped and been constant supporters of our effort. Because my hope is, looking back from 20 years ago when I came here to where we are today, and thinking about 20 years in the future, that the possibilities that exist for more collaborative efforts, whether it be research or management, I think the future looks very bright. So anyway, with that, I thank you for your time and thank you for the invitation to present today.
Thank you, Brent. Any quick questions for Brent? Hearing none. Brent, I'll be talking to you. I'll call you. I want to talk to you about my boy Tom Daly and Lang Bank.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay. So I was bumping agenda item. Now I'm going to be bumping people. So in the advisory panel reports, I'm going to go first with Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. I don't have any reports, but I would like to bring to your attention the matter of the DNER Administrative Order 2023.07 that address the issue of the Snapper Unit 2 special permit for state waters. The comments that I'm going to make are based on the concerns bring it to me by scientists, fishers, and on my own knowledge. I have been fishing queen snapper for over 40 years, and I know this fishery very well. And I dare to say that this administrative order does more harm than good to the fish, the commercial fishermen, and the culinary industry. This fish is regarded as top of the line in the industry. Before opening the fishery to all commercial fishermen, the DNER should have worked together with the Council, the Science Center, the DNER Fisheries Board, and above all the fishermen who have been participating in this fishery for decades. With the last two groups, as required by the Law 228, Article 5, as amended on April 15, 2005, that says, for the purposes of any attempt to regulate the Puerto Rico fishery by the DNER, its approval must take into account the position of the recognized groups of fishermen and the DNER Fishery Advisory Board. The result of this lack of inclusion of the total absence of common sense will make these management measures a fiasco. By opening this limited fishery to participants, obviously, the catch report will increase. It is very naive thoughts to try to make believe intelligent people like you that with the increase in the number of fishermen, the extraction level of the species will remain the same. I believe that first, a moratorium should have been made, have been suggested on several occasions to allow the poaching fishermen to enter to the fishery, collect the data, and see how the resource behave before making such a risky move. This administrative order established a 3-month closed season beginning the 1st of June and ending the last date of August. What is the reason for establishing this closure if the DNER claim that this resource is healthy? If ain't broke, don't fix it. This closure cut 25% of the annual income of fishermen that will occur in the middle of the hurricane and back to school season where there are so many expenses. It's self-evident statement that imports will increase right in the middle of the summer, causing a negative impact on the local economy And we just saw the same movie with the mahi-mahi, tuna, and swai. Even worse, with the increase of volume of this import, the stellar status of squid snapper in restaurant and hotel industry will change. And as has happened in the past, many restaurants will not want to buy fresh local fish again because the imported one is more cheaper, lower quality, but cheaper. We don't have to be a scientist to understand the big pressure that this measure is going to bring to the snapper unit 2, where a large number of the possible individuals who are preparing for the aggregation in October are going to be captured. And for sure, in a short time, we are going to see these 2 snapper units in danger. Sadly, this look more a political solution due to that the local government has not been able for the past 10 years to stabilize, monitoring, or increase the ACL of an evident healthy species. It makes no sense to increase the number of fishermen without first increase the ACLs, and surely when all this get out of control, no one will know what to do. Only implement a closure when all the parties involved are going to be affected. And my last comment is, what will happen to the catch made in the EEZ? It is legal to land them, or will be necessary to create a fishing manifest or a special snapper permit for federal waters? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nelson. Gerson?
St. Clair's chair supports Puerto Rico chair on the comments he just made on his concerns about the snapper fisheries.
Julian?
Julian McGrath, for the record, I support Nelson and what he just said, but I just want to make another comment also. You know, we are moving when you can harvest these snappers and you're opening up where you have the spawning season. We were tasked to come up and give the dates and the times of the year where the different species spawn. And we did this through the Sustainable Fisheries Act back in 2005, where we all separated out in groups and came up with all of these seasonal closures to help with the reduction of the 30% that was required in order for us to continue fishing. So here it is, we have the time when the fish are supposed to be protected, and we are moving out of that time. Right now, we're in the middle of the seasonal closure in St. Thomas, St. John. So it's closed until December 31st, because this is the time that the fish are spawning. So I have concerns that you're going to be harvesting fish during the spawning period, which we talk so heavily about in this room, that we need to protect those fish during that period. And that's why we gave the 3 months that we gave back in 2005. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to make my comment and put on the record that I have the appointment with Mr. Ricardo Lopez. I asked for a meeting and he answered as my request. And I have the time to check on the basic of this. As Nelson says, those are the situations of our commercial fishermen. Of course, it's something that take us by surprise. And I think that in the way that Ricardo could explain better, and maybe we can make like an education and campaign with the open door that this will be evaluated in December. As soon as they have more information, we know that we have a lot of commercial fishermen in that fishery. They were requesting to open the permits. We know that we have a lot of commercial that we're requesting the new permits that were not fishing, but they want to fish. And also we know that we have a lot of recreational fishermen that they are not in the system and they will not be until I don't know where. So I recognize that Ricardo explained to me that this closure for 3 months is like a preventive for this year. And I hope that we can later sit on and evaluate this situation. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. Miguel?
No, just to ask whether Ricardo has any comments and about this situation, and what is your take about the future actions that the local government will take? And on a sidebar with Ricardo, he was talking about collecting the data, et cetera, and another possibility could be to have the close season as the same as the federal, so the fisher will not lose that. But you have to support that with data about the time the species spawn. So you care to add anything, Ricardo, regarding the topic?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for the opportunity and for the question. Of course, I would like to clarify every doubt. My office is open for everybody. I just received Vanessa, and I also received the concern of the Michelle Shatter, Dr. Michelle Shatter, and I answer her by reading. I answer Vanessa in my office, and I'm willing to answer Mr. Crespo all his doubts and all the council if they have doubts too. I can give you a presentation in another moment, in probably next meeting, or I can make a written statement for all of you if you want to. I'm available. I can provide. Well, I will have to traduce many things and check with my partners in DNR in order to be ready for you, but I can do later.
Okay.
The thing that we mentioned is, let's say that the order of Puerto Rico prevails, then we have the issue of enforcement versus innocent transit from the EEC to the area of jurisdiction of Puerto Rico. And one alternative, and this is for the local government, this is not the council. We have to be very careful with that. There could be a possibility of establishing a special permit of manifesto. So the fisher who have a valid license, they are bona fide fishers, can then be recognized by the local government and have this document that would allow them to transit. Do you think that could be a possibility, Ricardo, or we are too early to start working in that direction?
Well, this was an administrative order. This can be changed at any time. We can do a new amendment. We can do a new order. If there's new information, scientific information, or any concern or any suggestion, of course, we're going to take it into consideration and we can manage that. We can change the order at any time.
Do you need anything from the council at this time regarding those lines?
Only the opportunity to explain and to listen to all the parts.
No, I'm talking about the science information.
I believe I have everything
that
we have available. I don't think that there's new data, at least when we work this administrative order. If there's any new data, I would love to have it. But you will see with my explanation why we decide to do that. Definitely, this is more a social issue than a scientific issue for me. The problem began before 2013, right? When we went above the ACL. And then during December, the fishery of this two snapper was closed, and it was closed during the season of the other, during the other closure seasons too. So those fishermen couldn't go to fish. That was the main problem. So that's why we put those 3 months. just to reduce the probability of getting there again. But if everybody think that that's not necessary, if the council think that that's not necessary, if the fisherman thinks that that's not necessary, they can write to us and we can amend the order and remove those 3 months. Those 3 months, we chose them mostly in a social basic, but at the same time, we pick from those available that doesn't make that makes sense, and that doesn't make a big change to the fishermen. We pick the better in terms of what science have.
Okay.
So a couple of things. One of the issues that we are thinking about has to do with the fact that the way that the ACL overage was dealt with at the time, it began counting in December forward. That changed because there was some backwards, sorry, December, November, October. That changed, and now the overages are taken starting in September 30th and moving backwards because of all the social and economic considerations that were dealt with at the time. In addition to that, the data that comes in the administrative order or the citation that it has, it's not longer real in the EEC because now we have island-based FMPs rather than what we had before. And I think that probably the main issue of all of this has to do with that innocent transit, because we know that most of the EEC, that's where the deepwater snapper, the queen snapper, and the Muniama de Afuera are taken from. So, you know, that issue that in other times we have stated that if you come through the state waters with the stowed equipment that you've used for harvesting and the harvest or the catch separate from the gear that you're using, that was part of the information that we had in the other FMPs, and that's still, you know, a viable option. So, you know, and because things have changed so dramatically, I think that it would be worthwhile to revise the information that was set forth to come to the conclusion of the administrative order. And because of the economic significance of that fishery in terms of the EEC, I think that that would also be a social issue to deal with.
Yep. No, I would like to yield to Ricardo.
Yes, I understand. Please feel free of sending us all the recommendation. You can send it to me directly, or you can write to the subsecretary, to the secretary, the way you prefer. Send those recommendations and send that data to me, and I'll be sure to recheck the order. And if we think that we can amend it, we will do it as soon as possible.
Miguel.
Thank you, Ricardo, because probably what we could do here is to accept the invitation by Ricardo here, and maybe have a committee, Graciela, your laboratory, and an observer, Nelson, and you can sit down and come up with, you know, the facts and how Puerto Rico then can modify, if needed, the order that you have now. Because as I said, we are all fighting for the same thing. Our common goal is to have a sustainable fishery with the least amount of harm to the socioeconomy of that fishery. And that we can do that in the first quarter of 2024. And then by the next meeting, as Ricardo suggested, he can present to the council all the options available and the information that is needed to be exchanged between the council, the local government, perhaps even the federal government.
Okay. Yes, we can do that. Ricardo, for this record again, and Vanessa is also invited. Maria del Mar, Maria Lopez is also invited. You know, we can do the meeting with all the parts that we need to do that. I have the location. You just have to give me the date.
Right, so before I go to Maria, I know that the hot item here is that queen snapper fishery in western Puerto Rico, but that federal permit is actually for other species also, and I just don't want to throw that out just because of one species. I want that opportunity to be available, and I don't know what the council's thought is on this, because, you know, in the future, we may come up with a limited access fishery for a species, and we have the people here to talk.
Yeah, but these two things are different. This one is done. We can do that. And then we got to talk about the permit, because that's something that was presented today. Because you're right, that this permit covers more species than the ones that we're talking about at this time. And probably that's something that we should indicate, you know, the pleasure of the council regarding the presentation that you have seen in this meeting. And would you like to pursue the establishing of a federal permit in the area of the US Caribbean?
And I also wanted to mention, I know Graciela mentioned about stowing equipment, because we have that situation with the Buck Island Monument on St. Croix, that when you're transiting through, if your rod and reels and stuff are stowed down below, everything is good. But when it comes to queen snapper fishery, that's a hydraulic winch. So I don't know, it's not that easy to take that down and stow it. But I know that Maria wants to talk. Coast Guard want to say something?
How do you say?
I'm the supervisor down here at the Boat Forces Unit in St. Thomas. As far as when you're transiting through a body of water, if you're carrying a species of fish that you went out to its different fishing grounds and harvested, you can't stop and make what we call a constructive presence in the other waters that you're passing through. Now, for instance, like the winches you guys are talking about, we get it. You can't just take it off and hide it. But as far as like fishing gear goes, like fishing poles, you shouldn't have to put them away. As long as you don't stop and make a constructive presence or continue to fish in that area, you're fine to just drive through it.
Okay, thank you, Maria.
Yes, thank you. This is Maria Lopez for the record. I would like to make a motion for the council to make a letter to the DNER communicating the recommendations that were provided during this meeting by the council's biologist, and also requesting correction to the administrative order where the ACLs, the annual catch limits that were cited in the administrative order, are not the current ACLs that apply right now to the species in Puerto Rico. For example, the ACLs that are listed in the administrative order are the ones that were set in 2012, and in 2022 by the implementation of the Puerto Rico fishery management plans, the numbers of the ACLs were significantly higher for these deep water snapper, snapper unit 2, cardinal and queen snapper that we're talking about in here for both sectors. Thanks.
Chairman, you have the authority to do that without a motion, but I believe that let them finish.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the chairman had the authority to do that if you incorporate into the record what you just said. So the motion could be to send a letter to the appropriate authorities, Department of Natural Resources, to correct what you said as per the record. So that way we incorporate everything into the letter. We will prepare a draft report, draft language that you can review for us, please. And then it can be sent then to the secretary. But that's parallel to the meeting with Ricardo. So, and the other thing that if you are gonna do this the correct way, you have to go through the junta. That's what you have in the Department of Natural Resources. The junta is the council of the secretary. But anyway, it's up to the secretary to do it because she or he, as secretary, can do away with the junta at any time, except for that the junta is set by law, and you have to be careful how you do it if you are secretary or not. So can we get the screen for Motion.
Can I make a comment to Maria?
Let's do the motion first and then in the discussion you comment. Maria, sure.
Yeah, thank you. The motion should read, the council will draft a letter to the Department of Natural Resources, Puerto Rico, communicating the recommendations on regard the administrative order 2013-11 that were provided during this meeting. What, 23? Did I say 2013? I have 11 right here. Did it change? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what it was. Okay. 2023-07 that were provided during this meeting. Okay, and I would like to also add and request the DNR to correct the references to the annual catch limit for the Puerto Rico Snapper Unit 2 in this administrative order to reflect the current ACLs established in the Puerto Rico FMP. We can perhaps fix it a little bit if you guys understand it. Okay, thank you.
I believe that's the motion. We need a second.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Yeah.
Open for discussion. Right, but can I something about the motion here real quick? It says the recommendations on regard the administration should be regarding the administrative order. Catherine.
And just so you know, right now, this motion is just to draft a letter, not to send it. So if the intent is to actually send a letter, I would change that verb to will send a letter, prepare and send a letter. And if you want, it could also say that the chair is authorized to sign the letter on behalf of the council. You know, you can talk about at what point are you all comfortable with it? You know, you're going to send a draft and review it, you know, electronically first. But anyway, I just thought I'd alert you to that.
Roberto.
Roberto Sabater, should it say what's the latest ACL? What year it was the latest one? To clarify it more.
Well, yes, this is Maria. We can definitely say established in the Puerto Rico FMP implemented in 2022. Thank you for the suggestion. As the creator of the motion, I would like to also modify it to add what Kate discussed about giving authority to the chair to sign the letter and send it.
I agree with that.
Hi, Maria. Would you like me where to put that sentence?
Yeah.
You can just create a new sentence at the end that says the council chair is authorized to sign the letter on behalf of the council.
Okay, we're still open for discussion. I think Ricardo has a-
Yeah, this is definitely a way to go. Ricardo Lopez for the record. I'm just reading the statement there. I believe that when you say that were provided during this meeting, the rest of the line of the sentence seems to me like one of the recommendations that you will provide on that letter. That's everything.
That's a fair point. The benefit of calling out the ACL is that's a very specific thing that the council wants to have in the letter. So, leave it to you all if you want to call that out or just leave it more general about the recommendations. But I think Maria said that specifically because that's a particular thing that she wants to have in the letter.
Yeah, the other thing you have to be careful, the council does not dictate to the secretary what she or he will do. The only thing that we can do is to correct any information that is provided that is outdated. And this is what we're doing now. With the meeting with Ricardo and the others, maybe we can do that. So the letter will be sent by the way, the chair oversight the authority to send the letter or not. But anyway, we make it approved this way. So in essence, what we're doing now with this motion is to make a correction on the language of the order that we have there. And probably by the time you get this letter, the order could be rescinded by the secretary at any time. That's what Ricardo is saying. The order is not built in concrete. They would like to make it, make sure that everything is followed the right way for this order, either modification or still in the order. So, Mr. Chairman, you can vote if you want to, because that's the only thing.
Yeah, but real quick, when Ricardo mentioned this about that were provided during this meeting, should I say that were provided during the 183rd meeting or just this meeting?
I think at that point, it's a question of whoever is going to be responsible for drafting this letter, and it might be council staff, as long as they understand what that means. And given that council staff was the one that basically articulated it, I would think she does. But if obviously, if you feel uncomfortable with the way the motion's worded and you'd be more comfortable identifying which meeting and who made those comments, you can modify the motion.
No, I'm good. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the letter will be drafted by Graciela, you and I.
Any further discussion? All righty, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Yeah, so I have Julian on the DAP, the advisory panel report.
Yeah, good afternoon, Julian McGrath for the record. So it's a quick, we had one meeting back in August 30th, and it was a joint meeting with all the DAPs. And we had some presentations that were given. We had a conceptual model presentation that was given by Talisa. We had a presentation that was also given for establishing accountability measures that was given by Sarah Stevenson and Maria Lopez. And then the final presentation was the EEJ strategy implementation plan. And that was given by Heather Blau. And it was a very good educational meeting. A lot of information was provided to each of the committees, and it helped them to understand the process of how things operate and what's ongoing and what the future looks like to continue. So that's my update for today. I am not going to waste any more time. And at this time, I just like to say happy holidays to everyone and safe travels back, and see you for 2024.
Thank you, Julian. Gerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gerson Martinez, top shares and cries for the record. I just have a concern on any future regulations or closures for the Queen Conch. And I wrote as follows. Over the years, as a commercial fisherman, I've learned to gain knowledge and being responsible fisherman. And I also have encouraged other fishermen to be responsible in what they catch. This morning, after being around so much smart people in this room, I had a moment. And in that moment, this thought came to my head. And this is how you guys feel every day. Wow. It's not what you fish today that matters, but the ability to fish tomorrow because you didn't fish it today, thinking about tomorrow. And saying that, I like to have the ability to fish tomorrow because today I overprotected my resource. Being a member of the Fisheries Advisory Committee in St. Croix, we have done a lot in protecting that resource. We have given almost half of our year to a close season, no possession of Queen Conch, and we have remodified the amount of or the bag limit that each fisherman can catch. Doing this, we have lost millions of dollars. I cannot tell you how much, but we have done the work of protecting that resource. And because other people around the world has been irresponsible in not taking care of that resource, I don't think we in the Virgin Islands should be penalized for doing our homework and being law-abiding citizens in protecting this resource. For those 5 months that this resource is closed, we only fish 2 days a week. And it gets very hard, but we always put food on our table and we pay our bills, sometimes not in time, but we always do pay those bills in that 5 months. And we ask this council to consider any future regulations or anything that has to do anything close to a closure or a complete closure of that fishery, because that is a very social, economical fishery for the Virgin Island, not only for us fishermen, but for our restaurants. And I would like to see the faces of those people who taste that Queen Conch that was prepared yesterday. I know you guys enjoy the taste of that Queen Conch, and that's why we love that Queen Conch in our tables in the Virgin Islands. And this said, I humble myself and ask you any future regulations, please have that into consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gerson. So we're going down to enforcement reports. We don't have much time left, so Puerto Rico DNR.
Yes, Ricardo Lopez for the record. Cristina, whenever you think is possible. Okay, perfect. Yes, this presentation was prepared by me, but it couldn't be done without the help of Yamire Perez Roman, who is the DNR Ranger working with Maritime Zone, and with the review of Carmen Santiago. Please, next. Okay, this presentation is similar to others that I have done here. You can see in the green squares, Puerto Rico Fisheries Law and Fisheries Regulations. That's the amount of interventions that the DNR Rangers Corp have during this year. I mean, during this period, is very similar to the other periods. Next. You can see here in detail which what intervention was done. 4 cases for the Puerto Rico fishery laws and 21 cases for the regulation on fisheries. And some of them were very interesting. I bring some pictures for you. Please, next. Here you can see an intervention of lobsters, most of them small lobsters. Next. This one is about queen conch. You can see that many of them were small and during the closure season. Next. And this other one was kind of new for me. It's about HMS. That case was reassigned to the law enforcement agent of NOAA. He's taking care of this. And those are some of the pictures of that intervention. Next. Those are the contact. If you have any question, I'm here.
Thank you, Ricardo. Any questions for Ricardo? We have one on the chat. Is it chat or just live?
Dr. Michelle Shatter.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman. Buenas tardes. I was just wanting to inquire on the incident of a commercial fisher killing a 300-pound Goliath grouper on the north coast of Puerto Rico. What actions has the department taken on that case? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Michelle, for your question. That case was taken by a DNR ranger with the help of the NOAA agent to the Tribunal of Arecibo. That's what's the name of tribunal. To the court at Arecibo. And the judge just said that the recreational fisherman was not obligated to have a course to identify fishes, so he can make a mistake, and it was released. Any other question?
Thank you. That's not surprising. We've had total cases on St. Croix and the judge has dismissed them for trivial reasons. So that's not any surprise to me. A chat.
Michelle wrote in the chat, it was a commercial fisher, so what was the consequence?
No, well, the information that I have is it was a recreational fisherman, but I can recheck that.
Thank you. Okay, there's no DPNR enforcement report, so we're gonna go on the Coast Guard. Right, so we're gonna go down to NOAA fisheries. Manny?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Manny Antoneris. I'm with NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement. With me is Alex Guerrero. He's here to my left. He's the enforcement officer for USVI. He's assigned here in St. Thomas. And we also have, many of you know Miguel Borges, a special agent. He is not here with us now, but he is the agent assigned to our San Juan field office. Next slide, please. So a lot of the cases here that I'm going to talk about, there are just a few of them. I'm not going to go over some of the routine day-to-day offloads and monitors and that sort of thing, but we do have some updates on some sea turtle cases and some investigations that were conducted in conjunction with Puerto Rico and USVI, along with U.S. Coast Guard and CBP. We also have worked cases in the past with FDA and the U.S. Park Service. Next slide, please. We have a case right now that's ongoing. It's a fish trap case. We've gotten some inquiries on this case from various folks. So I can't go into too much detail on the case because it is ongoing. It's my understanding that we have completed the investigation and the case was referred to us. It came in the form of a complaint. And our folks did follow up. Complaint was that there were traps that were deployed in the Hind Bank with assistance of U.S. Coast Guard They were able to send out one of their assets along with their officer to document the location of those traps, document the markings of them, and then Coast Guard also followed up with an at-sea boarding after the fact with the vessel that was involved. Like I said, the case has been, the investigation is complete, and it's my understanding that we are referring that case to our Office of General Counsel for enforcement action or for review this week. And then if you go to the next slide, that's just a close-up of the location of where the report came in and where those traps were observed in the closure. So I hope to provide some updates during the next meeting on the status or the outcome of that case. Next slide, please. We worked a possession of a blue marlin in the US EEZ case. This case was initiated by, I believe it was Customs and Border Protection. There were a couple things that were documented. On the fishery side, it was possession of, like I said, the blue marlin, fillets. There were also some narcotics involved, and my understanding is that the subject was arrested for those charges. But as far as the fishery side goes, we did issue a $2,750 summary settlement offer for the fisheries violation. Next slide, please. This is an update. I mentioned this case during the last meeting. It's a ESA case involving sea turtle take in St. Croix. During the last meeting, I reported that Roberto Carmona, he was the first defendant that pled guilty to 2 counts, was sentenced to 1 year probation and a $500 fine. And I know that we just did talk about some of the penalties. So just to be clear, this was federal district court, so it's a federal case that was taken through the U.S. Attorney's Office. And then the second subject involved in that case also pled out, and they were issued same sentence of 1 year probation and a $500 fine. I believe those were both, or that particular case was a hawksbill sea turtle. Next slide. This is another sea turtle case out of Puerto Rico. We did execute an arrest warrant for the subject that was involved in this case. And still early in the case, so we don't have any outcomes, but we'll share that hopefully next meeting or one of the future meetings. In this particular case this was a green sea turtle. And I did mention that both cases were initiated by our JA partners, both Puerto Rico and USVI. Next slide. As far as our trade monitoring goes, we do regularly conduct import container exams at the airports and the ports. We're looking primarily for simp species and other species. Typically in this area, we're looking at things like lobster, snapper, mahi, and tuna. Recently, we've been working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on some CITES related issues involving queen conch. And for those that I think I shared during a previous meeting, but the simp species, there's 13 of them, categories of species that cover over 1,100 actual species within the simp program that require additional reporting as part of that program. And we're doing a lot of this stuff in conjunction with Coast Guard, CBP, and FDA does assist as well. Next slide, please. Just an update on our Puerto Rico U.S. USVI Environmental Crimes Task Force. We are following up on some complaints as part of that task force that were received. by the task force. One of the bigger ones that our agents involved in right now is the Hobos Bay matter. I've already reported during a previous meeting that 2 men were indicted as part of the Hobos case, and the investigation is ongoing on that one. Yeah, I believe, is there next slide? This is just a couple updates on training, outreach, and education. Our agent in Puerto Rico, Miguel Borges, participated in the Marine Resource Education Program. MREP, Wilson reported on it earlier in his brief. There were approximately 30 fishermen that were in attendance on that training. We did get some good feedback from that. And we also, I was participating in the MREP that was held in St. Pete, where Vanessa and Wilson were also there. And that was a great event as well. We also had a training event that took place with Border Patrol agents at their station at Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. And Miguel presented to those folks as well on some federal fisheries regulations. And they did some scenario type training. I think we have another slide or two. Next slide is just, this is our enforcement priorities, which on the last slide, you'll see it's a link to our website. Our priorities are now final for 2023 through 2027. So we just set the 5-year priority setting. So we set annual priorities, but the 5-year document is a more comprehensive listing of priorities for 5 years. And that's available, like I said, on the website, along with a link here to the IUU fact sheet. And then next slide is has a couple links to our website with annual reports, some vessel monitoring information that we've gotten questions on, along with the IUU fact sheet I mentioned. There is a link there for on the slide for fishery bulletins that we get questions on from time to time for folks to sign up. And then the link on the bottom is a access to the Office of General Counsel's website, where you can find a list of penalties, whether they're notice of violations, assessments, permit sanctions, that sort of thing, for cases that are referred to their office. And then finally, we do have the OLE Fishery Council report. We put those together on a quarterly basis. It's the same report we provide to the South Atlantic, the Caribbean, and the Gulf. And those are all included in the briefing book. And final slide is just questions for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Any questions for Manny? Hearing none. Thanks a lot, Manny. We're gonna go to
Dr. Michelle Shire, question for Mr. Antonaras. Will NOAA OLE be bringing vessels to the U.S. Caribbean anytime soon for underwater patrols?
Yeah, at this time, we don't have any plans to acquire new vessels for the Caribbean. We rely heavily on partnerships for that sort of thing, for at-sea patrols. The JEA is with the Commonwealth and Territory. We view that as a force multiplier for us, for getting out to some of the closed areas, conduct at-sea patrols, and of course, the U.S. Coast Guard. But as far as office law enforcement goes, we don't have vessels out here and really don't have plans in the near future to obtain our own vessels for this area. We're very limited in numbers of vessels we have. And relatively speaking, for the entire division, we have I think we have 2 larger patrol boats, 4 smaller ones, in addition to a few other specialized boats. But that's really it for us.
chat.
Mr. Andrew McGraw mentioned that he can share the U.S. Coast Guard enforcement highlights.
Okay.
is online.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can upload the PDF here in the chat with just a few highlights. Let me know if you're able to open that.
You can share your screen if you want to.
Let me try that as well.
Voy.
Okay. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So thank you again for your time. And again, huge thanks to NOAA, OLE, and all our partners. Just a couple things recently I'd like to highlight. So first of all, we had a training session for LMR boarding officer school down from the Southeast Regional Fisheries Training Center, SURFTAC. And we were able to qualify 14 new LMR Caribbean boarding officers across our station sector, our BFD over in St. Thomas, you guys, and across 4 of the cutter fleet. That's a huge help for us. Those guys will be able to enforce all applicable federal fisheries laws. In addition, the one major case I'd like to highlight, again, NOAA was a huge help with this, and they kind of gave their perspective. This case in St. Thomas, where we suspected unlawful commercial fishing from the Hindbank MCD. We were able to terminate the voyage and force a captain of the port order to terminate that commercial fishing venture and seize all the catch, again, with NOAA's help. The case is still pending enforcement action, mostly from the civil penalty side, again, for the commercial fishing without the correct documentation. This was a great example of interagency cooperation. We had PR municipal police help with the escorting the vessel back, as well as Customs Board Protection. We had Border Patrol take interest in the individual, as well as Air and Marine Operations assist with some follow-up later on. So again, big thank to BFD St. Thomas for doing that boarding and getting this guy off the water. As far as future operations, we do have a couple things planned for the near future that I can't say too much about, but we're discussing with Dr. Scherer and Special Agent Borges, trying to make sure our cutter fleet can go out and put some of that training to work. So thanks again for your time. If there's no other questions, feel free to move to whoever's next.
Thank you, Coast Guard. Any questions for the U.S. Coast Guard? Hearing none, we'll move forward to the advisory body membership. Miguel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time is sort of easy. We have to reappoint 2 members who were willing to reappoint. You reappointed them the last time, and now they're due for reappointment. In the case of the SSC, we had Todd Gedanke and Cope, Dr. Cope and Dr. Gedanke. In the case of the environment, and the EBM TAP, we need to reappoint everybody because the term expired February 24. In the case of the DAP St. Thomas, we are okay on the 4/24. Everybody's on board. We have 2 vacancies in Puerto Rico DAP and 2 vacancies in St. Croix DAP. Ahora uno, ¿por qué? Ahora que se murió.
Sí. Yes, sir.
National Crepo for the record, I think it's Only one vacancy.
Lo que tú me mandaste eran dos. Okay, if it's only one, it's okay. If we have a change, then we can reappoint for the next time. So, so it's uncorrected. In the case of Puerto Rico, it's only one. And I believe that Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. I have a question. I don't know if I don't think it was filled as yet. I know from the SSC we had Doug Gregory that resigned earlier in the year, and we submitted a letter with two names for one of our individuals, either Virginia Chavette or Elizabeth Cattison, to replace him for representation from the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I just trying to get an update on where we at with that, if that has been spoken about yet or it's for future.
Yeah, we're gonna do it in April, the closed session. We have a, in order for us to go to your, to have the closed session, sure, but no, we haven't forgot about it. But here in the open, these are the only instructions I got at this time. So, Mr. Chairman, the first motion, taking in consideration what Julian mentioned, and we are gonna do that at the end, but anyway. We need a motion to reappoint.
Motion to reappoint Dr. Todd Gedamke and Jason Cope.
So move.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record, so move.
Second. Roberto Sabater, I second. All in favor, say aye.
One
Aye.
question, just to confirm, this is for the SSC, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Any nays, any abstention? Motion carries.
Okay, the next motion would be to reappoint all the members of the EVM TAP, which are Juan Cruz Mota, Stacy Williams, Tarsila Ciara, Orián Sadik, Kevin McCarthy, Senay Haptes, Alida Ortiz, and Edwin Cruz Rivera.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record, so move.
Second. Roberto Sabater, I second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any,
That's it.
any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
And then, Mr. Chairman, as I said, we have one vacancy in Puerto Rico, but we have a tradition that whenever we have a council member that is valuable, but the term expire, we usually want to keep that institutional memory for the council. So at this time, we would like to propose to consider appointing Marcos Hanke to the PR, that Puerto Rico vacancy that we have at this time.
Motion.
Vanessa Ramirez, so move.
Roberto Sabater, I second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the letters will be drafted by the staff and to be signed by you and send it to the reappointments and the new appointments. In the case of St. Croix, do you have a member?
Yes, I have Randy Brewington. He's I have a biography for him. He's a charter fisherman and licensed commercial holder. And he's also a member of our Fisheries Advisory Committee on St. Croix.
And he's willing and able to be a member?
Yes, we already spoke. He's willing and able.
So we need a motion to appoint Mr.
Motion to appoint Randy Brewington to the St. Croix DAP.
I second. Roberto Sabater. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carried.
And the last one is a question to the Coast Guard, whether they will be willing to continue be a member of the DAP for Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, and St. Croix. You don't have to answer now, but it's for the next meeting. The reason for that is that one of the Coast Guard officials told us that they didn't have, because of budgetary constraint and some workload, they were not attending the meetings, but we want to ask them, for the next meeting, probably we can have the answer. The Coast Guard is important in these advisory panels because you have the practicality and the expertise of enforcement out there. We can discuss an issue, prepare a recommendation for the council, but it's something that is not enforceable or goes against other rules and regulations that the Coast Guard have to follow. We need to know at the level of the DAP. So just for the next meeting, you can tell us your wishes to participate or continue participating in the DAP. And you don't have to participate in person. Now we have also facilities for virtual participation. That's all we have, Mr. Chairman, so far. And for the next meeting, we are going to consider the membership of the SSC. We need to fill that vacant, and we have to consider the letter that Julian alluded to today.
Okay.
Synopsis for the record. Just to clarify, how many vacancies are there still on the SSC that need to be filled? Just one, correct? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we have a public comment period, and I have Kelvin Vidal. Oh. Kelvin Bailey, sorry. My apologies. I don't know if you know Kelvin Vidal. You know him? That's Attorney Vidal, sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, distinguished guests, everyone in the room. For the record, my name is Kelvin Bailey Jr. I am the president of the Virgin Islands Game Fishing Club located here on St. Thomas. The issue I would like to bring before the council is in reference to the reciprocal fishing agreement between the government of the United States of America and the government of the United Kingdom and Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which starts in opening the government of the United States of America and the government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, seeking to maintain the long-standing and cooperative fishing relations in adjacent waters which have formed a part of the close ties between the people of the British Virgin Islands and the people of the United States. Desiring to ensure effective conservation of fishery stocks in the exclusive fisheries zones of the British Virgin Islands and the United States. Before I go further, I want to make absolutely sure that this proposal in no way seeks to revise the boundaries between the USVI and the British Virgin Islands. Rather, the proposal seeks to invoke the provisions of Article 6 of the 1983 Treaty, Reciprocal Fisheries Agreement between the same parties, which permits in relevant parts either party to request a consultation to discuss implementation of the fisheries agreements, which I'll go into detail. Under Article 6, consultations shall be held at the request of either party in this agreement when B, either party seeks to change in existing patterns or levels of commercial or recreational fishing, referring in Article 1 and 2, or Section D, if there is a need to discuss the implementation of any provision of this agreement. It's also in preference the specific provisions of this agreement, which are as follows. In Article 2, commercial fishing by vessels of the British Virgin Islands may continue in the exclusive fishery zones of the United States in accordance with existing fishing patterns and at existing levels. The exclusive fishery zone to vessels of the British Virgin Islands for the purpose to the vessels of the British Virgin Islands for the purpose of conducting such fishing. Under Article 3, commercial fishing by vessels of the United States may continue in the exclusive fishery zone of the British Virgin Islands in accordance with the existing patterns and at existing levels. The government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland extends access to the exclusive fishery zones of the British Virgin Islands to vessels of the United States for the purpose of conducting such fishing. Further, under Article 4 of it, the government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland shall have exclusive authority to enforce the provisions of this agreement and applicable national fisheries regulations with respect to fishing by vessels of the United States in the exclusive fishery zone of the British Virgin Islands, provided that such national regulations as may be applied shall not disturb patterns and levels of fishing. Under Article 4, Section 2, the government of the United States shall have exclusive authority to enforce the provision of this agreement and applicable national fishing regulations with respect to fishing vessels by the British Virgin Islands in the exclusive fishery zone of the United States, provided that such national regulations as may be applied shall not disturb existing patterns and fishing levels. The request is for clarification of fishing rules in the zones to enable fishermen to routinely and safely fish in these designated zones without fear of seizure of their vessels and catch and being subject to sizable fines. That concludes my.
Well, I just have to say it's too late. That document that you cited has been withdrawn by the United Kingdom several years ago. So it's no longer valid. And they left to the discretion of the local government of the British Virgin Islands and the US Virgin Islands to come to some agreements that would be beneficial to both areas. The equidistant line is not movable. That's set by international law. So in this case, if what the local government and the local fishers and the local government of US Virgin Islands would like to do is to open the discussion for access on both areas of the equidistant line, then that can be started by the local government in consultation with the British government. The council can serve as a platform, neutral platform. That's what we did the last time. We just went there, have a nice food and everything, but we kept our mouth shut. And then the two local governments got into the actual discussions of the thing that were of importance to both areas. The British government, the United Kingdom, decided to leave to the discretion of the British Virgin Islands the management of the fishery areas under their jurisdiction. So they give them that authority. In the case of the Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands, Washington still has the last word. However, we use the Manus-Stevens Act and the National Marine Fisheries Service to behave ourselves. So in this case, if you come and pursue to clarify, to make sure that the local governments and the fisher especially have the right knowledge so they can come back and forth, that's something that could be discussed. But at this time, British Virgin Islands have the authority to seize any vessels at the discretion of the government following the laws and regulations they have established. And it's so be it, if that's what you want, you can send me an email and to me and Carlos, the chair, and we can start the ball rolling.
That is exactly what I would like. Thank you very much.
Okay. And in addition, these negotiations the Department of State is a member of the council. It's a non-voting member of the council. But when we created that, there was no international fishery affairs, trade and commerce office within NOAA. And now they have that. And they have been able to help in some of these negotiations. So please send me an email to me or Carlos, and we will follow with the appropriate action.
Thank you very much. That's what I need.
Thank you.
So on a follow-up to that, I remember many years ago when I was in DPNR enforcement, I was part of the Marine Advisory Board, and we traveled to Tortola to meet with the Prime Minister, and our commissioner and our governor at the time was Charles Turnbull. And I don't know what went wrong, but they utterly refused reciprocity in fishing rights. And that has been a long-standing fight. And I know that presently with Governor Bryan, who's the present governor now, they have a advisory, marine advisory committee. I don't know if you're aware of those, you are, okay. So maybe that's also an avenue that you need to follow up with Governor Bryan, and that way he can, I know he's back and forth with this.
Yes, I am aware. It's called the IVIC, Inter Virgin Islands Council, and I have participated in the last two sessions with the BVI. And yeah, it's still very tough. So we would like any additional assistance in starting these discussions with the British Virgin Islands, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I got it right this time.
I would like to make a note here. I met the old Bailey when he was your age. So the old Miguel and old Bailey were friends a long time ago when you were a young kid.
And I would sit in the back of the room quietly and listen to you old heads talk.
I know.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think we're done. Yeah.
Are you done with the public comment?
No more public comments? Hearing none, go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, thank you. This is Maria Lopez. So earlier today, when we were discussing the federal permits yesterday, when we were discussing the development of federal permits, that conversation, that discussion was not completed because we were requesting additional guidance from the council to be able to move this forward. So given the essence of time, I am going to propose to the rest of the council members that that this topic be brought to the next April council meeting so we can continue the discussion of this very, very important topic.
Thank you. Sanaya,
just for the record, I do think to make a more useful discussion regarding the federal permits, the council does in the interim identify specific management actions or needs related to permits that we want to either prioritize or promote. I think creating a overly inclusive federal permitting system for the US Caribbean may be a heavy lift, but if we identify prioritization ones, things that we feel are really important and are necessary, it will help both the NOAA staff and other agencies give us the right information that we need to develop this type of system.
Yeah.
Perhaps the local government can send a communication to us about those issues as you see them. And then we can get that information from Ricardo and from you and discuss it with the regional office so we can prepare for the next meeting in April. And we have the benefits of being able to hear the present status of the office for permits, and we will do that. So if I say so, Maria, look at it. That's okay. Follows what I want to make sure that we pay attention to what you were saying and you agree with it. For the next meeting, we will have this information by the two local government. They're going to send me information on what type of permit they would like to see towards species and everything, so we can prepare for the meeting in April.
That's okay with me. Local government, you're talking about
local governments, and because Senai says that they have to identify, to which species, what type of permits they would like to see as a council, and also in conjunction with the local government, what they need and have.
Okay, I mean, you guys can put together a list of ideas. I mean, we had a presentation yesterday about what the process is. However, the need is to, of course, to narrow the scope. I think from the input from council members and probably the DAP will be very important to define what the council will be looking as well as the local governments if they want to provide input as well.
Okay.
Jessica, Clay, and then Jessica.
Jessica, right? Yes. Okay, because I'm making a mistake.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on actually a comment the chair
made as he's leaving. But I think the deepwater snapper fishery is an excellent candidate for that. We have an opportunity to do something really special there because it's a relatively new fishery, probably not overcapitalized yet. So this is a good opportunity to put a program in place. Also, of course, get the seasons for the federal and territorial waters aligned, which is always important to do, and develop the appropriate parameters for when you would let people into the fishery, when do you cap the licenses? And I say that not only because it's a relatively new fishery. Like I said, I don't expect that it's probably overcapitalized, but we're also implementing a deep water abundance survey. So if you cap the licenses, you see how the catches settle out, and then you start seeing maybe the stocks are staying in good shape, then perhaps you could let a few more people in. If you see that the abundance is going down, then maybe you have too many licenses. But I think, again, you have something to do really special with this species, with this complex.
Thank you, Clay. Jessica?
Yes, I'll also support what Clay said. When you're thinking about, don't think about what permits you need, think about what fisheries have problems that permits can solve. And so, think of it again, it's a tool that can help you with something. It's not just a tool you want to apply overall, right? You want to have a need and a purpose to it. We could even think about maybe you take one example and just start with one permit for one fishery. See how that works. You're going to gain a lot of that, where if you want to expand permits to other fisheries, the knowledge that you gain through working through that. So say maybe even doing a white paper to get some more discussion going, or some workshops to get some more discussion going. That's going to lead you to take the presentation that I did and apply some of those concepts to where you're moving forward. And again, I'm happy to come back to another council meeting and have more discussions about permits.
April, you're invited.
Thank you, Julian, and then Crespo.
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. I know we're pretty much out of time, and I would request if we could really have a good discussion on this permitting process at the next council meeting, because I was hoping that we would have had enough time today to really get into discussions. I know a few years back it was on the table, and is this going to be something that's mandatory, or are we just going to be, I have so many questions about it. So I don't want to get into that today. If we could please ensure that it's on the agenda, and if we could have that presentation available and your presence, that we can go over it. I think the officials have a lot of concerns, and it would be good to discuss it.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. Kevin and Jessica, I support your words, and I also support Julian's statement. We have to learn a little bit more to know about what's going on the federal permits, but I totally agree that the water snapper is a great opportunity to start developing a permit in federal waters.
Miguel?
Yeah, I believe that we have enough elements to prepare something for you to discuss at the April meeting. One caveat: a permit is not the same as a license. Sometimes they look at the same, but they are not. And in the case of when we discussed this a long time ago, we couldn't implement it. The council wanted to implement a general universal permit license for Puerto Rico at that time. But Puerto Rico requires a 1-year residency, and the federal government do not. And that's when it stopped, because the UC at that time said, no way, Jose, you're not going to do that. It's 6 o'clock. I don't think that we have to go into all the thing there, but these are the type of things that we want to collect the information and bring it back to you at the next meeting. And in between, we probably be in conference with everybody that is necessary before the April meeting.
Graciela?
So I think that the other sector that we're forgetting is the National Saltwater Registry, and that,
Eso discutimos, Fabri.
Excuse me?
Vamos a discutir en abril toda esa cosa.
But what I'm bringing it up is because, we're supposed to be registering, we're fishing in the EEC and we're not, etc. And I think that that's a very big sector that we're missing a lot of information, especially because they're going into the deep water snapper fishery.
So next week I have a meeting with my local Fisheries Advisory Committee. Most of those members are District Advisory Panel for the council members. So I'm gonna start the ball rolling and hopefully get some information for next year.
Ricardo, Ricardo tiene un comentario, pero antes, es un tópico, sorry, it's a topic that the Junta should address. So you can be prepared because the Junta is equivalent to the Fishery Advisory Committee.
Yeah, that's one way to go. Ricardo Lopez for the record. I remember that Bill Arnold tried to work with a permit for the deep water snapper. It's important to consider what he did to see what was wrong and what is right.
That's the one I was referring. It was stopped because Puerto Rico was requiring a year residency for any permits. And it's in the law, still in the law of Puerto Rico. But anyway, all this will be bring to your attention in spring. And
Okay, I am going to recommend that that you let us our staff work on a deep water snapper, for example, in Puerto Rico, as was suggested by Clay, as a exercise to show how decisions could be made, and bring that to the council just to show you how, you know, based on the presentations that and the information that Jessica and Kevin brought and how the process work, to show the council's member how a decision could be made, and we can then start from there.
Julian?
I would like to request that Jessica can meet with the DAPs and give her presentation. That way we can have a prepared statement for the next council meeting, and that would save us some time if her presentation can be presented to the district advisory panel. And that way our members can have a good discussion on the process prior to the April meeting, instead of us trying to do it after we have the discussion at the April meeting. I think that would save us a lot of time. So if that is possible, Miguel, if we can put that on the agenda for next year.
yeah, actually, we can have a virtual meeting of the 3 DAPs as we did before. And they can give that presentation and you will be able to discuss it among yourself and prepare whatever you need to prepare for recommendation to the council.
Okay, good. So on a lighter note, so I have the chairman of the St. Thomas Fisheries Advisory Committee here, and young Vidal, young Bailey. I'm stuck with that name. Young Bailey. Yeah, sure. Right here.
From birth. Since I was 19. Whenever I go fishing, we go catching. Okay. Sorry. We go catching. No, we lost better than 80% of some of our fishing on top of the surface. We lost the bait population in the 80s. We used to go outside the shores and catch whatever amount of sailfish you can or you want. They're gone. We don't know for sure whether scientific or whatever it is causes the bait depletion, but not much bait around anymore. In terms, the charter boats are having a hell of a time, which benefits on a lot of the economy in the Virgin Islands. People from all over the world will come to St. Thomas, stay in hotels, fish, and stuff like that. We used to have big tournaments. Proceed goes to the Boy Scout, Girl Scout, and stuff like that. It's history. We don't know if the scientists around or whoever can figure out why we lose the bait. I go fishing sometimes, and if you catch a bonito, that's a big day. The tourists that we're taking out, when they come in, unhappy. I gave my boat to our game fishing club as the prize for our kids' tournament. The kids want to go fishing. I'm afraid to take them fishing because you can't catch anything. And something needs to be looked at. It's over and above. We can tell you what happened in the past, what's going on now. We're not scientists. We
eyes on what's happening today and what can happen in the tomorrows. We go back, Fish and Wildlife, we use FADs. FADs work, but we work against the FADs. We're taking the babies before they hatch, before they develop. You know, I shiver when I go to the street line and see we're selling 4-pound dolphins. Dolphins under Wahoo under 10 pounds. We in the Virgin Islands, which I'm a part of, we beat the federal government in the restriction. We were the first one goes into tag and release, you know, billfish. We try to stay ahead of the regulations. Even in Puerto Rico, I used to fish the tournaments in Puerto Rico. They used to kill everything in Puerto Rico. And St. Thomas, we're very proud of being champion in conservation. The ocean needs help in a big way. If this plant has to go another 50 years, we're in trouble, big trouble. And I'm not a speaker, but I have first-hand knowledge. And a man is foolish to die with his knowledge. And speak the way you want to, and spit out the want to, and let the brain put it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Yeah, well, Brent kind of mentioned that, but in the April meeting, I want to bring up the situation that we're having on St. Croix with the port, and Christian said closing, so there's going to be an increased traffic over Lang Bank, and that area being an EFH. I think it needs some protection against some vessels over a certain tonnage, especially the cargo vessels that take shortcuts in the shallows, and they pick up a string of 10, 12 fish traps and drag it across the bottom and destroy a whole bunch of coral and soft and hard corals. And I think that we need to find a way to keep them outside the 100-fathom curve. But more on that when I get better information for next April.
Next meetings.
And it's also a safety at sea for fishers. And I think Brent mentioned that.
Next meeting.
Next meeting. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At every December, we announce the meetings for 2024. Of course, Diana is going to send an email to everybody, and we will publish it on our webpage. But tentatively, we have April 23, 24, our first meeting of 2024, followed by August 13, 14, and then we end up with December 4 and 5. Those are the regular 3 meetings that we have, but it's in between. We need to have another meeting, either virtual or a hybrid meeting. The chair will call for that meeting, and everybody will be known. Next year, I'm stuck with being the coordinator for the CCC, and the meeting will take place in Puerto Rico, San Juan de Puerto Rico, 21st to 23rd. And hopefully we'll have Dr. Werner at that meeting. And then it will be followed by the October 16, 17. That meeting is coordinated by the National Marine Fisheries Service in conjunction with the CCC. So those are the meetings that we have in place. We will announce it to everybody. And now that I'm talking, I want to thank everybody who attended this meeting, and also would like to wish you hell of a holidays. Yeah, you all deserve it, and a good year. I hope that this year is better than this one. And we are at your service anytime. I'm glad that we were able to see Dalila all the way from Mexico here. Laura Simo all the way from Washington, and Cisco Werner. So for that, we are very grateful. And I have to say this, yesterday I was surprised by Julian and a bunch of other fishers. And I have some conspiracy people in the staff, they knew it, I didn't know anything. But to me, to receive something like that from the fishers of St. Thomas is something that I will never forget. And from now on, you will see, I will adopt a watch for every council meeting. Yeah, I use this one, but I promise you that watch will be with me because the watch have the islands of the Virgin Islands in the middle of it. So anyway, thank you very much, Julian. Please convey the message to everybody there. And happy holidays to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel. So I kept everyone on overtime today. Hopefully that won't happen in the next meeting. So meeting adjourned at 6:02, December 6th, December 6th, 2023. Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Próspero año y felicidad. Feliz